All right, all right. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? ¿Cómo estamos? ¿Cómo estamos? Temprano, pero no tempranito, you know. Man, the goal was just to focus on Ta-Nehisi Coates and his conversation with Ezra Klein. I keep wanting to say Ezra Miller. I guess both uniquely discussing individuals. But there's a couple articles I want to go through before we get there. That should be fun. Whether we're talking about Wounded Knee, whether we're talking about ICE, whether we're talking about the U.S. military, whether we're talking about, man, journalists getting assaulted. It's all interconnected and exhausting and tiring, but at the same time, like necessary to go over. So we'll be doing that. I'll save the Ta-Nehisi Coates Ezra conversation somewhere in the middle. It's about an hour long. I haven't seen it. I couldn't get myself to watch it. I usually like to watch these things beforehand, but I'm not gonna lie. I've been listening to a 4-hour conversation slash debate with fucking Pisco and some other fools on what's this fool's name? Let me find it. Let me find it real quick. What's this guy's name? Prime. Prime. So that's been interesting. It's 4 hours long, and I didn't want to go over the whole thing. I wanted to go about over an hour of it sometime this week. There's so many moments of just perfect examples of why somebody like Pisco is not just unbearable, but completely bad faith in their defense of the Democratic Party. How he downplays the genocide of Palestinians that we might have to just sit and go over, despite the ridiculous, preposterous 4-hour stream. I mean, I don't know how long it would take us to finish that. It'd probably be at least 6 hours. So it would have to be like from start to finish of the stream. I don't know if you all want that. Let me know in the chat, in the comments. But, let me see what we got going on here. All right, all right, all right. Let's get to it. Let me make sure that we're live the way we're supposed to be on everything. And we're not. We're not. Let me see. That's funny. I thought we've been live. All right. Awesome, awesome. I think that has to be the first time where I've accidentally done that. Where I thought we were live. We were live on Twitch. We were live on the second channel, but not on the main channel. That's funny. I think that might have been the first time I've done that. So the main channel gets to miss out on my opening rant, which is perfectly fine. We'll cover the Ezra Klein and Ta-Nehisi Coates thing a little bit later. Now, I wanted that to be the main focus of this stream, and it will be. But there are a few things that I want to go over before that. Trump came out and kind of mocked the Democratic Party about there being no pushback. I don't know if y'all saw that. Let me pull it up real quick. It was like Trump pushback and some shit like that. Fight. I don't know. Oh, it's right here. Look.
I thought would be met with fury on the left, but they're sort of giving up. I must be honest with you. They've had it. They've had it with Trump. They've been after me for so many years now. Here we are. Here we are. Come to the White House anytime you'd like. No, they've given up. They're bad, a lot of bad people. But all over, it's been so popular. It's been very popular. I really thought that we were going to have to sort of fight it through. There's been no fight. There's been no fight.
I mean, he
would be
sounds so
met with
fucking tired. He sounds so goddamn tired that it's kind of like comical that it's like, yeah, they're not fighting. And it's like he's ready to like just be like and he'd be done for. I don't think he has the energy, the stamina to put up a fight the way that his cult likes to pretend that he's still young and still has that type of energy. He doesn't. Which could explain why the Democratic Party is even less, quote unquote, of a resistance than they were during his first administration. I think that all the hype about him being the last president, this and that. I mean, the Democratic Party is even less willing to engage the Republicans in any true fight than the first administration. So for me, it goes to show that they don't view it as serious. They're like, all right, last time we're almost done with this guy. He beat us again. Let's just push him out. Let's just push him out. And hopefully we take back the White House. Hopefully we're victorious in the midterms. They're not really fighting in terms of ending fascism in any legitimate way, but it's comical to see because there's only one way to defeat fascism. It's not at the voting booth. But it is comical to see the orange fascist himself tell the world, yeah, the Democratic Party isn't putting up a fight. In other words, if this was somebody like JD Vance, it might just be a wrap already. It just might be a wrap already. But we are fortunate in the sense that this man is such a narcissist that he is uncaring about an ideology. He doesn't care about a specific project that he's pushing other than enriching himself and cementing his legacy within, the reactionary movement. Thank y'all for being here. Sweeter than anything. Relocked. Get busy in the chat, y'all. Don't be scared, homies. We're all good here. But yeah, it's just comical. His energy is so pathetic too, though. Like this is not like prime Donald Trump, especially in a rally. Like, well, this is maybe that's why he doesn't have his rally. It's a different atmosphere, right? This is when him and Pete Hegseth talk to like military personnel, which fucking hilarious. We'll go over that in a little bit.
fury on the left, but they're sort of giving up. I must be honest with you. They've had it. They've had it with Trump. They've been after me for so many years now.
See? Me. Imagine if this motherfucker was actually intelligent. If he actually had an ideology and really pushed the we. More so, right? Oh, they're attacking us. But he's such a narcissist that he makes it about himself. That's not as dangerous. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, we are very fortunate that it's just a bunch of like fascist nerds like Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller will never get voted, never be put as president. Like even if they pull a fucking George Bush, like he runs the CIA and then somehow magically becomes the president after being under like a popular president. I don't think I don't think they would even push him like that because they'd be so like he's such a disgusting figure that he's not even a fuck love appreciated by his own like wing, his peers, if you will. Oh man, let me see if I can find that. Gosby says it's a shame you can't share pics on YouTube chat, but there's a photographer at this event that was very good at capturing the soullessness of the U.S. Army. Okay, let's see. Let me see if I can find Trump military speech Oh, maybe these guys. Damn, my God, is it this photo? That's fucking terrifying. Um, I just want to see the photo though. That's funny. Man. Jesus. Excuse me. Pardon me. I demand more diversity. What is going on here? I only see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's a woman. 8, 9. I only see 9, 10, 11, maybe 12. 12 people of color. I only saw one woman here. This is two women. This is disgusting. What kind of country is this? What kind of country are we living in? That this is our killing machine? This is the most deadly military in the world? It's just it's embarrassing, it's despicable. Who, as an empire, as a settler colonial empire, what does it say about us? How regressive are we? How backwards are we that when we invade sovereign countries, when we bomb civilians, do you ever stop and think how they feel about the fact that we have a predominantly white male cis het killing machine? You know how, I mean, think about their last moments on Earth. And they have to, in that moment, as they're hearing their family members scream, they have to stop and deal with the intersectional trauma of realizing that the person that gave the order, the person that followed the order, the person who launched the bombs, they were most likely all white men. Do you see how disgusting that is? Why don't we have queer people there? Why don't we have BIPOC representation? This, I wasn't gonna go over this, but now I have to. Now we're skipping some steps. It's all right. It's cool. It's cool. Let's see here. This, man, this was something else. Where's the Pete Hegseth thing? Let me see. Here we go. This was, man, Hassan Piker's.
Pete Hegseth.
Hassan Piker's white mother. How about that? Daka Dune Dine Empire vibes. Yep. Keeping it alive in the Twitch chat. This is 17 minutes, but I think she switches up the conversation around the 7-minute mark. So we'll only put up with 7 minutes of this. Man. I'll pull up another. I don't want to forget the video that I want to pull up. What's her name? Kelly fucking Kellyanne? No, she's not. I know they're different white women. All right, let's just listen to this and I'll put up the other thing.
Hegseth is in the throes of a manic episode, you guys. And for a normal average person, this wouldn't be a major thing. But when it comes to the Secretary of Defense, who now the administration that is seeking the Nobel Peace Prize has changed it to the Department of War.
Gasp. Gasp. They want a Nobel Peace Prize, but now they're being upfront about what it is. It's not defensive, it's war. Can you believe it? The IDF changed their name to the IOF. How tragic. Oh my goodness. The way that these people uphold, or at least desire, demand, they want to speak to a manager about upholding the illusion of the US settler empire being a democracy, being a light for good, the shining fucking lighthouse on a hill. Where the fuck they desire that. That is where their anger and frustration truly lies. And the fact that they are no longer allowed to live in the fantasy world that they created, well, that they were brought into, that they were introduced to believe. It's disgusting. There was all right, we'll let her finish, but there was this, just before I forget. Let's see. What is her fucking name? It's like, what is her name? Kelly something, right? Is it not Kelly fucking? I've had a podcast host. And I actually think it was this lady that posted it. And of course, white women. I'm gonna have to find it, but it was so embarrassing. It's like, ooh, just this, man, these people are sick in the fucking head. Wow. And the fact that I have any mutuals with them is pathetic. Man, I can't remember this lady's name. Jennifer Welch. I was way off. That's hilarious. There's this moment where, oh, here it is, man. Look at this shit. Look here, listen to this.
I was invited along with Pumps, with the co-host, to be the
out,
moderator.
Pumps, we miss you.
I know, Pumps. I'm the moderator for Kamala Harris's book tour.
What the
Hassan,
hell?
shut the fuck up. Quit smirking over there.
I'm not.
Fucking asshole.
I'm not.
Do you see that?
Are you jealous? Is he jealous?
No.
Oh,
he's
I'm so
mocking.
jealous.
Green with
I'm the
envy.
So she's bragging. She's bragging that she's going to be able to help Kamala Harris whitewash her involvement in the genocide of Palestinians in her book tour. What is it, 107 days? She is bragging about that. That's how disgusting this person is, Jennifer Welch. And what does Hassan do? What? Hassan's just platforming her in this other podcast he has. Because she has clout. Right? And people think, well, Hassan's famous enough. Hassan has enough money. He doesn't need to do this. He didn't need to do leftovers either. But it's a new audience. And because he's talentless. And I say this, he's talentless. Like, even given all these opportunities, born on third base, born rich, born with an uncle who already established himself on the online space, and born with all these opportunities, what has he truly done? It's the same thing I asked about Sam Cedar. 20 years of the Majority Report. 20 years of the Majority Report. What have you accomplished in those 20 years? No, the Hamon, this is the main host, Jennifer Welch. The other one, I don't even know her name. They mention it here. I don't know the other one's name. The other one is the one that started to sexually harass Hassan Piker. But of course, Jennifer Welch here teed it up, like set it up to her, like, oh yeah, no, please, sexually harass our guests. And because Hassan, that's part of, I mean, unfortunately, an insecure individual who requires that type of attention. Pumps, David Barnes, thank you so much. And I say that because we know that Hassan Piker gets unsolicited nudes sent to his at least Snapchat account. I'm sure on other platforms as well. The fact that you don't have somebody, because it could be traumatic for you to receive that unsolicited imagery, that you don't have somebody in your team automatically report that to the, at the very least, whatever, platform, whether Snapchat or whatever, report it to them, if not the authorities. Because Hassan Piker, fucks with the cops, so it's cool. Like, it shouldn't be an issue for him. He called the cops on his ex for a wellness check. That's always gone great. So why aren't you at least reporting that to some degree? Because he likes it. He likes the attention. He likes to be able to pull that out and show his friends. I mean, in a sense, it's his right to do so because they're unsolicited. But especially when women do it, like, you should be making sure that they're held to the same standard that we would men, right? But let's hear her, Jennifer Welch, who's cool with sexually harassing men, brag about having the opportunity to help Kamala Harris whitewash her involvement in the genocide of Palestinians. And all Hassan has to, all he has to say is just chuckle. She even tells him, shut the fuck up. You want my clout. You want my demographic. You're gonna behave in the corner.
So I was invited along with Pumps, with the co-host, to be
Shouts
the
out, Pumps, we
moderator.
miss you.
I know, Pumps. I'm the moderator for Kamala Harris's book tour.
What the
Hassan,
hell?
shut the fuck up. Quit smirking over there.
I'm not.
And it's so pathetic because it's like, it's so performative by everyone. Everything here is so performative. So his audience was, oh yeah, he was mocking that. He was kind of like being condescending, bro. If I invite you, to my show, to my table, forget a show, and I hear that you're aligning with and helping whitewash somebody like Kamala Harris, the vice president, during the Democratic Party's genocide of Palestinians, I'm not just shrugging and making like, I'm calling you out. Oh, you're getting involved with white supremacy? Oh, you're getting involved with empire? Oh, you're gonna be complicit in whitewashing this genocide of Palestinians when the Democratic Party does it. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out before you get thrown out. But because it's all performative on everyone here, it's being performative. They're all white. That's what they do. Nothing matters to them other than fame and money.
Fucking asshole.
I'm not.
Do you see that?
Are you jealous? Is he jealous?
No.
Oh, I'm
he's
so
mocking.
jealous.
Green with
I'm the
envy.
moderator of her LA show.
Jeez.
And
I mean, if that shit doesn't get protested ruthlessly, and I mean, it has been, but let's find out. Let's see something. October 28th. We got time. We got time. That's interesting. That is very, very interesting. Oh, it's already happened on. Okay, it's already happened. Fucking disgusting, man. Let's see here. I wonder if it's up already. Let's hear some. Oh my god, it already
The
happened.
energy in the room is it's a buzz almost. Right?
No way, bro. No fucking way. Oh shit. What is it, like the still lining with that fucking monster? Zionist fucking influencer, I guess. It's disgusting fucking people. for the Democratic. I know Brianna Joy Gray had something about this. Was that Red Guard? Let's see. I know she commented something about this. That's the last thing I remember seeing it. But they recently did something. Or is it at? This was actually a really good conversation. I was surprised. That shit was hilarious. God damn, what was that was stupid as fuck. Watch it be in her replies and not actual like no, it should be here. I can't think of it. I don't know that fool's name. So I can't think of it any other way. Chat. I'm so sorry. This one. Look at this.
Imagine supporting people who start wars just to lose the wars so they can cry about it and then try it all again.
You must see anti-Semites are literally obsessed with Jews.
Or is it not the same person and I'm racist as fuck? But I saw the bleached hair and assume. Let's find out. Let's find out if I'm racist or not. Oh, it's not. I know exactly who it is. Hold on. It's not. I am racist, but I'm beating y'all to the punch. It's a different guy, but it's the dude that has those conversations like outside in the backyard. I am racist, but I spotted my own racism because he had a great conversation with the comedian who's fucking hilarious. Comes out in Abbott, and he played the boyfriend in season 1 of the main actress. God, he's fucking hilarious. Okay. Which now I feel even worse. Not because I thought he was a great interviewer. Damn. I don't know. I feel. My racism. Y'all already know what we do here. You know, if it ain't white, it ain't right, brother. Oh, okay. Wow. That's even. Yeah, I just assumed it was this food.
Now walk with me. While you must see anti-Semites are stacking eviction notices, Jews are out here stacking up businesses.
Jews control all the industries. Maybe if you spent more time taking notes from successful people, you wouldn't have to spend your nights and weekends
Homie said Jews control industry
and spreading hate from your anonymous account with an anime profile picture.
Do you work as hard as Jews? Do you network like Jews? No, because you're too busy cheering on a group of musty terrorists who smell like dirty earring backs. And
so it wasn't this guy. But those people are disgusting. And he was out here like, no, there's a third. There's a third, like, democratic Zionist, maybe queer influencer. That also, Jesus. There's one more. Let's see, black influencer, White House, Biden. There's one more. Well, I wouldn't call her an influencer. I think she was a little bit more. That's a little disrespectful to her. Not that she deserves respect. Like male influencer, I guess. Jeez, what's his name? There's one more. No. He always records himself in the car. Classic thing. God damn, bro. Oh well. The Soulless King to Raw to Real. Is that who they are? I don't even know if I want to type that in. Hold on, because that name's kind of crazy. Give me 1 second. To Raw. Yes, thank you. Okay, Jesus fuck. Thank you, the Soulless King. This food. Yeah, he meant Biden. Yeah, and he's like super fucking like weird. Um, let's see if this is a one. Should be watching.
And talked to his team directly for the Washington Post. Yes, I had to leave a Super Bowl party to report this story. When reached for comment, Rob Flaherty, the deputy campaign manager for Biden, said, quote,
We're good, Taylor, we're good. But yeah, he's a weirdo. I guess we should play something by him.
Motherfucking villain to me, because why the hell are you worrying about somebody who's currently not the motherfucking president? How is this relevant? Y'all are the reason why his ass got in office anyway, because you painted a false equivalency. Joe Biden's age has nothing to do with felon 47, and the fact that he's trying to take away our civil rights and civil liberties has nothing to do with he's snatching people up off the motherfucking damn streets, people who are actually legal fucking citizens, and deporting them without due process. It has nothing to do with the fact that he keeps going after Medicaid, trying to strip healthcare from millions of motherfucking Americans. Has nothing to do with the fact that he wants to turn Gaza into a motherfucking parking lot and build peace property and displace the Palestinian people.
I wonder who started doing that. I wonder who started that genocide. Huh. How convenient. How convenient. Yeah, so I was confusing the first two, but then this one also came to mind. But it's because, you know, all these reactionary tokens look the same to me. I'm the racist. I'm the problem. I'm admitting it. I have an issue. I have a problem. I need help. I need help.
Good evening, LA.
Look how disgusting this is, bro. They're so fucking happy. I want to see. Do they even have this?
The energy in the room is it's a buzz.
Again, I might be racist, but both black men, both bleached hair, both got a beard. I don't know, queer, both, perhaps, maybe, perhaps, I don't know. But this one was actually, none of those people look alike. They don't, but I don't know what they look like, David. I don't follow them like that. I'm going off my racist memory. But man, I've seen more of this person than the other two. Well, no, the one that met Biden, I've seen a lot of, but I can't stand them, so I just scroll through. Prodigy's lawyer, they are gay. I can confirm that. Okay. But again, he did. Who was Avon Elementary cast? I always forget. It's this comedian. Why isn't he in the top? That's crazy. What the fuck? This is Zach Fox. He used to have short hair. Yo, Zach Fox looks great in any fucking look. My God, I did not recognize him. Like looking like with short hair, just a beard. Is that even, what the fuck? And he was a little heavier, but it looked good on him. Yeah, Zach Fox is fucking hilarious. And this is what I was thinking about.
$1 billion idea if you shake my hand on it. Back shots.
Musician.
Zach Fox is a fucking genius. Fucking genius, man. And so effortless. So fucking effortless. That's a true sign of a comic, man. So fucking effortless.
$1 billion idea if you shake my hand on it. Back shots.
It doesn't take much. It really doesn't. Ah, man. I was so happy that they brought him back because I felt that his role was going to be wasted just as like kind of like the ex-boyfriend. And when they brought him back, I'm like, okay, dope. They realized that like you just can't, a talent like that has to be capitalized on. But this, I'm so disappointed because he is such a great interviewer. And what's his Scott Evans. Scott Evans is a great interviewer. Like his reaction right there is perfect. Like he just sells everything perfectly. Perfectly. And I knew he did the Kamala interview, but man, I was, you know, you hope that like these people aren't sellouts that are in Hollywood, but they usually are. And so to see that, I think my head immediately went to the one that I know is this open reactionary. But somebody's got to switch up their look, because I can't be the only racist that confuse them. So heartbreaking. Not heartbreaking, but you know what I mean. Like, come on. You're better than this. You're more talented than this. I see you, Prodigy.
Almost, right?
You know what? I will say this. If you're already attractive and you're funny, fuck out of here. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. Zach Fox is OP. Yes, he did go from the lazy boyfriend to the president of the PTA. Yeah, that was awesome to see.
I just finished 107 Days. I felt the same way that I felt when I finished her first book, and that is I felt hopeful. She is not going to just stop. She's even more inspired to do more and to connect with people and try and make our country better.
That's right. Deadlier military.
So I didn't know that we were gonna be. I didn't realize that we would be.
This is ridiculous. Come here. This is absolutely ridiculous.
What a Zionist.
I have had the experience many people have had or will have had this experience of walking into a room and being the only one that looks like you or has had your life experience. And my request of you,
I mean, LA, you know,
is that when you walk in that room, chin up and shoulders back, knowing that we are all in that room with you and you are not alone, and you carry the voice of so many people who are proud that you are in that room and expect your voice to be.
Keep fighting. Keep fighting. Go. Just keep fighting.
Strong.
I'm all the way.
Oh, man. We have to watch this so they have the whole thing, right? Kamala. Oh, let's go to YouTube. I want to hear the dumbass questions they ask her. I'm embracing the Harris, Los Angeles. They didn't record it. What the fuck? Come on. Somebody had to demand that they record this. Fuck you people, man. Jennifer Lopez? Yeah, just another fucking, that's the same story. I want to hear the dumbass questions they were going to ask her. Yeah. It's just that same clip. How fucking embarrassing. Maybe somebody... recorded more of it. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Ain't that beautiful? Ah, so fucking disappointing. Oh, well. Thank you for following me with this rabbit hole.
I do want to start, though, with that moment that we just heard. That was, of course, with Vice President Harris. It was in the spring. It was before she became the Democratic nominee for president. It was a pretty rare insight into how she thinks about the historic.
Oh, they had already interviewed her? They have rapport? God damn it, bro. Oh, well. All right. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yep. That's hilarious. Oh, so Hassan definitely knows what he's doing. All right. He's very talented in sniffing out cloud opportunities. Wow.
Listen, I'm excited about it. When you live in a deeply, deeply red state, you're more tolerant of centrist Democrats, even though I've become way, way, way further.
You're more tolerant of genocidal monsters. You learn how to grow as a person and be more accepting of those who commit genocide against Palestinians. You kind of ignore the blood. If the blood is from brown people, of course, or black people. Otherwise, I might have a little trouble. Then I have to be the resistance hashtag. But up until then, it's fine.
Left.
Yeah.
But you're more tolerant because you know that.
Well, we've been at those dinner parties where you just gotta kind of stick to your.
I think these rich white people have been to different dinner parties than we have, to be honest.
We've been at those dinner parties where you just gotta kind of stick to your guns, but in a way that no one's gonna put their drink down.
Yeah.
So fucking pathetic. Look at her face.
No one's gonna put their drink down.
Yeah.
Look at this face. This is the face of a fucking sellout. This is a face of fucking an opportunist fucking snake. This is a face you make when you know you're gonna make some extra money washing the blood, trying to wash the blood of Palestinians off of Kamala Harris's hands. That's because it is, Ann Walker. That's because it is. And Walker helping with the goal of the day. Let's do my $200 haircut. Because because socialism is not a poverty cult, bro. If you want to help me get my $200 haircut, super chat goal is now on. Now, mind you, I have long hair. They'll maybe touch the ends, but they're not gonna. It's just gonna be the sides. But it's $200. They'll clean up my beard a little bit. I can't grow one, but they'll clean it up. $200 for the revolution. Think about it this way. Just take a moment. Look at Jennifer Welch's amazing hair. All right, cool. But think about this for a sec. Can you imagine? Would this photo be just as iconic if Che hadn't gotten a $200 haircut first? Would the Cuban Revolution been successful if Ernesto Che Guevara did not have a $200 haircut? If he didn't have the same stylist as Jennifer Welch? You gotta want the revolution, y'all. So super chats are turned on. if we stay under fascism for, the next Trump administration, it's because I didn't get the $200 haircut. And you will have to live with that guilt. Not me, not I. Definitely not Jennifer Welch. Where the fuck were we? Where the fuck were we? Oh, 18 seconds into this. Is that where we were? We were 18 seconds into this video. Holy shit. Dakadoon keeping the Twitch chat alive. The revolution will have fresh fades. I mean, we're not at the Porch Hassan level yet, but we'll get there. True. Yeah, Che wasn't as good of a revolutionary as Hassan.
Pete Hegseth is in the throes of a manic episode, you guys. And for a normal, average person, this wouldn't be a major thing. But when it comes to the Secretary of Defense, who now the administration that is seeking the Nobel Peace Prize has changed it to the Department of War, this is really problematic. And the Daily Beast.
It's really problematic because before being called the well, we get into that too. But, you guys remember a couple weeks ago when it was so called the Department of Defense, and we just did defensive actions. We never instigated. We never did coups. We never did anything shady. It was just strictly defensive. It was just like AOC, Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez, sending defensive weapons to Israel. They're just defensive. They're not used for any malicious purposes. You're just defending yourself against the bullies in the world. But now that it's called the Department of War, suddenly we're, for the first time in U.S. history, really, in modern history, we're enacting wars and acts of aggression and violence. It's tragic how a name can really make you change. What's in a name? Relog, thank you for the $10 super chat. Don't know about y'all, but I only judge my revolutionary figures by the cost of their haircut. I'm glad you get it, Relocked, because a lot of people just don't understand the power in a fresh cut. But you do. And because of that, no gulag for you. No workers' camp. Relocked. For now. Yeah, exactly. Some person. I like the Department of War name. It's honest. And that's why these fucking liberals like Jennifer Welch hate Trump. They don't hate him because of the horrors and disgusting actions that he's taken upon oppressed, marginalized, colonized people. No, it's because he ruins the facade. He is ruining brunch. That's the main crime. The number one war crime of Donald Trump is that he is ruining brunch. That's what it is.
Just reporting the following. The former Fox News host is reportedly spiraling out of control, being described by staffers as manic. Apparently, he's having meltdowns at DOD. Let's read an excerpt from this article. They said Hegseth is becoming increasingly obsessed with his own security and exhibits frantic behavior, such as fidgeting and pacing during meetings. There's a manic quality about him, or let me rephrase, an even more manic quality, which is really saying something.
Not even more. Y'all seen this? Tell me you've seen this. Hitler fucking tweaking out. Look at this shit. My homie was not my homie. Jesus, homie. According to Emma Vigeland, this is my homie because I'm anti-Semitic. Besides racist, I'm tweaking the fuck out. Look at it. Oh shit. Is tweaking? Okay, it's not ableist. Okay, I was like, isn't that when you're just fucking on that good fucking shit? God damn, bro. La manita también. Nah. No. Yeesh. That ain't perico. That's something else. Pete right now. Pete Hessage before he has to give a speech. Fucking white people, bro. Shameless, man. Shameless. This is not, I hate that I'm making this comparison, but this reminded me of this. It's fucking reacting. Y'all seen this one? This is where my head goes to. No, what the fuck? It's a cage side reaction that he did. Let's see. It's his fucking, he looks, here you go, here it is. No, it's not this one. God damn it. Oh, maybe? Maybe it's this one? Oh shit, look at that jaw. Oh, that song's gonna hold on. Shit. Hold on. There's another one. There's another CTU one. Hold on. It's not this one. There's an older one before that. God damn, I hate being an MMA fan. I hate having this fucking knowledge in my head. I can't tell you when the fucking Russian Revolution started because of shit like this. This and because I've been getting fucking hit in the head since I was like fucking 12. Probably younger than that. I don't remember. Fuck, I can't find it. I can't. What the fuck is this? I just gave everybody my fucking IP address or some shit. Bummer. 3 years ago, maybe this one. Bro, come on. The greatest? Jesus. All right, we're not gonna find it. Let's go back. How far did we make it? 57 seconds. Dope.
An insider told the outlet, dude is crawling out of his skin. So clearly, this is really problematic with the leader of the United States.
All right, same person. I'll find it. Hold on. How am I gonna find this? These are all his knockouts, though. I want to see cage side. Man, things used to be so much easier to find. And then you have to go to Twitter. That's the annoying part. Remember when Overeem was Overeem? I mean, he was still roided the hell up there, but gotta be careful. Let's see. God damn it, bro. So annoying. Why'd I do this to myself? Did they fucking wipe this off the internet? Because this used to be like the first thing that would pop up when you put Chuck Liddell. Maybe CT, I guess. And Walker, you're crazy. All right. Let's get back to it because then Walker's phone's about to die. Couldn't find it, man. So obnoxious. I'm randomly gonna find it one day, and it's gonna infuriate me. All right, let's get back to it. As I keep scrolling. Fuck everyone here, man. Fuck these. How? How do you not have this? All right.
States military having these manic episodes. And then his commander in chief, just above him, of course, is Kanks, who.
And she has this weird ass thing. I don't know. I don't know why white people are like this, especially white liberals. We're going to come up with cute fucking nicknames that's going to make fun of them. Okay. What do you think that's going to do? What is that going to accomplish? I'm going to call him Kanks because he has cankles. Mind you, I love the word cankles. I think it's fucking hilarious. I call everybody's ankles cankles. But she's doing it because I guess he has like big ass swollen actual, cankles. But it's like, what is that? What does that do for you? What does that accomplish? How does that matter? Calling him Kanks. I don't think it does anything. In fact, it confuses people when you're like, you either have to notify every time you call him Kanks, you have to tell people, oh, that's Trump. That's what I call Trumps, which kind of ruins the point of a nickname because the point of a nickname is to just call him that. And people understand who you're referring to or get the context clues. But because she knows that there's new listeners every time, she has to go out of her way and say, I call Donald Trump Kanks, which kind of takes all the win from the sales of that. It's just kind of like, it's such a like edgy, safe thing to do, right? Like either call him a fascist, call him a white supremacist, or call him like some obscene slur, right? Just pick one though. But this like middle of the ground Kanks kind of shit is like, who is that impressing? What is that accomplishing? What is that doing? It's every time I hear it, it's so annoying.
Suffering from dementia, manic episodes, delusions of grandeur, and all sorts, an array of dysfunction. So I just now want to play for you a clip of Hegseth's meeting where he brought in all of the military brass to Quantico and grandstanded on stage, airing his grievances about DEI and woke and all of this business. And here's just a sampling of the batshit crazy meeting he had with the military brass.
Today, at my direction, we're undertaking a full review of the department's definitions of so-called toxic leadership, bullying, and hazing, to empower leaders to enforce standards without fear of retribution or second guessing. Of course, you can't do like nasty bullying and hazing. We're talking about words like bullying and hazing and toxic. They've been weaponized and bastardized inside our formations, undercutting command.
Okay, this is.
But here, Pete does the same fucking half-ass bullshit that she's doing. Oh, I mean, some hazing is not, motherfucker. If you're gonna claim to be the fucking man, that you're bringing back that macho shit to the military, be up there and be like, all you motherfuckers gonna drink a gallon of milk right now. Remember that show Blue Mountain State, where part of the hazing process would be like, you have to put a Oreo cookie between your cheeks and like make it to one end of the football field. And I think they were like pelting them with footballs and shit like that. And then you have to like eat it at the end. Like, that's disgusting. And that's what I expect like these white fucking rich people to be doing in their college days. If that's what you want to bring back, or at least that's like the safe thing, don't fucking half-ass and be like, some stuff is too much, but the classic shit is fine. No. All fucking, I want to see that scene from Full Metal Jacket where they start fucking whacking that food with the soap on a fucking daily. Not cast, soap scene, bro. I want to see I want the shorter version though. I demand the short. This one. They have the patience. The warm up. Let's skip a little forward. Just be the ones closest to you. This is the U.S. military I want. These are brave men and boys. It's fake. It might honestly though, it might be real because homeboy Kingpin over here is a great fucking actor. He might have just said fuck it, do it. But I don't want that half-ass shit, bro. I don't want that half-ass shit.
Definitions of so-called toxic leadership, bullying and hazing, to empower leaders to enforce standards without fear of retribution or second guessing. Of course, you can't do like nasty bullying and hazing. We're talking about words.
Nasty hazing and bullying. That's the best kind of fucking bullying and hazing. It has to be nasty, or else what the fuck is the point? It's performative. It's performative. This is what's so frustrating about these fucking, like, you know what it is? They're preppy fucking like fascists, right? Remember when like the Germans, German soldier scars, or like German like elitist fucking scars? Y'all seen this? These motherfuckers are so fucking bored that they would just scar each other. I don't know if I could show the one behind that. They would fucking play fight and scar each other to prove that they were tough guys. They were real toughies. And it's like, bro, like, if that's how fucking nurtured and bubble wrapped your life is that you're going out of your way. And this is why white people love extreme sports. This is why white people love extreme sports. Fucking, did y'all see this fucking cliff diver breaks back or some shit? I think he's Australian. Rocks. Aussie Daredevil. Yeah. Let's see if we can find it. It's actually a beautiful fucking, I guess it's a fucking world record or something. Look at this shit. My parents held me. I went to a private school. The police never bother me. The state does not view me as a threat. Immigrants and black people scare me more than anything in life.
One! Send it! Ready! 3, 2, 1! Send it!
Why not at least dive feet first at that point? Did somebody educate me? Because you threw the rocks to break the water, but at the same time, it's a waterfall, so it's already breaking. Oh man.
Words like bullying and hazing and toxic, they've been weaponized and bastardized inside our formations, undercutting command.
Okay, This is insane. I mean, this is utterly insane and insults the intelligence of everybody sitting in that room.
She's worried about insulting the intelligence of warmongers, of war criminals, of baby killers. Man, Hassan's white mom is just on another level.
Of course, bullying and hazing is bad. And if something is toxic, it's simply toxic. What he's in essence saying here is,
oh yeah, no, this dude's like this guy's like in the hospital and shit. He was 21, 140-foot Australian waterfall. Damn, all these fucking ass. What is that? Okay, boom. But there's a he broke like his back, busted like a lung or some shit like that. Oh, here it is. Suffered a fractured spine, sternum, skull, and burst eardrum after he jumped from the top of the fall. That's fine. He can walk that shit off.
I want to be able to make sure.
It's his white mom. I don't know what to tell you. It's Hassan's white mom. That's what it is.
That these recruits, most of them recruited from very poor neighborhoods, get to the military and that they are bullied, hazed, and that I am creating a culture of toxicity within the United States military.
Oh no. Oh, gasp. Oh my, imagine the horrors that they could commit if they had a toxic culture in the US military.
This is my problem with this Trump regime, is it's just so regressive.
Did she call it the Biden regime? Genuine question. Did she call it the Biden regime? Did she ever call it the Biden regime?
Every step that we make towards becoming more civilized and righting wrongs and becoming more just and becoming more inclusive, they see all of those things as a negative. And here's why I think they think that. The whole system has always been set up for unqualified white men like Hegseth to get into positions of power.
I love when like white women go out of their way to be like, men. These white men. It's like, bro, like, we know what you want. We know what you want. You want it to be white men and women.
And then once they get in there, they have massive imposter syndrome. They realize they're not smart enough for the job. And then there could be a black man, a Hispanic man, a black woman, and Hispanic woman that had to work.
And someday, dare I say it, a white woman gets there. Shitty matcha. Tardy. So was I.
Work a million times harder and had to take their life through the structures that weren't made for them to excel, and they get there anyway. And these guys get mad about it. And this is like a mass manic episode of the federal government. But more than anything, I think you all can relate to me when I say this. I feel like this.
We can all relate to Jennifer Welch, right, chat? We all relate to her. We all see ourselves in Jennifer Welch. Very relatable person.
Administration, it's just like mass abuse. Like they are abusing the public. They are abusing any form of trust we've ever put in them. And to have this guy as right below Kanks in charge of the DOD, or as they call it now, the Department of War, it's just so incredible.
Can't believe they call it that. Ugh.
Incredibly insulting. But let's listen to the applause that happened after he gives this batshit crazy, I want to be a bully. I want the U.S. military to only be white men. And you guys, I'm just playing one sample. There are clips after clips of him talking about he doesn't want fat people in the military.
So fucking
and he doesn't
good.
want people that have long hair in the military. And just insanity. I mean, complete insanity. Play the final closing statement.
Out and draw fire. Because we are the War Department. Godspeed.
Hoorah.
Room, attention.
Total crickets.
These are the dubs. These are the victories that these fucking white rat libs or libs take. None of the war criminals clap for him. They're not happy. They're not happy whatsoever. They didn't like his speech. Every one of those fucking people should be in a fucking re-education camp. All these people that you're glorifying for not clapping are fucking mass murderers. Every single one of them. I don't give a fuck if they clapped or not. It means nothing to me. It changes nothing. And she goes, mm-hmm. They didn't clap. They didn't clap. They're on our side. They're on the side of the people. They made an oath to the Constitution.
Total crickets. I mean, complete crickets, because his speech was a manic episode on stage where he decides to have this manic meeting where he calls all of the generals so he can come in and lecture them and say, I want you to be bad people. Any sort of progress where we have.
Before Pete Hegseth walked into that room, onto that stage, squared up with that pulpit, and said, I want you to be bad people. Hey, U.S. military, I want you to be bad. I want you to be naughty boys, not girls. We don't know girls here. I want you to be bad. Before that, fucking angels, bro. Angels. God damn this regime. For ruining this goddamn great country.
Where he calls all of the generals so he can come in and lecture them and say, I want you to be bad people. Any sort of progress where we have seen women in combat, or
so
we
brave.
have shown that we want to have a more just Defense Department.
Sure.
All of that is bullshit. I'm not going for that. I want each and every one of you to be the worst versions of yourself imaginable.
Yeah, no. They only want the best, kindest, heartfelt people in the military. Right.
And there are a lot of people, serious people, that have devoted their lives to the United States military who want to make it an inclusive armed forces that people can have careers. And this is just so sad.
It's so sad that people can't have careers as war criminals. It's so sad it's not inclusive to marginalized people. They need representation too. We need compradors at the top to inform us what, those people are doing, what their people, the not good ones, are doing. When I go to the cookout, I want to make sure I have a scout letting me know who I should be worried about. Fucking A, bro.
Because for the longest time, the Republicans always vote for the war and they never vote for the soldier. They fund the bombs, they fund the weapons, and then these men come home from these wars and they have PTSD. A lot of the homeless problem, you guys, are former vets. And now we have a guy.
We need to take care of our war criminals. That's what we need to do. At every level. At every level. Fucking A, bro.
Who doesn't even give a shit about them once they're in the organization. Bully, haze, quit being a pussy is basically what he's saying. And basically this guy is a pussy because he's so terrified of equality. And so this is just such a wild, stunning turn of events.
This is what equality is to these fucking people. This is what equality is to these fucking people. that we all get to commit a war crime, no matter your skin, no matter the color of your skin, no matter the fucking sex that you are, the gender, it doesn't matter. You too can kill children abroad. If it wasn't for goddamn Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth, if it wasn't for these monsters, we could all hold hands in unity, transcending religion, ethnicities, race, sex, and gender, to teach those black and brown hordes what freedom and democracy is what it's all about. God damn it. If that's not so beautiful.
That this is the guy who is texting classified information about military operations, zero accountability.
Let that shit leak. What the fuck?
Accountability with Congress, zero accountability anywhere. And he continues on this mass manic episode. So that's just one MAGA man that's having a complete meltdown. The other MAGA man that is having a meltdown is, of course, Moses Mike Johnson.
All right. We're good there. We don't. We spend already way too much on this. All right. On that note, let's close that out. On that note, I understand why indigenous people are upset at this. But I do feel like we need this shit. People need to see this in order to remember that, like, the primary contradiction here is still settler colonialism. Right? So, like, that is kind of where I'm a little frustrated here. Because we were saying calling it the Department of Defense and switching it to the Department of War is a positive thing. It's more transparent, more honest. Again, if the IDF switched their name to the IOF, it really makes no material difference, but it at least, you know, the language is more accurate. Hegseth decision on Wounded Knee medal sparks outrage in Native American communities. Native American communities that had long wanted the removal of military honors for the soldiers involved in the 1890 Wounded Knee massacre have their hopes dashed by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Again, I thought it was like, so is he not the war secretary? Is that not what he would be technically? AI, please inform me of That's weird. Okay. In his effort to root out what he calls woke culture in the armed forces. The era of politically correct, overly sensitive, don't hurt anyone's feelings, leadership ends right now at every level. The Defense Secretary announced new directives for troops that include gender neutral or male level standards for physical fitness and painted a picture of a military that has been hamstrung by woke policies. Hegseth had announced last week in a video on social media that Wounded Knee soldiers will keep their medals of honor, part of a wider Trump administration move that indigenous leaders and historians on Tuesday called part of a culture war against racial and ethnic minorities and women's rights. I want to see this announcement. Here we go. So good, so good.
Under the previous administration, a review panel was convened to determine whether soldiers awarded the Medal of Honor for their actions at the Battle of Wounded Knee should keep their medals. Now, upon deliberation, that panel concluded that these brave soldiers should, in fact, rightfully keep their medals from actions in 1890. The report was concluded in October of 2024.
Oh, shit. Okay, that's did not. That's interesting. All right. I like this even more.
concluded that these brave soldiers should, in fact, rightfully keep their medals from actions in 1890. The report.
So under Biden, right? Or am I tripping out? Have I lost the year? Huh. Did I lose a year? Okay, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Report was concluded in October of 2024. Yet,
quick side note. The lighting on this video, superb. Superb. I know it's not the point of this. Great fucking production value. All right. You know, I'm not taking this serious because it's a fucking joke. We want these medals of honors to represent what they truly are. They're not the fucking movies and fucking video games we've been sold. It's not the Hollywood portrayal of what is bravery and honor. It is committing atrocities like this for empire. Good. Great. Let's teach our children that this is what heroes are for the U.S. empire. The fuck are we doing?
Soldiers should, in fact, rightfully keep their medals from actions in 1890. The report was concluded in October of 2024. Yet, despite this clear recommendation, former Secretary Lloyd Austin, for whatever reason, I think we know, he was more interested in being politically correct than historically correct.
Is it crazy that he might actually be fucking right? That's fucking hilarious. Fucking. This is a position that liberals put you in. This is the position that liberals put you in. Because we should want the empire to be shameless and upfront. Again, I've spoken about this before. It allows us, when talking to apolitical people, people too busy fucking working and trying to survive, to engage with politics, that haven't been educated on why it's important to tap in, despite, you know, how exhausting it can be. It's easier to let them know, hey, this is who has a Medal of Honor. Someone who massacred indigenous, you know, women and children. And yes, indigenous men always are presumed to be terrorists or fighters. One and the same.
Chose not to make a final decision. Such careless inaction has allowed for their distinguished recognition to remain in limbo until now. Under my direction, we're making it clear without hesitation that the soldiers who fought in the Battle of Wounded Knee in 1890 will keep their medals. And we're making it clear that they deserve those medals. This
under Biden, under Trump, glorify these fucking war criminals, please. Highlight them. So when we look at the history, we know who you view as a fucking hero. Great. Thank you. You saved me some fucking time. It allows us to fucking help people escape the social conditioning, the fucking patriotic brain rot that we have.
This decision is now final, and their place in our nation's history is no longer up for debate. We salute their memory, we honor their service, and we will never forget what they did.
And neither should we. And neither should we. While the events of that day are sometimes described as a battle, historical records show that the U.S. Army, which was in the midst of a campaign to repress the tribes in the area, killed an estimated 250 Native Americans, including women and children of the Lakota Sioux tribe, while attempting to disarm Native American fighters who had already surrendered at their camp. After the fighting, Medal of Honor were given to 19 soldiers from the 7th Cavalry Regiment, and the reward cite a range of actions including bravery, efforts to rescue fellow troops, and actions to dislodge Sioux Indians who were concealed in a ravine. The event became a celebrated part of the regiment's history, with its coat of arms still featured the head of a Native American chief to commemorate Indian campaigns, according to the Military Institute. Let's see the coat of arms. Oh, here it is. See, this is more honest. It's racist as fuck and honest. Why should we oppose them bragging? Okay, the phoenix symbolizes the resurgence of the regiment after its heavy losses in the Battle of Little Bighorn. The Indian head and yucca commemorate Indian campaigns and the punitive expedition of 1916, respectively. The yucca. In 1990, Congress apologized to the descendants of those killed at Wounded Knee, but did not revoke the medals. You know, see what I mean? Like empty shit like this. I mean, that's when they should have been pulled, right? According to Hegseth, the review panel ordered by Austin concluded that these brave soldiers should in fact rightfully keep their medals from actions. But an official from the Defense Secretary office couldn't say if the report he was referencing in the video would be made public. I hope it does. I hope it is made public. Okay, and here again, in 1890, an estimated 250 men, women, and children were killed by U.S. soldiers on the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota, many as they fled the violence, and well after orders to cease fire. Some estimates put the numbers of dead over 300, more than half women and children. The actions at Wounded Knee were not acts of bravery and valor deserving of the Medal of Honor, Standing Rock Sioux Tribal Chairwoman Janet Akir said. There is nothing Hegseth can do to rewrite the truth of that day. Senator Elizabeth, no fucking way. Why would you involve yourself in this? Senator Elizabeth Warren vowed to keep pushing for the medals to be revoked through legislation. Quote, we cannot be a country that celebrates and rewards horrifying acts of violence, Warren said. Secretary Hegseth is valorizing people who committed a massacre. Bro, my God, these people are fucking shameless. More than 3 months after the widely criticized decision to release the results of a DNA test to prove her Native American ancestry, Senator Elizabeth Warren, who is exploring a run for the presidency, has apologized to the Cherokee Nation, according to Julie Hubbard, a spokesperson with the Cherokee Nation. Senator Warren has reached out to us and has apologized to the tribe. We are encouraged by this dialogue and understand that being a Cherokee Nation tribal citizen is rooted in centuries of culture and laws, not through DNA tests. We are encouraged by her actions and hope that the slurs and mockery of the tribal citizens and Indian history and heritage will come to an end. Everyone was upset at Donald Trump for, calling her Pocahontas, which, in that context is absolutely like a slur and belittling of Native people. And I mean, the glorification of pedophilia by these European settlers, these fucking colonizers, yeah, that's a whole other conversation in regards to Pocahontas. And we see the, same pedophile nature and culture and design as entity. But to focus in on this, everyone was upset at Donald Trump for mockingly calling her Pocahontas because it is racist. But it started because she was fucking racist and claiming to be indigenous and trying to use that to get a leg up. It's always white women. It's always white women that, just need to be in these fucking situations. It's never enough. The advantages are never enough for them. And they always want more, and they will take from other communities, other people, to lift themselves up. They would push people down to lift themselves up. The suffragettes did that shit. The same exact fucking behavior. The racist fucking behavior against black men and black women to lift themselves up. They don't fucking change. But everyone was immediately, all the liberals were like, oh, can you believe Donald Trump is calling her Pocahontas? That's disgusting. That's despicable. Who opened that fucking can of worms? Nobody forced, Elizabeth Warren did not force Donald Trump to be racist. Of course not. But her racism lit the fucking views. And now she wants to be seen as like a defender of like native people. Okay, bro. It's all right. She's reconnecting like all these fucking Chicanos. Massacre left scars over generations. Oglala Lakota chief American Horse survived the killing and testified to the Commissioner of Indian Affairs in 1891 that pregnant women and women holding infants were fatally shot as they fled. All of them had been killed. A cry was made that all those who were not killed or wounded should come forth and they would be safe. He testified. Little boys who were not wounded came out of their places of refuge, and as soon as they came in sight, a number of soldiers surrounded them and butchered them there. He said, according to a transcript of his testimony that had been published several times in recent decades. Arriving a few days later, Army General Nelson A. Miles was shocked by the carnage, noting the large number of women and children killed. I have never heard of a more brutal, cold-blooded massacre than that at Wounded Knee. He wrote the following year to a fellow officer. Just making words up now. Javier, when I'm watching a deculturation stream and I'm Chicano. Somos, cabrón, somos. I mean, it's just, it's fun to poke fun at that shit, that identity of Chicano, but technically, I guess, even, however it's mutated or whatever, like it's a shorthand. Like if you call me a Chicano, I'm not going to be like, how fucking dare you? Like, yeah, sure. Pocho, Chicano, whatever. The fuck. I'm a mutt. What are we going to do about it? Several soldiers involved in the massacre later wrote or testified about that day, including some who admitted to firing on women and children after the order to cease fire. One soldier said he expected a court-martial for his actions, but found himself instead being praised. He served the settler colonial project of exterminating the indigenous population. Of course he was fucking praised. Why would you expect anything different? Furthermore, why would you demand that the settler colonial project, who continued their massacre and extermination and displacement, ethnic cleansing of indigenous people, to what? To pretend to have a conscience? To pretend to feel guilty? To pretend to want justice by removing that praise? Hegseth, Trump. If we're going to appreciate them for anything, not that we should, but if we are, it should be for their fucking brutal honesty and their full commitment to settler white supremacy here. It should make it easier for us, those of us actually on the left, to talk and communicate with our people about the realities of this fucking death machine. As news of the killing spread across the country, there was both horror and a sense that the troops had dealt a final blow to the indigenous resistance, said David Schroer, an Ojibwe professor of English at the University of Southern California, the author of The Heartbeat of Wounded Knee, a book that aims to tell American history from an indigenous perspective. For Native American nationwide, even those not directly connected to the Lakota people caught up in the Wounded Knee killings, the massacre is a deeply traumatic historical event. Quote, it was the final punctuation mark on the conquest of the West. What also died on the plains at that moment were not just women and children, but any vestige of American goodness and moral power. What the... It died. When the fuck was it ever alive? What do you mean it died that day? When was it ever alive? What are we doing here, bro? Like, I'm not trying to be like the most fucking radical person in the room. I'm not. That's exhausting. It's tiring. I'm fucking backwards. I'm fucking regressive. I have my own right-wing positions. Usually on social fucking issues. I'm sorry, furries. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? You all saw me be racist earlier. Like, I'm not trying to be that fucking person. But when? Yes, Yipper, when? Holy fucking shit. Wow. Decades of advocacy in Congress to rescind medals. In a social media post Thursday, Hegseth referred to the events at Wounded Knee as a battle, but most historians disagree. Hegseth's proclamation on this reflects the way that this administration thinks of history. Yes, this administration, bro. This administration is the fucking problem. Yup. As something that one person can somehow determine through a magical proclamation, said Philip Deloria, a Harvard history professor and a member of the Dakota Nation. We will always be around to unsettle the celebratory, sanitized version of a dishonorable, bloody massacre, he said. As you should be, as we all should be. We should speak truth to that. However, what should we expect the settler colonial project to do? To whitewash their own history? I mean, this is the thing. Like when we think of like the Zionist entity, are we gonna want? And it won't survive this long. But if it were, in a alternate universe where it survives, would we want them 20 decades from now? 20 decades. 20 years from now. 200 years from now, I guess. To be doing land acknowledgements? Is that what we want? Is that what we desire from the Zionist project? To do land acknowledgements? Of course not. Of course not. We want them to return the land. Or better yet, we want the land to be liberated. This is what, and I'm not indigenous. I'm not Native American. So, who the fuck am I to be saying this? But I think that there's more opportunity when they act honestly than when we're dealing with this liberal fucking facade bullshit of reality. In 1990, Congress passed a resolution that called Wounded Knee a massacre and expressed deep regret to the Sioux people, and in particular to the descendants of the victims and survivors for this terrible tragedy. Even calling it a tragedy is so fucking disingenuous. You know what it truly is it's tragic for them, the settler colonial project, that there were any survivors to report back, because how many times weren't there anyone left? How many times wasn't there anyone left? That's what they find tragic. That's what they fucking regret. That's the real fucking apology. They apologize that they were survivors to report back. In 2024, then Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin ordered a review of the medals by a panel of 2 appointees from Interior and 3 from the Department of Defense. The report was completed last October, and according to Hegseth, it found that the medals should not be rescinded. I mean, why even order a fucking review? If you're already calling it a massacre, if you're already saying it was a tragedy, why was the review necessary? Was it mandatory? Hegseth accused Austin of not making a final decision because he was more interested in being politically correct than historically correct. He was more interested in being politically correct than honest about the way that the settler colonial project praises its greatest butchers. Austin has not responded for a request for comment. This is one of America's darkest days, and the medals must be revoked. Cheney River Sioux tribal chairman Ryman LeBeau said, "They tarnish America's medals of honors." Bro, what the fuck are we doing? Why are we talking about what honor, bro? A U.S. Medal of Honor should be a fucking joke. The joke writes itself. It's in the fucking name. It's a joke. What fucking honor? They tarnish America's medals of honor. There is no honor in murder. I don't fucking... What the fuck is happening? What are we doing here, bro? Like... And I feel like a fucking asshole, if I'm being honest with you. I feel like I'm the fucking problem here. Sorry for that noise. This is ridiculous. Fucking hey, bro. Am I off the mark here? It tarnishes the U.S. Medal of Honor? How? Please. O.J. Samantz, a Rust Bush Sioux organizer, has been working for several years on a bill to preserve the site of the massacre. To secure the legislation, he said disappointed but not surprised by Hegseth's announcement. It's heartbreaking knowing the actual truth out there is being buried again for political gain. I wouldn't say it's being buried. My apologies if I'm speaking out of turn here. But fuck that. It's not being buried. The colonizers are celebrating colonization. Gasp. Gasp. It's so fucking annoyingly performative. This is what, like, these are the victories. These are the battles that you're fighting. This is what happens when when defanging occurs. That's a real fucking heartbreak here. This is what liberals want to see happen to Palestinians. This is what liberals are advocating for when they talk about a one democratic Israel/Palestine state. This is what they're hoping for. Let's watch a little bit of this.
This speech is about fixing decades of decay. Some of it obvious, some of it hidden. Or as the chairman has put it, we are clearing out the debris, removing the distractions, clearing the way for leaders to be leaders. You might say we're ending the war on warriors.
Why would you want to end the war on warriors? Isn't that what warriors do? Engage in war? What the fuck? We're going to protect you. Warriors, we're going to protect you so you could be warriors.
I heard someone wrote a book about that.
Oh, fucking cringe. He's pitching his book here. I love these fucking shameless used car salesmen. Fucking A. The war on warriors. Nice. Nice. All right. Look at these fucking slime balls. These grease balls. Love to see it. You know, Ann Coulter mentioned this. I don't know if y'all saw that. Discussing fucking Ann. These, I guess. No, it's two Anns, right? The fuck's her name? And Coulter. It was just Ann. Okay, okay. Corruption or some shit like that. Where is that shit? Where is that fuck? That's funny as fuck. Let me see. Oh yeah, this is it.
Unchecked and you do not challenge it, it permeates into every, and if you let it spread unchecked and you do not challenge it, it permeates into every facet of society, and society eventually collapses, which is
This is the first time I hear this motherfucker speak.
what I've seen in Venezuela.
Yeah, you're right.
Which is one of the most corrupt countries in the world. I think the most corrupt, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah. Definitely. Venezuela, the most corrupt country in the world. Yes, yes.
Yeah, Venezuela.
Congratulations.
Thank you, mate. Thank you. Murder capital of the world as well. Perfect. But so when I see, I find what you're saying, Anne, as a Republican and as a conservative, quite shocking, if I'm being honest, because if we don't challenge corruption at...
Oh, they're just including his response, not... Not her statement. That's fucking stupid. Come on now. Wait. I have to play this. Come on, I have to fucking play this, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You're the future. But reconsider writing off Ann Coulter. She's been right about mostly everything akin to Pat Buchanan, Ron Paul, and made conservatism mainstream akin to Rush, O'Reilly. You and her have the most keen sense of history I've ever seen. Roast all you want, but know you're far more alike than you may realize.
That's not true at all. She's a fucking degenerate. She's a fag hag, just like every other single white woman that's 50 years old. She's a fag hag. She hangs around New York with all the gays of the conservative movement.
Bro, that is such an like old ass fucking... I haven't heard that in so long that it took me a second to be like, what was the definition of that again? You don't... look. The way that Nick... You know, if... I always say if the Zionist, lifelong Zionist, Bernie Sanders is Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez tío, then by default, this is our primo. Nick Fuentes is AOC and our primo. We got to deal with it. We got to deal with it. But like for him to know what that phrase is crazy.
And she's a coal burner, okay? She never met some black guy she didn't like. She's dating Dinesh D'Souza. She's dating this one, that one. She dated George Floyd for a time.
Jesus fucking Christ, bro. It's always completely surprising how fucking just unhinged and racist he can be. And that's how you know how truly racist fucking is. He just, Dinesh D'Souza, yep. Black in his mind. Until you start asking him to fucking break up his fucking, who his favorite races are. What the fuck? Where's that video? Trump corruption. Get your boy. Oh, no. Jersey Rican. It's known. And he is like come out and openly regret, like says that he hates that he can't be himself. Where are the why? And this, I hate this fucking TikTok shit where it's overlaid. I don't want to hear you.
Made it very clear. You are going to love this clip.
Am I?
He definitely wants all of Ukraine. It is historically part of Russia. I am not defending him. He invaded the country. Shouldn't have done that. But that's what he wants. He's made it very clear.
Not all of Ukraine is historically part of Russia, but fine. I'm from Russia, so.
Is this even the wrong one?
As you guys know, that is.
Yeah, don't care. It's not what I was looking for. How is this so fucking difficult? What other words would I need to fucking insert into this fucking search? It's my fault. It's my fault. It really is my fault. Great. We're going to see a fucking hour of this? I don't think so. Here we go.
No. I find it interesting because the way he's maneuvering himself. The thing that I've always found very interesting, but I actually found it quite annoying, if I'm being honest, is the way that Republicans or nobody on the right who preached about corruption and the corruption that in the Biden administration, which there was a lot of, and we don't need to go into it because we all know what it was. Yet when Trump releases his meme coin, which to me is just outrageous, everybody's like, oh, that's fine. I'm like, is it?
Can't disagree with you. I mean, it's hilarious. I think this is the most corrupt presidency in U.S. history with the money they are raking in with the NFTs and the meme coin. I mean, it is so blatant. It's right in front of our eyes. And the funny thing about I don't care as long as we get a wall and mass deportations. If I have not made that clear, I don't care about anything but saving the country. We'll deal with, future presidents being corrupt.
I mean, if that's not the liberal fucking position, Obama, right? Oh, I can't. The country has to move on from George W. Bush. We can't hold him accountable for these illegal wars. We'll deal with it, some other time. How is this any different than Obama refusing to hold George W. Bush, Dick Cheney? Was Rumsfeld dead by that point? No, he wasn't, right? Great fucking hair, Rumsfeld. Can we admit this? Disgusting fucking war criminal, great fucking hair. Hope he's fucking burning in hell. In his prime, he had good hair. There's old photos here. Like his hair told a story. Like this hair orders a burning of a fucking village. You know what I mean? There's something about this hair. Let me pull it down a little bit. That perfectly represents the monster that he was. Great, like just perfect. Like if you were an illustrator, if you were an artist, and you're like, what hair should I give this monster in a human flesh? That would be it. That would be up there. That would be up there, just, I don't know, man. That's just, am I tripping out? Is it, are we just going to have top war criminals like hair. And he kept that shit. He kept that shit going. Look at that. That hairline is basically the same. A few decades later. Again, we can hate these motherfuckers, but we're gonna be honest. So I'm so fucking stupid. I apologize.
I mean, it's corrupt in the sense that he. I should probably modify what I just said. It's corrupt in the sense that he's using the presidency to rake in so much money, which I believe is technically an ethics violation, but he isn't
technically. Sounds like an ethics violation to me.
But I think it's better than.
But here's the thing. Here's the real question. Who is going to hold them accountable? Who is going to hold them accountable? Who held George W. Bush accountable? Who has held any president accountable? Democrat on Democrat. I mean, Nixon, Ford. Forget about it. What? Watergate? What Watergate?
For example, not releasing the Epstein files because in a trade-off with his donors. Okay, give me
Nah. Because he's on it.
100 million and I won't release them. I mean, that hasn't come to light, but I'm just saying that right now he is just, as far as we know, just raking in the money to benefit himself and his family. He is pushing the MAGA policies, and I mean, I thought
exactly. Almilcar CT, gotta look forward. Gotta look forward. Is that not what Ann Coulter just said? Harris using unknown knowns to look good. Exactly. John Hinckley Jr. tried to hold Reagan accountable. Oh, let's find out. Never heard of this before. Where was Reagan? Oh. Why did that go over my head? That was so fucking good. I'm like, what senator is this? Who I always forget this motherfucker's name. I always forget his fucking name. I don't know why. That's so fucking good. I've always forgotten his name. Like, it just does not stick with me. And the thing is, like, it should, because it's one of the best fucking Butters episode in South Park. When he reads Catcher in the Rye. Fuck it, let's get flagged for this too. Who remembers that episode? Let's see. Butters catching the rise.
Kill John Lennon. Kill John Lennon. Kill John Lennon. Kill John Lennon. Hey, Dad, where does John Lennon live?
He's dead.
John Lennon's dead, Butters.
Ah, dang it.
But he does the Ronald Reagan one right after, right? Shit. Does he not do that? He does do is it this one? Where's Butters at? God damn it. Maybe I'm misremembering it. Oh, here it is.
Oh, is that who the book telling me to kill? Oh, kill Ronald Reagan. Kill Ronald Reagan.
I mean, that's basically the fucking beginning of Deadly Class, if you ever want to read the comic. Ah, fuck, it is what it is. Oh, awesome. 27 seconds into this fucking video.
For too long, we've promoted too many uniformed leaders for the wrong reasons. Based on their race.
Ugh.
Based on gender quotas.
Ugh.
Based on historic so-called firsts.
Ugh.
We've pretended that combat arms and non-combat arms are the same thing. We've weeded out so-called toxic leaders under the guise of double-blind psychology assessments, promoting risk-averse
Who needs those?
go-along-to-get-along conformists instead. You name it, the department did it. Foolish and reckless political leaders set the wrong compass heading, and we lost our way.
Ah.
We became the woke department, but not anymore. Right now, I'm looking out at a sea of Americans who made a choice when they were young men and young women.
Sounds a little woke to me, Pete. Women making choices when they're young? Unless it's to get married and have children. What other choices can they be making? Should they be making? I don't know. We need a woker guy than this. Non-woker, excuse me.
To do something most Americans will not. To serve something greater than yourself. To fight for God and country, for freedom and the Constitution.
That's right.
You made a choice to serve.
Why God?
When others did not. And I commend you. You are truly the best of America. But this does not mean, and this goes for all of us, that our path to this auditorium on this day was a straight line, or that the conditions of the formations we lead are where we want them to be. You love your country, and we love this uniform, which is why we must do better. We just have to be honest. We have to say with our mouths what we see with our eyes.
Bro, it's so fucking stupid. We have, guys, the mouth is for speaking, the eyes are for seeing. What is it? What is that song called? Child song, eyes are for seeing, or like I look with my eyes or some shit like that. Is this it? Come on. Is this it?
My eyes are for seeing. My eyes are for seeing.
I don't know what the fuck that was. That's gonna give me fucking nightmares. That will haunt me to my fucking grave. What the fuck was that? Is it this one?
Hey guys, this video is going to be our eyes are watching, ears are listening,
They are.
voice is quiet, body is calm song. I know you guys really like singing that in the afternoons. Eyes are watching, ears are listening, voice is quiet, body is calm. This is how we listen.
That's what
this
it is.
is how we listen.
How we listen song.
At group time, eyes are watching, ears are listening.
Ah, man. I'm all over the fucking place today. So good.
You love your country, and we love this uniform, which is why we must do better. We just have to be honest. We have to say with our mouths what we see with our eyes.
Why does my brain work this fucking way, bro? What the fuck? That's so fucking stupid, man. Oh, man. It just... I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to apologize to y'all. Do me a favor. if you enjoy me making these random ass connections, go ahead and hit the like. If you haven't already subscribed to the channel, why wouldn't you? Oh, who else provides you this level of ADHD? Hit the notification bell when you so you know when we go live. We're aiming for 7 a.m. We'll make it 7 a.m. tomorrow. We'll have more time to talk shit. I'll have more time to work on edited videos. It's been like a month since I dropped anything, so I need to fix that. I'm late on the Charlie Kirk shooting video. I'm not big on riding waves to begin with, but I did want to give it some time so we get more clarity on the shooters, politics, as well as seeing how suddenly all these rat libs find their fucking spines, their funny bone as well, to start like feeling brave enough to laugh at this situation. Some of them are still like tiptoeing around it, which is pathetic. It just gives me more time to collect fucking clips. Fuck it, I don't care. But immediately after that, I'll be working on something about Bad Bunny. So that hopefully I can catch the wave. That'll be out next week, perhaps. So we'll see how it goes. But look, if you want to help the channel out, if you want to support the channel, hitting the like does wonders. Super chats are turned on. Let's keep on with the fucking random ramblings.
To just tell it like it is in plain English.
English.
Point out the obvious things right in front of us. That's what leaders must do. We cannot go another day without directly addressing the plank in our own eye, without addressing the problems in our own commands and in our own formations. This administration has done a great deal from day one to remove the social justice, politically correct, and toxic ideological garbage that had infected our department, to rip out the politics. No more identity months, DEI offices, dudes in dresses. No more climate.
Dudes in dresses in the military, bro. We're done with that. Done with it.
Change worship. No more division, distraction, or gender delusions. No more debris. As I've said before, and will say again, we are done with that shit.
Whoa. That word wasn't in the Bible, but here's the thing. The reaction to this from the liberals, from the rat libs, is hilarious because it's kind of like, there should be trans men and women in the military. They have the right to kill brown and black people around the world just as much as any other cis hetero man. Oh, come on, bro. Come on.
I've made it my mission to uproot the obvious distractions that made us less capable and less lethal. That said, the War Department requires the next step. Underneath the woke garbage is a deeper problem, and a more important problem that we are fixing and fixing fast. Common sense is back at the White House, so making the necessary changes is actually pretty straightforward. President Trump expects it. And the litmus test for these changes is pretty simple. Would I want my eldest son, who is 15 years old, eventually joining the types of formations that we are currently wielding? If in any way the answer to that is no, or even yes, but, then we're doing something wrong. Because my son is no more important than any other American citizen who dons the cloth of our nation. He is no more important than your son.
Yeah, because he's definitely going to be infantry. He's definitely going to be in the fucking front lines, isn't he? Isn't he, Pete?
All precious souls made in the image and likeness of God. Every parent deserves to know that their son or their daughter that joins our ranks is entering exactly the kind of unit that the Secretary of War would want his son to join. Think of it as the golden rule test. Jesus said, do unto others that.
No. The golden rule, Jesus said. Yeah, bro. Only within the military. The golden rule stops outside. If you're outside the military, then they chingas way.
That's what you would have done unto yourself. It's the ultimate simplifying test of truth. The new War Department golden rule is this. Do unto your unit as you would have done unto your own child's unit.
What the fuck? Wow. It's so effortless. Just poetic, really.
Would you want him serving with fat or unfit or undertrained troops?
Oh, man.
As you would have done unto your own child's unit. Would you want him serving with fat or unfit or undertrained troops?
I mean, yeah. Yes. If my child were to fucking sell out and become a fucking stormtrooper for the US empire, I would want him to be like, "Oh man, I hope it is the most I hope you don't fucking make it. I hope you fucking get kicked out. Dishonorable fucking discharge. Ruin the rest of your fucking life, hopefully. And still get the Camaro on a credit card." Ah, shit. This reminds me of fucking Ben Stiller's what's that shit called? The Fat Cat movie? Heavyweights. Heavyweights. Nah, but there's a better scene with this is BS.
Infomercial about fat kids who can't keep their piggy little snouts shut. Who's gonna buy that, huh? Step off the scale. Okay, turn on the camera. Josh Birnbaum, step on up. Get on the scale.
Mighty Ducks, great, great.
Son, all right. Get off the scale. Turn off the camera. All right.
The new fucking recruitment video.
All right, fine. Fine. I blame myself.
You
know what? I don't blame myself. No, not this time, Tony. Excuse me 1 second. How you doing, little Tony? Bad? Why do you feel bad? Because everything's falling apart and I can't do anything about it? It's not your fault.
Yo.
I know it's not my fault, but whose fault is it if it's not my fault?
Shit.
Onto your own child's unit. Would you want him serving with fat or unfit or undertrained troops? Or alongside people who can't meet basic standards? Or in a unit where standards were lowered so certain types of troops could make it in? In a unit where leaders were promoted for reasons other than merit, performance, and warfighting? The answer is not just no, it's hell no. This means at the War Department, first and foremost, we must restore a ruthless, dispassionate, and common sense application of standards. I don't want my son serving alongside troops who are out of shape, or in combat unit with females who can't meet the same combat arms physical standards as men.
These females, am I right, boys? I remember a good friend of mine years ago, like, let me know, like, no, when like a dude calls women females, like, it's funny that had to be pointed out to me, where I'm like, oh, it's just like a new thing, you know. But it makes sense that at one point it was fucking, you know. But it's the more kind of, it's the PC version, just saying the B word. Oh, these females.
Or troops who are not fully proficient on their assigned weapons, platform, or task. Or under a leader who was the first, but not the best. Standards must be uniform, gender neutral, and high.
Whoa. Gender neutral? Whoa, but what's next? Bathrooms, Pete? This guy's, I don't like it. I don't want anything gender neutral. God created Adam and Eve. Pete, Adam and Eve. For a reason. God, man. These heathens.
If not, they're not standards. They're just suggestions. Suggestions that get our sons and daughters killed. When it comes to combat arms units, and there are many different stripes across our joint force, the era of politically correct, overly sensitive, don't hurt anyone's feelings leadership ends right now. At every level, either you can meet the standard, either you can do the job, either you are disciplined, fit, and trained, or you are out. And that's why today, at my direction, and this is the first of 10 Department of War directives that are arriving at your commands as we speak and in your inbox.
10 commandments. I love it.
Today, at my direction, each service will ensure that every requirement for every combat MOS, for every designated combat arms position, returns to the highest male standard only. Because this job is life or death. Standards must be met. And not just met at every level.
That is the funny part, Red Sea. Like, recruitment is going down. And this dumbass is like, yeah, let's make it harder. What the fuck? Hold on. What the fuck just happened? Give me 1 sec. Oh, did my shit get pulled? What the fuck? That was weird. Fuck it.
Level, we should seek to exceed the standard, to push the envelope, to compete. It's common sense and core to who we are and what we do. It should be in our DNA. Today, at my direction, we are also adding a combat field test for combat arms units that must be executable in any environment at any time and with combat equipment.
Look, I want to hear when he calls the fucking generals fat. That's what I'm here for. We've taken too long on this. My apologies. Because these fools are like retired. He looks out. There's like a fucking SNL bit, bro. So fucking good. Look. You know he's truly disgusted with him. He's like, ugh. He's trying not to laugh too. He's thinking of a few motherfuckers. This is the real reason they didn't clap Jennifer Welch.
It's completely unacceptable to see fat generals and admirals in the halls of the Pentagon and leading commands around the country and the world. It's a bad look. It's tiring.
It's all about looks for them. I mean, Trump was hiring people based on their looks as well, like how they look good on the camera, right? Let's see. I guess the pull-ups one, but look at this shit. Look at this shit, bro. Why are you talking?
It was President Trump who inspired us.
It's so fucking good, man.
1, 2, 3.
We got close. That was about 5:25. You were right.
Secretary, I'm here with Secretary Hegseth from the Department of Defense. And we had our big Pete and Bobby challenge today. 50 pull-ups, 100 push-ups. You try to get under 5 minutes. How'd you do?
We got close. That was about 5:25. You were right behind me.
We had a couple of Marines here.
One beat 3 minutes, a couple beat 4 minutes. Pretty impressive.
It was President Trump who inspired us to do this. This is the beginning of our tour, challenging Americans to get back in shape, eat better, but also you need to get out and exercise. And we have a challenge. There's another cabinet member who we hope would show
In fucking jeans, baby boy. Like a real man.
up today. We told them there was a cabinet meeting here. But anyway, we want to send out a challenge to Sean Duffy to come and do this.
So Secretary Duffy, you're invited to do the Pete and Bobby challenge. Can you do it in under 5 minutes? 50 pull-ups, 100 push-ups. What do you think?
If you can beat 6 minutes, you can be part of this club.
And yes, thank you, President Trump, for setting the example. Presidential physical fitness, make America healthy again. Fit, not fat. We're going to have a war-fighting force with young men and women who are prepared to defend the nation. We're doing it as a team. Join us.
Did they edit out him like trying to do it? Because there's a hilarious one where he's like struggling. This is a better one right here. He's actually doing a great job right there. But there was one where he's like struggling to fucking like reach up. Is it this one? That's not even that one. There's another one.
50 pull-ups.
Oh yeah, this one.
You try to get under 5 minutes.
How did I miss that?
50 pull-ups, 100 push-ups.
They did edit it out, right? What was the video we just saw? Oh my god, bro. The longer one though. It is ish. Oosh. Alright. It's this one, but
Challenge today. 50 pull-ups, 100 push-ups. You try to get under
they did
5
edit it
minutes.
out. That's funny. Alright. Done with that. This is a little bit more upsetting. We'll get back to that later. All right. All right. We're gonna jump to this and maybe go backwards after that. Yeah, your world leaders, not fitness influencers. And Trump said that he doesn't work out because the body has a finite energy or some shit like that, right? Trump finite or some shit like that. Where is it at? Oh, there's like no audio to this, or it keeps turning off. What the fuck is happening? Fucking hate Facebook. Trump has, let's see, a theory about exercise that would fit well in Victorian Britain. Donald Trump allegedly believes that exercise is bad because the body has a finite store of energy, exactly the logic used to warn 19th century women of education. What the fuck are we doing? Why can't we just make fun of this without trying so fucking hard? A piece in this month's New Yorker magazine has drawn attention to Donald Trump's alleged views on exercise. He considered exercise misguided, arguing that a person, like a battery, is born with a finite amount of energy. While this may be a joke or a weak excuse for being one of the least active presidents in living memory, if we don't count golf, as a theory, the human body actually has a fairly long pedigree. And then it gets into annoying that shit like this, bro. Like, just in the late 19th century, ideas about industry, fatigue, thermodynamics, and the evolution came crashing together, producing some overcautious advice for athletes and some terrible advice for women. Yeah, I mean, why do you guys got to ruin a funny fucking bit? All right. Let's see. Give me 1 second here. And we're finally going to dive into this. Only took 2.5 hours, but we got there. And what are we doing? We'll do this one. Yeah, sure. All right, y'all. And lisping like Donald Trump. Be right back. Right before this, and the reason I was a little late, not the only reason. Oh, it's my brown DNA. That's the reason that I'm late to everything. Me late. Thank God I fixed that. Thank God I fixed the quality of my streams and my tardiness. I bit the hell out of my tongue. So it was bleeding, like it was just leaking. Cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort. All right. I'll be yapping and yap. Palestinian protesters speaking out against her genocide. You know how liberals are like celebrating the fact that she chose Tim Walz? And they're like, oh, well, Tim Walz is great in labor. Tim Walz is great in this. He's a coach. He's all these great, amazing things. She made the right choice. He's going to be a great VP. And because Kamala has not, first of all, given an interview, but second of all, actually told us what her policies are going to be, what she's campaigning on, and liberals still rallied behind her. So we're going by Tim Walz, the VP. And yet, when you talk about Joe Biden and the fact that for at least the last 2 years, let's be generous, the last year, his brain hasn't been functioning. But somehow, in the liberal mind, while they could give all credit to Kamala for everything Tim Walz has accomplished and predict how her administration is going to act based on again, not her, because she hasn't said a single word of substance, but based on Tim Walz, her VP. Why is it that if Joe Biden's brain has been rotten for a year, why is it that Kamala Harris is not held accountable, if not in totality, at least 50-50 for the genocide of Palestinians conducted by Genocide Joe and Holocaust Harris through the Zionist proxy? You see the way that liberals don't make any actual sense. You want to give Tim Walz all this credit and predict Kamala Harris administration based on his record, and yet you won't hold Harris accountable for the last at least year that Joe Biden hasn't been functioning. Let's watch this from...
Trump intends to give tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations. He intends to cut Social Security and Medicare. He intends to surrender our fight against the climate.
She tries to ignore it. She tries to ignore them. And remember, this is her genuine reaction. This is her genuine reaction.
Climate crisis, and he intends to end the Affordable Care Act. You know what? If you want Donald Trump to win, then say that. Otherwise, I'm speaking.
That's right. Woo! And she ended up winning, as we know, historically speaking. She won. I'm sorry, Sister Ashley Knuckles. I'm sorry you're not a feminist. I'm sorry that you feel insecure about seeing a black woman on top. But around these parts, we break the glass ceiling. Thank you very much. Around these parts, we honor war criminals. She's saying this to people speaking up against the genocide that she and Joe Biden conducted. Oh, fuck, man. Too good, too good. Oh, shit. Why is it not letting me, Oh, that's one. Through the Zionist and who was crying up? Somebody was crying about this. I vaguely remember this. Look at that. I've always read articles. Oh, is this dumbass over here? Look what her favorite Wonder Bread had to say. That's how you know I'm a real fucking narcissist. Here is some by Emma Vigeland. Here is some better news from the New York Times. Kamala Harris reportedly met with the co-founders of Uncommitted before the rally and indicated that she was open to an arms embargo towards Israel. Bro, Emma Vigeland is such a fucking liar. Such a disgusting fucking propagandist. She has the blood of Palestinians on her hands for what she did during the 107 days of Kamala Harris' campaign. Fucking disgusting, bro. Did I pull up how immediately the team was like, nope? No, I don't remember. Anywho. All right. Let's get to it because we're already 2.5 hours in. Yeah, Chidi Macha, that was the moment she lost so many votes. Not me. I already wasn't voting for her. Yeah. Fuck it. Let's get to it. God damn. I haven't seen this. I know it's going to be so infuriating because, and then we'll go over, tell you what, we'll watch this. Then we'll go over the reaction. We'll compare our reaction to like the Majority Report and Hassan Piker and Welch, Jennifer Welch. Let's go.
Ta-Nehisi Coates, welcome back to the show. Thanks. I don't know what number time this is.
I think you're one of the. If you go back to the box space, I think you're one of the. You're on the leaderboard for sure.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to see you, man.
Good to be here, Ezra. Thank you.
All right. Well, let's jump into the disagreement. You wrote.
Soulless King, stop. You will get banned for bragging for going to Cuba. I have to draw the line somewhere with you. You beat Hassan. You beat your boy Hassan to go to Cuba, though. Immediately bragging about all the times that Ta-Nehisi Coates has cozied up to Ezra Klein. Wonderful.
A column responding to my column on Charlie Kirk.
Which is so uncomfortable.
It's okay.
He's so fucking. It's so uncomfortable to talk about your fucking disagreements. I understand that he's a writer and that he might be a little bit more, he's a writer. He might be a little bit more comfortable communicating through words in written word, the written word. The Soulless King, I was born there. Homie, all I heard is I have somewhere to crash. All I heard is I'm hitting up the Soulless King when I make my way over there.
What was your disagreement with what I wrote after Kirk was assassinated?
Yeah. First of all, I just want to thank you for having me. I know that I've had to read things about myself that, criticize my work. It's never easy. And people often have a very, very different response than the one you had, which is to invite me here and to talk it out. So I appreciate that. I want to say that up front. I felt that when I initially read the column, and I guess we should be fully transparent here and say there was a discussion between us privately before there was a public thing.
Yeah, we text.
Yeah, we did. We do text regularly, and we did text about this. So I felt like, having not done the research that I eventually did for the...
It's already so fucking stupid. It's already so fucking performative. Before I published that shit, I ran it by you is what I heard. Before I came out against you, we had a conversation. So they for sure agreed on some parameters. Oh, you might not say that though. We don't know. We don't know because it was a private fucking conversation. We were led to believe that this was a public, two public intellectuals openly discussing something. Or at least Ta-Nehisi Coates was openly criticizing Ezra Klein's, portrayal of Charlie Kirk. But immediately, and to his credit, he didn't have to make this public. I'm sure Ezra Klein would have avoided this. But just let us know, hey, we're homies, we're friends, we're colleagues, we're peers, we respect each other. As Ezra Klein sanitizing a Christian white nationalist in Charlie Kirk. A ver, pues.
There was something off about what I knew about this guy. And the presentation of him as, and I don't want to misquote you here, but as basically a paragon of politics and how politics should be done. I think I had the same reaction that most ordinary people would have, which is absolute horror. At the idea that this guy was somewhere speaking and was killed. But I always think it's important to differentiate how people die versus how they live. And then after doing the research,
absolute horror. Absolute horror. That's one way of describing. That's one way of describing what we were experiencing here. Yeah, sure. I guess.
I had to be honest with you. That's when it got really, really difficult. When I went past my initial impressions and started going through all of the clips of the things he said, the way he talked about people, the way he, described groups in ways that honestly, even as I was writing it, I was uncomfortable saying. And so the idea that this guy should be in any way celebrated for how he conducted politics. The fact that he just slurred across the board, all sorts of groups of people. and then ran an organization wherein, which appeared to me just a haven of hatred. I would not want that to be a model for my politics.
All right, look. I didn't read Ezra Klein's piece. Without question, we don't know to what degree, but he was on the ground, and Turning Points USA was active. They had the funds to do so. But young voters did turn right wing. Michael Martinez, we cried together. Yeah. Yep. Young voters did turn, for the first time to the right in a couple, a few decades. So Charlie Kirk had some influence in that occurring. To what degree, we can't really say. But without question, he has some influence in it. So if what Ezra Klein was saying, hey, we need to obviously not replicate the fucking hatred, but to acknowledge the effect that he had, the influence that he had on the youth, and that we should try and replicate something on the Democratic side similar. Why is that such a ridiculous statement to make? Mind you, I'm just talking about that specific statement, not about his portrayal of Charlie Kirk, but about his political prowess isn't even appropriate because he was weak in that sense, but his political impact, I think is fair to say.
And I know, as we talked between us that, you are not attempting to make a statement for the entirety of it. But I guess I feel like at a certain point, somebody's legacy, or somebody does something that is so large, that it's tough to think about their legacy and take that out of it. And that's how I felt about him.
So I think I want to get at the right level of disagreement here. So I think one thing for me is that, I don't know, for me, the immediate hours after somebody is murdered in public, when you see that sort of grief and horror pouring out of the people who loved him, and many people loved him, my instinct then is to just sit with them in their grief, right? To say,
to sit with them and their grief? Oh, I saw that, these clan members were mourning their grand wizard getting got. And I just felt the human urge to share in their pain. Because isn't that what we all want? To see each other as human beings, even under the hoods?
I can, for this moment, find some way to grieve with you, to see your friend the way, or in some version of the way you saw him, right? That's not my view of, the person's whole legacy, but going to people when they're grieving like that and saying, listen, I want to tell you really what I thought of your friend. Just feels like not what you do in a kind of a community.
We're not in community. We're not in, maybe you are, Ezra, but I'm not in community with fucking Christian white nationalists. I'm just not.
I can see people coming down on both sides of that.
I actually think that actually is a great impulse, that after somebody's been killed, and not just killed, but because we live in the media environment that we live in, that it's seen and that it will live forever, and that person's family, you know what I mean?
That it was being looped in front of all of us.
Jesus Christ.
Which I think has a lot to do with how this was taken.
No.
First of all, I was looping it myself. Yes, it was all over my feed, but I myself was looping that video back. Why are we pretending that his wife is also not a Christian white nationalist? She is. Or why are we pretending that he wasn't going to raise his children to be Christian white nationalists? And that they're probably better off without his influence in their life? That maybe now there's a possibility that because all they will have are those videos to revisit, that they might be able to see how vile and cruel their father truly was, how evil and polluting he truly was. Maybe he won't be there to harass them for, being women eventually. He won't be there to demonstrate his sexism. Maybe they would have normalized it. Maybe they would have opposed it. Who knows? But now at least they will be forced to view him in a similar way that the rest of us are forced to view him, through a screen. And there might be a chance, a possibility that they might be able to escape his shadow and their mother's influence. Now they only got to worry about one Christian nationalist parental figure instead of two.
No, it's terrible. It's terrible. And to have to go, like, to have young kids who have to grow up knowing that that is a thing that exists in the world.
Defy Jay. They're going to be raised by an AI Kirk. Have you all seen that? Did I pull it up last time? That was chilling. This is definitely going to be part of my video. There you go.
From the words of Charlie Kirk, I was so moved just to hear it between services. You're hearing something the first service didn't.
First, I want you to know I'm fine, not because my body is fine, but because my soul is.
Because let me tell you, my body is not fine. There's a giant fucking hole in my physical body.
Is secure in Christ. Death is not the end. It's a promotion.
Oh shit, homie got promoted? Homie got a promotion? Stay hustling, bro. Stay fucking hustling. He was bleeding out and he got promoted. What is your bum ass doing? Hey, you. Yeah, you on the couch. What are you doing? You should be applying to college. That was like a commercial.
Waste 1 second mourning me. Double down on truth. Double down on courage.
He said, don't waste 1 second on mourning me. I think Trump heard this. Was like, nah, I got you for sure.
Double down on your faith and on your families. That is how you honor me. So dry your tears, pick up your cross, and get back in the fight.
That's right.
Do it with joy. Do it with strength. And never, ever let evil think it won.
I mean, look, I'm an atheist, but how is that not fucking satanic? How the fuck is that not satanic? That is like some demonic ass fucking shit. I had a homie whose father passed away when he was a teenager, and he has a younger daughter now, still baby, and he sent me an AI generated photo of, well, it was just kind of like, he could have done this with Photoshop, but I guess it was just easier to do it with AI, of a photo of his father, middle-aged, holding his daughter, his granddaughter, right? Boom, boom, boom. And he sends it to me, and I understand, and I truly, in a very, very intimate way, understand that desire to want your parent who passed away to meet your grandchildren. I don't have children, but to share in those moments that anyone would want their parents to participate in. But I just replied like, bro, I'm like, yo, dude, I'm like, I think you just fucking sold your dad's soul to the AI. Fucking demon, bro. I think he's fucking, I think that was fucking captured. You just sold his soul to Meta, motherfucker. And he's Muslim, and so he's like, fuck, I think you're right. This and that. That's the type of friend I am. You will share some dumbass, heartfelt shit like that I am sympathetic to, but I will immediately remind you that you just doomed your father's soul to AI hell.
I love you so much, church. I love you for things just like that. From the words.
Just like that. The shit the Bible warned us about. Just like that.
You know what I mean?
And I'll go one step further on this. one thing I wrote about in that piece that I do worry about.
Again, without the beard, dorky looking, the beard does help him a lot. He has a Michael Phelps kind of like mouth thing going on. This color combination, especially with the grain, he's pulling it off. He's pulling that shit off. Gotta give it to him.
About is, I worry we are already in a cycle of political violence, of mimetic violence. I think about Pelosi. I think about Shapiro. I think about the near assassination on Trump.
I think about the war criminals. I think about the people betraying the citizenry. I think about the status quo. I think about the elites, the profiteers of death and destruction. And I mourn. I worry about them. He looks like shit on Rogan. Let's see. Why am I not seeing I spelled that wrong. Is that what it? Yeah, I don't know what it looked like then. Oh, this is it, I'm assuming. It looks like some Silicon white dude. Silicon Valley white dude. But this is on the blocks though. I don't know what the fuck that is then. Was he ever on Rogan? What the fuck? Yeah, he just looks dorky. It's fine. He looks like somebody's fucking professor.
I think about when after that happened, I thought about me. I thought about you. I thought about all kinds of people I know, right?
Bro, the self-preservation. When I saw Charlie Kirk get got, I thought about, whoa, yikes, could happen to me. I mean, we saw Sam Piker in real time. Sweating over that. What am I going to do? I never have security. Bullshit. All rich people have some form of security. Don't buy that shit. It's about self-preservation. It's about this class, this group that you're not fucking in, protecting themselves. I had a conversation with somebody at work about this. And they're like, well, you know, you stream about politics. To what level do you need to get before you're a quote unquote like a valid target? He was asking me this because we disagreed. And I was like, bro, like, it's all about popularity and influence. There's no real set number to it. But Charlie Kirk, not only was he running the Klan TPUSA campus branch, but he had the ear of Donald Trump. And Sam Piker does not have never had the ear of Biden, but he admitted to helping and aiding the Democratic parties, like comps people and shit like that, strategists, I should say. He's been invited to the Democratic National Convention, things like that. Like he has the in with Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez and the whole quote unquote squad and Bernie and all these people. So I understand why he would be concerned. Someone like me, like, I don't give a fuck. In the sense, one, I don't have the popularity, but two, I'm never gonna get in proximity to those people because I would criticize them to their fucking faces if I ever had the opportunity. And I've shown that and I've proven that with even smaller beings like Kevin De Leon. So I'm never gonna have access to those type of people. So I mean, really, I have nothing to worry about. It's like the whole comedy festival in Saudi Arabia. Who was it? Mark Maron was talking about that. He's like, well, it's easy for me to say those people are fucking sellouts because I didn't get the offer to sell out. Mantude 316, I'm super rich. I don't have security. Yeah, right.
So I do think there's just something about when violence takes hold that you like, that there's something about it that it begins to breach all lines.
Yeah. So I guess,
mind you, Charlie Kirk was advocating for violence through bureaucracy, through laws, through legislation. What Charlie Kirk was doing was advocating for violence through the legal channels. That's what he was doing.
That was part of my reaction too.
You know, I think all of that is understandable, but I guess Was silence not an option?
Yeah, silence to me was
shutting the fuck up not on the menu.
Not grieving with people. I felt it was important
Mhm.
as someone who is liberal, as someone who has a voice, that there are moments like that. Like I really do feel, and it's funny because you said something like this in your piece, but it was a little bit more offhanded. That political violence like that is an attack on us all.
Right.
And that in that moment, it creates, for me, even if it's very temporary, that it's important in a moment like that to sort of, come together, to try to see other people in their grief, to try to cool things down just a little bit.
I appreciate that he mentions that, because as we went over, not Ezra Klein's piece, but we went over Ta-Nehisi Coates' response to it, we noticed and highlighted that still Ta-Nehisi Coates was still mourning, or still, admonishing the fact that Charlie Kirk got. It was still a very much liberal approach. Not very different. They're arguing about how to talk about Charlie Kirk. They're not disagreeing with denouncing any repercussions for the hatred spread by Charlie Kirk and reactionaries. That being said, that's not why Charlie Kirk got. That's not why. We don't know that for a fact. But everything seems to point to the fact that he got because he wasn't right-wing enough. Keep that in mind. It wasn't because he was spreading hatred, which somebody on the left might, again, I denounce even protest. I don't know why anybody would even protest against this great country. But it's not like somebody got him because he was too to the right. It seems like he wasn't right enough for the shooter.
I guess, given everything you read that Charlie Kirk said, and we probably don't have very different views on the value of the things he said, why do you think he was winning?
Patrick Johnson, thank you for the super chat. These people can relate more with a Klan member and feel sympathy for him than any Palestinian. Shake my head. Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for supporting the channel. Super chats are turned on, y'all. Any support helps. Thank you for mentioning that. I was going to hold back on this, but to highlight exactly what you're saying, Patrick, just to emphasize that you are absolutely fucking correct. Because some people might view that and be like, whoa, Patrick's not being fair. Because Ta-Nehisi Coates, he spoke out in support of Palestinians. He has a chapter on it on his book.
Question for you.
But then we see how he's still a fucking liberal coward and unwilling to call for the decolonization of Palestine. And if you're not calling for that, then everything is fucking lip service. Then what you're calling for in reality is the normalization, the evolution, the progress, the democratic version of the Zionist entity. You want a settler colonial project that you're not forced to be uncomfortable with. That's what you're asking for.
Before I let you out to experience
Can
the
I
miracle
finish
of the
though?
tube.
Can I go back to this thing you asked?
Yeah, of course.
About like these white liberals.
Yeah.
Because I get asked all the time. I just want to just button one thing up. I think one of the things about being a public figure and being a private figure is people begin to think that the people who buy your books are your friends, and some of them are. Some of them. I certainly have white friends, right? But
oh shit, my bad.
Because you're quote unquote, I don't want to say this in a non-condescending way.
No. I think it's before this. Sorry. Let me see the transcript. I hate when it starts at that timestamp. I think it's right before this, if I'm not mistaken. 131 maybe. Oh, here it is. Yes.
Palestine, thinking about Israel for a long time. Do you think that a two-state solution is possible? That it's just? And what do you think about, thinkers such as like Avi Shlaim, who say, well, look, the only just outcome is one state with democratic rights for all, but that means giving up Jewish majoritarianism.
I think my position on this has been that I'm uncomfortable dictating a just outcome for Palestinians.
You're
specifically.
American. It's a habit. Come on,
nah.
embrace it.
I mean, because part of being American is that you are part of a state that has basically denied them their voice, you know? And so I kind of don't want to do that.
Because he's a fucking coward. Because calling for decolonization, calling for the end of the settler colonial project, not just apartheid, the backlash for that would be too much. Right now, he is in an acceptable leader of the liberal position. We saw there was Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez, who was hesitant to call it a genocide early on, despite the moniker Genocide Joe already being adopted. Meaning everyone else on the ground acknowledged that this was a genocide, and AOC was waiting for the green light from the Democratic Party elite. She got it, and then she was able to wear that as a badge of honor. But she was on the record dodging calling it a genocide before she got the approval. Ta-Nehisi Coates knows that he can be critical about the apartheid state, but if he were to call for the end of the settler colonial project itself, that'd be going too far. He's a coward. He's a fucking coward through and through. He's a fucking liberal. They're all cowards. Oh, I don't. As an American, I don't feel comfortable. As no. Well, he's more soft-spoken. It's a liberal approach, right? It's the NPR approach. As an American, I just don't. I want to pass the mic. I don't want to yuck anybody's yam. It's just we had to make space, and I can't tell you that I'm a coward that's willing to normalize a democratic Zionist entity. But I will hint at it because, I might actually have to face some consequences for speaking out in solidarity with Palestinian liberation if I take it too far. That's what it is. That's what it is.
I do want to say that my politics cannot support states that discriminate on the basis of ethnicity. That's just a red line. We all have to have them, right? Like, that's a core for me. And so, like, I don't know what the shape and outlines of a Palestinian state would be. I don't know if it's one state or two. I don't know how, you know what I mean? I know that.
I just don't know. I can't look at a fucking map before 1948 and decide where Palestine should be. I can't look at a fucking map before the Nakba for reference of where a Palestinian state should be. I just can't. I just physically incapable. You see these glasses? I just can't. I look and it doesn't compute. I can't register the lines that define Palestine. So who am I to say where it should be? That's what he's fucking saying. It's fucking disgusting.
I'm uncomfortable dictating a just outcome for Palestinians.
You're American. It's a habit. Come on, embrace it.
I mean, because part of being American is that you are part of a state that has basically denied them their voice.
And then if you want to dig a little deeper too, how do we view ourselves as Americans, right? Are we like Black Americans, brown Americans? Are we the ones actually, any one of us in those rooms deciding anything? Right? I'm not removing any responsibility on us. But why are you making it seem like we're the ones dictating or removing anybody's fucking autonomy? We're failing to fight those within the belly of the beast that are doing that. But to act as if like you yourself have contributed to it, let's be a little bit realistic. I don't like this fucking hiding behind, no. I don't want to be that American. Homie, you're not. Taylor Lane, thank you for the super chat. Though, wear these people suffering as their badge of honor and credential to critique, but God forbid they'd be uncomfortable themselves. Thanks for the work you do. Appreciate it so much. Thank you for supporting the channel. Still awkward with it, but I appreciate it. And you're absolutely correct. Why include this chapter in your book if you're not going to call for the liberation of Palestine? Why only criticize the apartheid state and not the origins of the settler colonial project? And, you know, it seems a little bit like, you know, Taylor, what I'm doing here, you know, what you wrote, it does seem a little crude and maybe unfair to some people that, whoa, like, why are you criticizing Ta-Nehisi Coates? He dedicated a whole chapter. He's speaking out against this, and that. But it really is like, and it's gross to say, it's disgusting to say. And I'm a little bit apprehensive in the way that I word things sometimes, believe it or not. But it really is like street cred. Ta-Nehisi Coates will be able to say, hey, I spoke out against this. We saw last week how Sam Cedar reacted to his employee, to his female employee, when he got, you know, he got triggered about Iraq and Afghanistan because he spoke out against those wars. Because he has that street cred, he could always reference it. Hey, I spoke out against that. While crying about the U.S. soldiers. While crying for them. So Ta-Nehisi Coates will be able to say in a decade, hey, I was brave enough, I had the courage to speak out against the genocide of Palestinians. And that's all people will remember. They won't remember the fact that even now they don't acknowledge the fact that he's not calling for the decolonization of Palestine. Even now he's being celebrated for his courage. And one thing that stood out, talking about Jennifer Welch and being a cookout approved white, is Ta-Nehisi Coates still has the invitation to go to, I don't know if he said bar mitzvah or some shit like that. Like the Zionist, the liberal Zionist Jewish community still accepts Ta-Nehisi Coates because he's only critical of the apartheid state. He's only calling out the genocide, not the settler colonial project itself.
And so I kind of don't want to do that. I do want to say that my politics cannot support states that discriminate on the basis of ethnicity. That's just a red line. You know, we all have to have them, right? Like, that's a core for me. And so, like, I don't know what the shape and outlines of a Palestinian state would be.
Here's a suggestion. Here's an idea. Here's potentially something. Mind you, Ta-Nehisi Coates is more educated than I am. He's traveled here. He's done more research, presumably, on it for his book. At least a chapter on it. And yet he never ran across a map of Palestine. Isn't that strange? Isn't that weird? Isn't that fucking convenient? Because it seems like a pretty good blueprint. Some might even call it a map to what the Palestinian state should look like. Strange how that works. Strange how that fucking works.
Like, I don't know what the shape and outlines of a Palestinian state would be. You know, I don't know if it's one state or two. I don't know how, you know what I mean? I know that there's a rigorous debate about that, you know, and I think that should be a Palestinian voice first debate, you know? And so
why not, wait, why not reiterate or amplify those voices? Why not actually quote them? That's again, the vagueness. I mean, he's weaseling out of this, if it wasn't clear enough.
That is less important. What I can speak to, though, you know, right now is the fact that what Israel has done in saying that, in defining a Jewish state demographically, right? Because maybe there are other ways to do that. You know what I mean? Like maybe there's, oh, we have a certain, I don't know how you would say this now, but I mean, maybe you still could.
I mean,
Maybe to
we're
you,
a Christian country.
exactly.
But
There you go.
you
There
don't
you go.
have to have a Christian
We went through this weird, again, this is the most disgusting part. This is the most fucking disgusting part. Basically saying, Zionism can kind of survive, I guess, even in a democratic state, as long as it's not a factor, an influence. Listen.
Right. Like, so people, now you're getting what I'm saying. In America, people will say, well, our justice system has Judeo-Christian roots. Maybe that's true, maybe that's not. I have no idea. You know what I mean?
You're not even about it like that. Your president isn't the head of any church. Our head of state.
Wow.
Like, I mean, come on, our head of state is the supreme governor of the Church of England.
That's a great point. That's a great point. That's a great point. But that has, what you would say to me is that has no demographic manifestation.
No, it has no demographic.
Right. So, okay. So if that were the case, you know what I mean? Like, if that's what you mean by Jewish state, okay. You know what I mean? Okay. Like, I don't really.
Okay to Zionism. Fucking wild. Spineless fucking shit. Spineless fucking shit that is celebrated. Fucking celebrated. Let's see. Was he on ABC or NBC or some shit like that? It was a morning show for sure. Was it this one? Yes, it was this one.
Our next guest is the acclaimed New York Times best-selling author Ta-Nehisi Coates.
When we're talking about fucking fits, first of all, homie's fucking arms are gonna burst out of this. But to pull off an orange fucking tie, requires impeccable balance. We're dealing with 1, 2, 3, 4 different colors. If he dressed himself, top tier shit, whoever the stylist is, otherwise, god damn, bro. I would not see, if you were to pitch this to me, I'd be like, don't do it, too risky. But like seeing it, you're like, okay, yeah. Now what is this, like a brown? Like a brown orange? Easily distracted. Let's continue.
His new book, The Message, is a trio of interconnected essays that examine how the stories we tell
No, the thing is, I'm definitely not a fashion icon. So that's why I admire it. Like, I'm like, oh, that's fucking cool. Like, that's nice. I dress fucking basic and simple as fuck. So when I see it, it's rust. It is rust. Thank you, Sela. Amira, made a great point earlier. Let me quote you properly, Amira. I always say, I'm not American, I'm black. I was born in America. There's a difference. And I'm sure that's, like, I feel you on that. I'm sure that's contentious as well, though. Coates tap dancing here is why I stopped speaking to my friends' families about these issues. Shake my head. It's pitiful. Yeah. No, I hear that. Look, Yipper's just mad that he doesn't, don't dress that good, Basic is trending. That is true.
avoid telling can shape and even distort our reality. In the book, Coates reflects on his emotional first trip to Africa to visit Dakar, Senegal. Then he takes readers to Columbia, South Carolina, where he reports on the attempted banning of one of his books on race. And finally,
Shamira, you got the ball rolling. This is emblem fate. I am African, America. Did you mean American maybe? African by birth, American by force. Yeah. Gospel, I don't reap the fruits of being American the same way the same white ones do, but there are inherent privileges that come with being born in America, sadly. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, like I said, hey, we got responsibility by being in the belly of the beast. But it's always interesting, like when traveling abroad, which, a lot of us don't have the opportunity to do. I mean, I'm fucking fortunate enough. But believe me, not because I can afford to. That being said, like if you travel internationally, like it's kind of weird because like I honestly don't want the responsibilities of being called or being categorized as an American when I'm traveling abroad, because it's like that's what my passport says, but as a US citizen, but why like why would I take on the like kind of like the image or responsibility or the PR of the US when the US doesn't fucking want me? When I'm a fucking anchor baby, right? I'm first generation. So I don't know. I'm not representing you motherfuckers when I travel, is what I'm saying. You know, Americans, white Americans don't consider me American. So why I'm going to take on that burden, but am I evading responsibility? It's just, there we go.
Coates travels to the Middle East to witness the Israeli-Palestinian conflict firsthand. Ta-Nehisi, Coates, good morning. How you doing?
Thanks for having me. Good morning, guys.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. You say that this book is written specifically for writers, stating that the task for young writers should be nothing less than changing the world. Why do you feel like writers should bear that responsibility?
Saving the world. Saving the world. Just to be really specific. Writing is how we interpret so much of everything that is around us. The Message is a political book. It argues that much of our politics actually happens before we walk into a voting booth.
CERN FS on the Twitch chat. Appreciate the follow. What we up to? I mean, watching this stuff, man, I don't know what to tell you.
That our choices around us, that who we believe is human, who we don't believe is human, what policies we believe should be in the world, which policies we don't, are actually shaped largely by writing and the stories we tell.
Real quick though, chat. By the way, they fucking know we're Americans when we travel. You know, yes, the identity stuff is legitimate, whatever. Yes, we should have those conversations. The moment they hear us fucking speak, they know. They know we're from the belly of the beast. No matter what the asterisks, no matter how we got to be there, they fucking know. Depending how far you're traveling, right? You might be able to pull off, you know, I fucking Baja California. Really? Amira, I've never been taken for American when traveling abroad, even with the accent, because Americans are white people. That and you're probably not rude. That and you're probably not fucking rude, which, like, I mean, it's synonymous with white. So yeah. I mean, I don't. I've never have. I immediately they assume I'm Mexican, right? Well, mainly because that's all of Latin America is Mexico to people, even, you know, internationally.
And so I believe that writers, and particularly young writers, have so much to do in the politics and in this time when, you know, obviously we have so much conflict and there's so many quote unquote issues to be dealt with.
Ta-Nehisi, I want to dive into the Israel-Palestine section of the book. It's the largest section of the book. And I have to say, when I read...
Somebody's asking, Only Froggy, can you please link the Twitch in your YouTube about? It is, isn't it? I thought I did. It should be there. Oh, no, I didn't, because I was worried that, like, I don't know. I don't know much about much, so I thought that maybe it wasn't allowed. But yeah, I'll add it. Thank you for that.
Read the book. I imagine if I took your name out of it, took away the award...
All right, let's go back. Let's go back a little bit. My bad. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm getting distracted. The laces are fucking orange. The laces are fucking orange. God damn. That looks fucking good. The laces are fucking orange. All right. All respect.
Any quote unquote issues to be dealt with.
Ta-Nehisi, I want to dive into the Israel-Palestine section of the book. It's the largest section of the book. And I have to say, when I read the book, I imagine if I took your name out of it, took away the awards and the acclaim, took the cover off the book, the publishing house goes away, the content of that section would not be out of place in the backpack of an extremist. And so then I found myself wondering, why does Ta-Nehisi Coates, who I've known for a long time, read his work for a long time, very talented, smart guy,
starts off by saying, if your name wasn't on the book and I just saw that chapter, I wouldn't be able to distinguish that from the writings of a fucking terrorist, is what he's saying. An extremist. That's how he starts it off. Remember that. Remember that. Because part of this project from liberal Zionists, is to paint somebody like Ta-Nehisi Coates as the most extreme, respectable person. This is as far as you can go with while still being able to have conversation with still being a rational actor. So we're gonna paint him as the most extreme, because then anyone to his left actually calling for decolonization, well, then that's just a fucking lunatic that you can't even have a conversation with. That's how he starts it off for a reason. Again, we have to examine the fucking propaganda style of liberal Zionism. I mean, this just might be a fucking straight up Zionist, though.
Took away the awards and the acclaim, took the cover off the book, the publishing house goes away. The content of that section would not be out of place in the backpack of an extremist. And so then I found myself wondering, why does Ta-Nehisi Coates, who I've known for a long time, read his work for a long time, very talented, smart guy, leave out so much? Why leave out that Israel is surrounded by countries that want to eliminate it? Why leave out that Israel deals with terror groups that want to eliminate it? Why not detail anything of the first and the second intifada, the cafe bombings, the bus bombings, the little kids blown to bits?
He said, why not mention the Nakba?
And is it because you just don't believe that Israel, in any condition, has a right to exist?
Well, I would say the perspective that you just outlined, there is no shortage of that perspective in American media.
Again, with the dodging of the question, with the dodging of these direct questions, listen to the actual question being asked.
To bits. And is it because you just don't believe that Israel, in any condition, has a right to exist?
Is it because you do not believe that Israel, in any condition, has a right to exist? We'll see how he answers this.
Well, I would say the perspective that you just outlined, there is no shortage of that perspective in American media. That's the first thing I would say. I am most concerned always with those who don't have a voice, with those who don't have the ability to talk. I have asked repeatedly in my interviews whether there is a single network, mainstream organization in America with a Palestinian American bureau chief or correspondent who actually has a voice to articulate their part of the world. I've been a reporter for 20 years. The reporters of those who believe more sympathetically about Israel and its right to exist don't have a problem getting their voice out. But what I saw in Palestine, what I saw on the West Bank, what I saw in Haifa in Israel, what I saw in the South Hebron Hills, those were the stories that I have not heard. And those were the stories that I was most occupied with. I wrote a 260-page book. It is not a treatise on the entirety of the conflict between the Palestinians and the Israelis.
But if you were to read this book, you would...
Interesting how he didn't answer the fucking question. Very interesting. I mean, again, this is not a super person by any degree. I know it might not mean much, internationally speaking, to be one of the America's foremost public intellectuals, right? That might not carry the weight that it maybe never should have, but nonetheless, he is one of those figures. And he couldn't answer a simple, direct question.
Be left wondering, why does any of Israel exist? What a horrific place, committing horrific acts on a daily basis. So I think the question is central and key. If Israel has a right to exist, and if your answer is no, then I guess the question becomes, why do the Palestinians have a right to exist? Why do...
Again, second time asking him, does the Zionist entity have the right to exist? Do the savage indigenous Palestinians, why do they deserve the right to exist?
20 different Muslim countries.
My answer is that no country in this world establishes its ability to exist through rights. Countries establish their ability to exist through force, as America did. And so I think this question of right to Israel does exist. It's a fact. The question of its...
The Emma Vigeland fucking response. The circular argument. It does exist because it's existed because it will exist, because it has existed, because it is existing, so it will exist, because it did exist, because it is existing, because it. I don't think I ever. I don't think I ever popped open his fucking Black Panther run, so I might chuck that shit. No, just kidding.
It's right is not a question that I would be faced with any other country.
But you write a book that
So he dodges it. He dodges the fucking question. To be clear, he dodges the fucking question. It's a dodge.
Establishes its ability. My answer is that no country in this world establishes its ability to exist through rights. Countries establish their ability to exist through force, as America did. And so I think this question of right to Israel does exist. It's a fact. The question of its right is not a question that I would be faced with any other country.
But you write a book that delegitimizes the pillars of Israel. It seems like an effort to topple the whole building of it. So I come back to the question, and it's what I struggled with throughout this book. What is it that so particularly offends you about the existence of a Jewish state that is a Jewish safe place and not any of the other states out there?
There's nothing that offends me about a Jewish state. I am offended by the idea of states built on ethnocracy, no matter where they are.
Muslim included.
I would not want a state where any group of people laid down their citizenship rights based on ethnicity. The country of Israel is a state in which half the population exists on one tier of citizenship, and everybody else that's ruled by Israelis exist on another tier, including Palestinian Israeli citizens. The only people that exist on that first tier are Israeli Jews.
Again, his criticism, his critique, his concern is apartheid, not settler colonialism. Even when mentioning the U.S. and its use of force to establish itself as a state, does not utter the words settler colonialism. This is done on fucking purpose.
Why do we support that? Why is that okay? I'm the child of Jim Crow. I'm the child of people that were born into a country where that was exactly the case of American apartheid. I walk over there and I walk through the occupied territories and I walk down the street in Hebron. And a guy says to me, I can't walk down the street unless I profess my religion. I'm with another path. No. I want to. This is very, very important.
It is important. It is
extremely important.
Yeah, lay it down.
I'm working.
Lay it down, soul brother. Lay it down. What the fuck, bro? You think he tells anybody else? You think he tells his like white friends, peers, lay it down? What the? It reminds me of Community when Chevy Chase character, the video game episode. I think I said this the first time we covered this. Lay it down. Fucking hell, bro. Why are they like this?
With the person that is guiding me is a Palestinian whose father, whose grandfather and grandmother was born in this town. And I have more freedom to walk than he does. He can't ride on certain roads. He can't get water in the same way that Israeli citizens who live less than a mile away from him can.
And why is that okay? Why is that? Why is there no agency in this book for the Palestinians? They exist in your narrative merely as victims of the Israelis, as though they were not offered peace at any juncture, as though they don't have a stake in this as well. What is their role in the lack of a Palestinian
I have a very, 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 very moral compass about this. And again, perhaps it's because of my ancestry. Either apartheid is...
I will say this though, the way that he's weaponizing Jim Crow should never really ended. Again, with the whole apartheid thing in South Africa, yes, it's not as prominent. It's not on the books like it used to be. It's not enforced in the same manner. But certain things become, we become socially conditioned and we normalize certain shit. There's still sundown towns. So how are you going to claim that Jim Crow ended? I guess that's the frustrating part about it, right? There was never a cultural revolution necessary to make that proclamation truly accurate. It is, for the most part, at least legally, I guess, more correct or accurate enough if you want to have that petty ass fucking argument. But broadly speaking, did it really fucking end? Depending where you're fucking at and depending on what time of fucking day and night. But the way that he's using that to bypass the conversation about settler colonialism and solely focus on apartheid, while on the surface might seem heartwarming and very heartfelt and sincere of being like, oh shit, like you're right, this is wrong, and we should deny this, and this happened, and you know, only just a generation removed and all this stuff. So on first glance, first listen, first watch, it is very moving. But then when you stop me like, oh, he's solely focusing on this and weaponizing apartheid to not answer the question of whether or not settler colonial project has the right to exist, then it kind of becomes a little gross and, you know, disgusting. It really does.
And again, perhaps it's because of my ancestry. Either apartheid is right or it's wrong. It's really, really simple. Either what I saw was right or it's wrong. I am, for instance, against the death penalty. What the person did to get the death penalty, it really doesn't matter to me. I don't care if they were selling a nickel bag of marijuana or if they were a serial killer. I am against the death penalty. I am against a state that discriminates against people on the basis of ethnicity. I'm against that. There is nothing the Palestinians could do that would make that okay for me. My book is not based on the hyper-morality
What's the last
of the
message you
Palestinian
want
people.
in less than, because many people feel it's complicated. You say it's not complicated. Less than 20 seconds. What's your message?
Less than 20 seconds.
Sorry, that threw me off. She's rocking the rampage chains.
Many people feel it's
That's dope. For those of you that don't know, let's see, any videos? I guess entrance. Yes. Oh, walkout. Yeah, it's walkout. I fucking hate the UFC now. God fucking damn it. This is because of fucking pride, not because of UFC. That fucking walkout. But she was rocking that shit, bro. She's ready to knock out a motherfucker. Look at this.
complicated. You say it's not complicated. Less than 20 seconds. What's your message?
Less than 20 seconds. I want people to read the book.
Well,
And I don't make the assumption that somebody would just read the book and have read nothing else about Israel
Okay.
and Palestine.
You're still invited to High Holidays. I'll see you at the show.
You're still invited to High Holiday. See you at the show. So basically saying, hey, I grilled you. I pushed back on you. But you did not refuse the right of the Zionist entity to exist. And it ends like this, with laughter. I mean, he did the Jewish, you're invited to the cookout. You're still invited to a cookout. Why is that? If you think if he came out in support of Palestinian liberation, of decolonization, you really think that he was still, this conversation will still end like this? You're invited. Come on down to the pro-Zionist synagogue. Pick one. They're all pro-Zionist. Crazy. I do love that the chat got into a style debate. Yes, love it. But yeah, this right here should be the image. This captures the criticism of Ta-Nehisi Coates against the Zionist entity. This captured his position more accurately than anything that he has said or written. This is it. This is it right here. This captures it perfectly. Him chumming it up, laughing alongside a Zionist who's still telling him, nah, we're good. After he laid it down, after he laid it out, telling him he's still invited to the fucking synagogue. Wild. Yeah, I manifesto. We became fashion revolutionaries. Literally, like, it's the equivalent of Diallo when he goes on his his rants about his lattes. All right. Let's get back to it. Cool. 7 minutes and 45 seconds.
I mean, that's not really hard for me to understand. I mean, if I could just back up for a second, I want to say two things. You know, I published a book 10 years ago, Between the World and Me. And one of the constant reactions to that was that it was overly pessimistic about this country. It was overly pessimistic about the future. Why are you so dark, Ta-Nehisi? Why can't you give us any sense of hope? And the reason I would always say is because any sort of sober examination of the history of this country says that those of us who believe in equality, those of us who believe in respecting the humanity of our neighbors and of, you know, everyone, that we're up against some really, really powerful forces of history and powerful narratives. And the implication of that is, however good we felt in 2013, 14, 15, 2008, there will be backlash. You know, people, you know, those of us who were crying in 2008 watching Obama, you know what I mean, give that speech, you know, those of us who were so moved by watching him and Michelle and step outside the car and felt so much fear for him, and then when nothing happened, felt so great about that. Those of us who believed that seeing a Black family in the White House mirroring what, you know, some of us felt the best of us was the best that we had to offer, there are other people watching that too.
The fact that Obama broke up with his Asian partner because he knew exactly that. Exactly that. He knew exactly how that would play. Having a Black partner, having Black children. Black on both sides, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, the Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez is, Zorhan did it right. But, you know, a couple like of these younger players, like, they're not thinking long-term enough. They're not sacrificing their personal love life to secure power.
You know what I mean? And I don't take any joy in saying this, but we sometimes soothe ourselves by pointing out that love, acceptance, warmth, that these are powerful forces. I believe they are. I also believe hate is a powerful force. I believe it's a powerful unifying force. And I think Charlie Kirk was a hate monger. You know, I really need to say this over and over again. I have a politic that rejects violence, that rejects political violence. I take no joy in the killing of anyone, no matter what they said.
Of anyone, bro? No joy in the killing of anyone? At least when Dr. West says something like this, you understand the Christian aspect of it, and you're like, well, it tracks. But for Ta-Nehisi Coates to say of anyone, this doesn't make fucking sense to me. It really doesn't.
But if you ask me what the truth of his life was, you know, and the truth of his public life, I would have to tell you it's hate. I would tell you I'd have to tell you it is the usage of hate and the harnessing of hate towards political ends.
Where is it at? I just want the chant. I just want the chant.
Hee-haws and hula-hoos. Man, you're a chippy. Very old is not always converted to Islam. That's how I do, bitch. It's called daughter. I like to have been Laden. To pump my gas in my car on the way over here. That's ironic because I take yoga classes from him.
I wanted the chant.
It ain't got nothing. Verbal. I like to now to present tea. Ignorant ass man, hate talking is getting.
Oh, here it is.
Oh man, hate.
I love the chant. Hate.
Player haters ball. Oh man, hate.
Oh, I know for sure. I know. Yeah, I'm working on it. Yipper, I'm working on it. Hate. That's got to be one of our chants for sure, right? That's got to be it. That's got to be it. Is it cultural appropriation? Ice-T is ethnically a cop now, so I'm not sure where that falls. Somebody let me know. Bro has been playing a cop for how many decades at this point? We'll get us on board. We'll make it happen. We're making it happen. All right, we're 10 minutes into this hour and 11-minute conversation. We're doing great, chat.
Then let me flip that question actually a bit. Why are we losing?
We're losing because there are always moments when we lose.
See, that feels very fatalistic to me.
It doesn't feel fatalistic to me. It feels like the truth. I mean, and let me.
White people are so like, oh my, they're so fucking sensitive and thin-skinned. Why are we losing? Tell me, Coates. Why do I feel sad? It's so fucking pathetic.
Why are we losing?
We're losing because there are always moments when we lose.
See, that feels very fatalistic to me.
It doesn't feel fatalistic to me. It feels like the truth. I mean, and let me express what I mean. I'm Ta-Nehisi Coates. I'm the writer. I'm the individual, right? But I am part of something larger, and I've always felt myself as part of something larger. I have a tradition. I have ancestry. I have heritage. What that means is that I do whatever I do within the time that I have in my life, whatever time I'm gifted with. And much of what I do is built on what other people did before then. And then after that, I leave the struggle where I leave it. And then hopefully it's in a better place. Oftentimes it's not. That's the history, in fact. And then my progeny pick it up and they keep it going.
Whoa. Hold on. I'm trying not to be hypercritical with this because my progeny, like, are you okay? I'm assuming you're not referring to your actual children. So Ta-Nehisi Coates believes that there's intellectual children of his that are going to carry on the struggle. The struggle of what, motherfucker? Selling books? Like, of maintaining the status quo? Yeah, progeny, right?
Progeny.
A descendant or the descendants of a person, animal, plant. Okay, yes. But I'm assuming that he means intellectually. Exactly. What is his struggle? What is he struggling for? Let's go. Yeah.
And then hopefully it's in a better place. Oftentimes it's not. That's the history, in fact. And then my progeny pick it up and they keep it going.
Keep what going, bro? I'm sorry. What? Like, how delusional do you have to be? Like, I am fighting the good fight, and I'm being such a major player in this struggle that I'm going to influence other people. Maybe just in my intellectual children or my literal children to keep fighting that fight. How, bro? Do you not understand that, like, he means his kids? So, I mean, that's a lot of pressure to put on your children, first of all. That's why I was kind of giving him the out of saying, like, maybe he means his students because he teaches. Like, that's why I'm so confused. Like what are you fighting? What is he fighting? What is he struggling for? Because Ta-Nehisi Coates is as watered down of a fighter that you can possibly imagine. The fact that he's having this conversation, the fact that he had a private conversation with Ezra Klein first before publishing that critique, highlights what type of fighter he is. It's a performance. It's a fucking performance. I wrote the title to this fucking stream before listening to this. So I did not know that they had a conversation privately before Ta-Nehisi Coates published that critique of Ezra Klein's work. Meaning, it's a fucking work. In wrestling terms, it's a work. And all the liberals celebrating this are marks. And they talked about their intellectual matchup beforehand, behind the scenes. It's a work. The critiques might be real, just like the bumps are real, right? But the outcome doesn't fucking matter. That's fucking okay. Yeah. All right, cool. All right. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Cool. Fucking awesome. God damn, this is so fucking frustrating. And to self-aggrandize yourself like that. Somebody will pick up my fight, my struggle. It's pathetic.
I am descended from people who in their lifetime fought with all their might for the destruction of chattel slavery in this country. And they never saw it.
Am I going too far? Am I stepping out of line by saying, does he apply what he said about, hey, I don't like when anyone dies for any reason, to slave masters? Or was he solely speaking about it, like for the words that they use? Meaning, what if somebody didn't own slaves, but was publicly advocating for the institution of slavery to remain? Ritzy, his father was a Black Panther. Oh, is that true? Is that true? Is this Pop still alive? Because if this is a progeny that we're getting in terms of getting watered down, what do we expect of the children? I try not to talk about people's kids, but that's what he meant. Then where's the bar then? He's just every generation is lowering it until we get a fucking, Republican Coates, until we get fascist Coates. God damn, bro.
They never saw it. In my personal belief system, they died in, defeat, in darkness, and so I guess the privilege that I draw out of this, the honor that I draw out of this, is not that things will necessarily be better in my lifetime, but that I will make the contribution that I am supposed to make. The fact of the matter is, as horrifying as, that the killing of Charlie Kirk was, and as horrifying as the feeling is, this moment that we are in, an era of political violence, and I don't want to...
Because of Charlie Kirk. Because of fucking people like Charlie Kirk were here. This is what he fucking wanted. If anything, you're disrespecting his legacy by rebuking this.
I'm going to sound flip here. Political violence is the norm for the Black experience in this country. It just is. I don't even mean like the Malcolm X, Martin Luther King variety of it, right? Which is the norm too. You would be hard pressed to have a conversation with a Black person in this country that is a descendant of slavery and not have them be able to reach maybe right here or to tell you themselves, look, my uncle, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, they lived in a small town in Mississippi, in Tennessee, in Alabama. They got into some sort of dispute with a white man, and either they were lynched or we had to run. Political violence runs through us. It is our heritage.
Sorry, I'm confused. Was he saying that they did got lynched or that they ran? Like the option was stay, get lynched, or run. So they ran? M Young 23. I think this is the first time I've seen the chat. Thank you for dropping this. Not only was Coates' father a Black Panther, but Paul Coates has been one of the preeminent publishers of Afrocentric radical books for almost the last 50 years. Wow. W. Paul Coates. Wow. And then iManifesto says Black Classic Press founded in 78. I would love to hear or read a critique of Ta-Nehisi Coates' father about his son's politics in the same manner that Kamala Harris' father, who's a Marxist professor, came out basically denouncing her. Taylor Lane, Paul Coates also established the George Jackson movement, which gave inmates in prison Afrocentric and critical theory books. Wow, bro, this is okay. One of many fucking reasons I don't want to have kids. One of the many fucking reasons I don't want to have kids. How are you not fucking disappointed? How are you not disappointed? How do you not look at your son and be like, where did I fuck up? Wow. Man, I am stunned. Because look, and again, I don't like sharing too much about my personal life, but I remember having kind of like a complaint once I started looking into like the political history and cultural history. And I kind of complained, like, why did nobody educate me on this? And I had to be reminded and humbled that, hey, dumbass. Hey, you arrogant little fuck. How far into schooling do you think we got? And then I shut the fuck up and I was appreciative of the moral and the more character building lessons that I received when that education, that historical lessons weren't accessible to me. You know what I'm saying? So when you have a parental figure that has that much knowledge and information and access, I'm assuming to people around him like that, and this is how you turn out to essentially be a lib, how is that not disappointing? How is that not a waste of resources and knowledge? And I mean, yeah, but iManifesto, I think he would have mixed feelings considering that he has achieved the same relative modicum of comfort that he now has. Yeah, but the price of what? Of being watered down. True. Oh, Chirimacha, to be clear, Paul Coates died when Ta-Nehisi was 8, I believe, so not raised by him. I saw somebody in the chat saying that he was still alive. Let's see. If only there was some way, some tool we could use to find out whether his father's still alive. Or no. He's 79 years old. I mean, that would have been more understandable, Chidi Macha.
Heritage. Is that good? No. Do we valorize it? Absolutely not. Do we minimize it? Absolutely not. But a life free of it is not a thing that's really in reach in my time.
Sometimes I think that having a historical scope that wide can make the present too deterministic.
Ah, the most anti-intellectual shit imaginable. You know, Coach, sometimes I think that if you know too much, you might get a little jaded. Have you considered, I don't know, lobotomizing yourself to forget things? It works for me. Have you thought about having the historical knowledge of a goldfish, of a white person, so that you could pretend progress is occurring in a linear line? Have you thought about that? Have you thought about ignoring history and how it repeats and rhymes? Dakadu in the Twitch chat, have you considered ignoring everything that would make me wrong? If he's a straight agent, what is Ta-Nehisi Coates being buddies with him?
But a life free of it is not a thing that's really in reach in my time.
Sometimes I think that having a historical scope that wide can make the present too deterministic.
Please understand when he says a historical scope that wide, he's saying if knowing that much is a problem, is an issue, having all that knowledge is bad. And I've voiced, one, my limited understanding of it, and two, my kind of acceptance or I see the rationale behind what I understand to be Afro-pessimism. And I think this is an aspect of it, and please correct me if I'm not wrong. Please correct me if I am wrong, excuse me. Is that it would, that history, that knowledge, that broad sense of history would make you a little pessimistic to kind of toughen you up to say, hey, we've been getting colonized, enslaved, abused concurrently. And the things that we celebrate as progress, the things that we celebrate as a step forward, aren't even worth fucking celebrating because it's still fucking oppression. We should not be, it's again, this is a Malcolm X quote about when somebody, pulls out a knife. Is there an actual video of it? Knife quote. Is there an actual, was there not a speech of it? Okay.
No. I will never say that progress is being made. If you stick a knife in my back 9 inches and pull it out 6 inches, there's no progress. You pull it all the way out, that's not progress. The progress is healing the wound that the blow made. And they haven't even begun to pull a knife out, much less try and heal the wound. They won't.
So, but why people want you to forget all that shit? And it very much is the Zionist history began in October 7th. These settler colonial projects, these white supremacists, they learn from each other and they have the same fucking propaganda approach to this shit. History began on October 7th. And what Ezra Klein is saying here is, hey, your benchmark, where your history starts, your knowledge of history is too far back to appreciate and to be grateful for where you're at today. It's weird. It doesn't make sense. It's illogical. Because some people will say, hey, well, slavery was just, and it should be viewed as recent. Slavery is recent. We don't like to view things that way. We're not taught to view history in that manner, but it was. It's just a fucking few generations. It's just a few fucking generations. And that's, again, if we're specifically only talking about fucking chattel slavery and not about, you know, chain gangs, how is that not included? How are we not including that when we're talking about slavery? The style and approach of enslavement changed. We talk about how white people legalize their atrocities and normalize them. It's just so fucking, not just ignorant, but to tell you to just lobotomize yourself is, fuck, man. For a white person to tell you that shit, and for you to be fucking friends with somebody like this, for you to be fucking texting somebody like this behind the scenes, you should be repulsed by people like Ezra Klein. They uphold the status quo. They lie to our fucking children. They lie to the new generations about how we should be appreciative about how things have progressed.
So to me, I look at the last,
I'm sorry, but it just pisses me off about like the arguments about against like even acceleration is, oh, you just want to burn it all down. Why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? Who said that quote where it's like, be grateful that black people are only asking for justice? You know, add the native, indigenous people there. Young base world. He's not far from saying Coates is talking CRT. Oh, and somebody mentioned Mark Lamont Hill. Mark Lamont Hill reached out to Dr. Tommy Curry and said we have to talk. He's like, I just got to reread your book, and we got to talk. Imagine Dr. Tommy Curry on the Joe Budden podcast. All right. Amira, my friend's grandma, was born in 1900. She was delivered by a former slave. She grew up knowing adults, family members who were former slaves. This woman raised my friend. She lived till 2014. But white supremacists like Ezra Klein, and we have to start recognizing and acknowledging these fucking white liberals for white supremacists. That they truly fucking are. They truly are fucking white supremacists. I'm losing my fucking words. Because it's so frustrating because you sound like a radical. You sound like a fucking lunatic when you're like, that's a white supremacist. Because no, he's just a misguided liberal. How can it be a white supremacist? Texas, he's friends with Ta-Nehisi Coates. When somebody tells you you know too much history, it's for an insidious fucking reason. It's for an insidious fucking reason because they're upset that they can't fucking fool you. They're upset that you might share that knowledge with the people around you and they won't be able to be fooled. What are they trying to mislead us to? Or for what purpose are they trying to mislead us? Why would they want us not to have that historical knowledge? Why would they want us to have a rose-tinted view of our history? What do they gain through that? To maintain power and control. To dictate what is progress is power within itself. Because then you could turn and say, hey, you're fucking being ungrateful. You're being ungrateful, and this is why Trump and the reactionaries are turning the clock around. Because you got a little too fucking greedy. You got a little too fucking loud. Look where we are now.
$12 years. Mm-hmm. And what I see having happened is we, the coalition I am in, the things I believe in, lost ground. And people determinedly worked to make that so. Charlie Kirk worked to make that so successfully, right? I think that when he began going to college campuses and putting out a sign at a table, what he was eventually going to build was not obvious, right? I think he worked. I think he was a successful political actor. And I think that from when in 2016, we lost to Donald Trump the first time, very narrowly, won the popular vote, right? And then in 2020, we almost lost to him and began seeing we were losing a bunch of voters we thought we were fighting for, right? Losing more working class voters, losing non-white voters, right? Something was changing, but we won, so okay. And then in 2024, we really got our asses handed to us. And we let a much more dangerous form of politics fully erupt. And I think that reflects strategic decisions they made. I think it reflects decisions we made. So I think for me, it's not enough to say we lost, their backlash is sometimes you lose. I think it requires like a very fundamental rethinking, like a disciplined strategic rethinking of what have we been doing? Why are people preferring this to us? And I do think that is like, it opens up into something more that I think that there is a practice of politics here that in a narrow sense I was talking about Kirk, but in a broad sense reflects to something that I thought was going to be an argument stretching across the show for like a year, right? I think more of it came out in this than I had intended probably. But I think in many ways we've stopped doing politics. We've written a lot of people off. And in writing them off, we are losing and we are unable to protect ourselves, unable to protect them, just unable to make good change in the world.
Can you say more about that writing them off, please?
We'll let him make the point. But here's my prediction. Oh, we've canceled too many people. Oh, we've been too rough, too tough on white men. Oh, it's okay to be transphobic. It's something new. Oh, we have to allow for people to redeem themselves. And you see this over here in Wonder Bread Tube too. iDubbbz, who was one of the most prolific fucking racists on here, on YouTube. Oh, he said sorry. So now he's gonna make money from Radlibs instead of alt-right. Dope. Ethan Klein did the same thing. And then October 7th happened and he lost his fucking mind like all liberal Zionists, like most liberal Zionists did. There's some that kept their fucking focus. And Peter Beinart and Sam Cedar to secure the continued existence of the Zionist project. And now Ethan Klein is talking about doing a rebrand. Because of what? Well, because his pocket. All these motherfuckers. Oh, I'm not making the money I used to. Let me rebrand. Oh, looks like we lost a culture war on this one. Let me rebrand.
Yeah. Why don't we start it here if we want to talk about writing off? I've been obsessing recently for a piece I've been writing about the Hillary Clinton deplorables comment, and I want to play it.
You know, to just be grossly generalistic, you could put half of Trump's supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables. The racist, sexist, homophobic, xenophobic, Islamophobic, you name it. And unfortunately, there are people like that. And he has lifted them up. He has given voice to their websites that used to only have 11,000 people, now have 11 million. He tweets and retweets. They're offensive, hateful, mean-spirited rhetoric. Now, some of those folks, they are irredeemable, but thankfully they are not American.
Bro, I fucking hate liberals for constantly putting us in situations like this in their desperation to reclaim power, to normalize fascism. They've done this to me a couple of times. They're doing it to us now. I see the chat. She wasn't fucking wrong. In fact, she was hedging. Half? Only half? This motherfucker has me kind of sort of agreeing with Hillary fucking Clinton. The hatred that I have for Ezra Klein has breached a unique territory. I've never really engaged with his work before. I couldn't even be bothered to have read his fucking eulogy to Charlie Kirk. We read Ta-Nehisi Coates' criticism of it. Well, now we know it was a farce because they talked about it beforehand. Because they're good friends, apparently. But now he has me being forced to say she was right about Hillary fucking Clinton, who I recognize as being so fucking evil, I didn't even fucking vote for her. God damn this man, bro. And we're only 16 minutes. Oh my gosh. I mean, she was wrong because it's more than half, but she was hedging. Because not only did she say half of them, basket of deplorables, but she also says a portion of those we can't save or irredeemable. She was being way too fucking generous. But that aside, she was not wrong. You can say she was playing it safe. But she was not fucking wrong. And, you know, it's funny because that became such a big talking point for, you know, Fox News and these reactionaries. The Democratic Party just accepted it as reality. Like, they accept all things reactionaries push. Whether it's transphobia, whether it's about left-wing violence, all this bullshit, they just accept and normalize because that is their role, to normalize the fascist narrative. You could see a direct line between Kamala Harris' unwillingness to break from Joe Biden and to be her own political figure while, you know, her second campaign for the presidency. Like, if you compare her first presidential run, even though it wasn't great, she was going to lose California, she was more of a individual, a fake fraud, fugazi, all that shit for sure, an opportunist, but she was more her own political figure than she was the second time around. And I think it's because, well, maybe that timeline doesn't make sense. Like, I'm cool with being wrong. But I do believe that it was like, hey, if you're too, because they were doing the whole, like, oh, they're weirdos, right? They were doing the whole, they're weird thing to JD Vance and Trump. I think these rare moments of mostly truth, of mostly honest that Hillary had, and because they lost to Trump, even though that's not why they lost to Trump, is because of her political record and her track in Bill Clinton and NAFTA and all these other things. And yes, sexism, some of that too. But because of these rare moments that Fox News capitalized on, of like, ooh, you're being too mean to white supremacists, to Christian white nationalists. Especially as a woman, because that's where the sexism runs into. Because as a man, you could just, I don't even know about that though. Because when Joe Biden, remember when Joe Biden said, Joe Biden, MAGA speech, what was it? Where was it? This one right here. Tell me it's just like a portion of it. Or it's going to be the whole fucking thing.
We must be honest with each other and with ourselves. Too much of what's happening in our country today is not normal. Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic. Now, I want to be very clear up front.
By the way, hilarious that they have these weak ass chairs out here. And cheap asses.
Not every Republican, not even the majority of Republicans are MAGA Republicans.
Always fucking hedging. Everybody claps. Oh, fuck yeah. He's finally holding them, calling them out, holding them accountable, whatever. Not holding them accountable, but calling them out. He's like, whoa, 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 before you finish copying, let me be very clear. Not all of them, not even the majority. Some, but not the majority. Same shit that she did. Hillary Clinton, hedging. And then Fox News and all these reactionary pundits are like, see, Same shit. They're calling us fascists. They're doing, even when it's not fascist, even when it's something lighthearted like this, they cry nonstop about it. And so when you have these political figures that don't have an identity like Kamala Harris, they see that and they're like, oh, fuck. I can't even, I gotta play nice. And she's also black. All those things factor into the way that she's going to be presented. But what I'm getting at, when Hillary Clinton, a white woman, when Joe Biden, a white man, a racist white man, like proudly racist, say fucking light, like just barely little criticisms like this, it gets blown out of proportion. And they're hedging. They're fucking hedging. It gets blown out of proportion by the perpetual victims of the right to the right of the Democratic Party. What do the Democrats do? What do liberals do? Oh, okay, we'll play nicer. Oh, okay, I won't say that anymore. Oh, okay. It's cowardness. I got mad sidetracked on that, not gonna lie.
What do you think when you hear that?
She probably shouldn't have said it.
But you think it's true?
She probably shouldn't have said it. The coddling of white feelings is just so fucking wild to me. Reminds me of Dr. Horn criticizing Thomas Frank. Oh, you don't want us to acknowledge this is a settler colonial project? Why? Because it's going to hurt little Timmy and little Joey's feelings? I'll play that next, but I just played like 2 clips back to back, so let's go.
I mean, it's probably not how I would say it, but, you know, I mean, there are things that I would say,
mm-hmm.
you know. I probably would say what I said earlier, you know, in the interview about the force of, and I mean, as I've been saying this probably since as long as we've been talking.
Yeah.
You know, but I'm not, I just want to be clear about something. I shouldn't be running for president of the United States. You know what I mean? And my...
Hold on. We're going to go back a little bit. Did Ta-Nehisi Coates just say he would not have said what Hillary Clinton said? Like it was too radical. It was too extreme. It was too critical of white people. And I don't want to hear this fucking... He didn't say, oh, if you were running for president, would you say that? That was not the fucking question. He said, would you say that? Let's hear it again.
Thankfully, they are not American.
What do you think when you hear that?
She probably shouldn't have said it.
But you think it's true?
Do you think it's true? He didn't say, would you say that if you're campaigning for the presidency of the United States? He said, do you think it's true? And he already said she probably shouldn't have said that.
I mean, it's probably not how I would say it, but, you know, I mean, there are things that I would say,
mm-hmm.
you know. I probably would say what I said earlier, you know.
I don't know what he said earlier. I don't know what he's referring to. But that level of cowardness, well, I wouldn't have said it like that. And then brings up the presidency. That's not what he asked. He didn't say, hey, if you're running for president, would you talk this way?
The interview about the force of, and I mean, as I've been saying this probably since as long as we've been talking.
Yeah.
You know, but I'm not, I just want to be clear about something. I shouldn't be running for president of the United States. You know what I mean? And my expectations for the rhetoric of writers, intellectuals, journalists, et cetera, is very, very different than what the expectation should be for people who you know, expect to hold office.
Yeah. So
So is he saying that or in this case, the presidential nominee for the Democratic Party shouldn't be talking about a portion of the Republican Party's voter base being racist, bigot, white supremacist? Is he doing the Jimmy Dore to Dr. West equivalent of shut up and dribble? Stop talking about white supremacy? Wow.
I agree with, right? I think that there are different jobs in all this. But when I say we began writing people off, mm-hmm. I think that something that happened, and I think something I saw in this debate, but kind of like underneath it, was that the work of politics, of bridging over a lot of profound, fundamental, moral disagreements, I think became somewhat demeaned, diminished. It began to seem like, in many cases, a betrayal to people. The tent shrunk. The people I feel more comfortable with wielding power shrunk. Mm. And I think what Clinton was saying there came from somewhere. It came from, you know, the sort of culture that had emerged. It got worse over time. And then I think it really contributed to us losing. And meanwhile, this is why when I say, like in that initial piece, there was something that I respected in what Kirk was doing, like going in, having debates, using them opportunistically. A lot of people have thrown back at me that, oh, he wasn't debating to find truth. Of course he wasn't debating to find the truth. He was doing politics. He was trying to persuade people. And I've watched on our side, not opportunistic engagement, but a lot of, I would say, counterproductive disengagement.
Would you like to see
That is so weird. That is such a weird narrative where like he wants to see the Democratic Party be more disingenuous. That is such a white fucking lib take. I love that. I love it. I fucking love it. He's like, we need to be more liars. We need to lie more. We need to be bigger liars. There we go.
one of us put up a sign outside of, say, some white evangelical church in Alabama, debate me on abortion, and then use that content to say such and such smashes, you know what I mean, church parishioner here, such and such owns church parishioner.
I would like to see.
Would you like
I would
to
like
see
to
a
see
version
people
of
on
that?
our side. Yeah, go to evangelical churches, go to places where that feel unfriendly.
And get stomped the fuck out.
Have conversations. And look, I put things up on YouTube. They're fairly successful, not the best of the business. And I don't use, capital letters destroys in them. I think you can do it.
Because you're an established fucking name. You don't need to do that fucking clickbaity shit.
It more aligned to hopefully our value structure, our political approach, our political aesthetic, or at least the one that I believe in. I shouldn't overuse the term "our" here. But we weren't doing that either.
I don't know that we weren't. I know for instance, I have. Like, I know for instance, I don't know if it's on YouTube anymore, but I received an invitation, for instance, I think about when I went up to West Point and I had to go up there and talk about Between the World and Me. I had to challenge them very, very directly about what it meant to have, at that time, Confederate memorials up there, and to, talk about,
I'm sorry, because I just don't believe the way that he's portraying this. Is this? Is this it?
Good evening. My name is Lisa Schnell. I'm the interim dean of the Honors College here, and on behalf of President Tom Sullivan and our provost David Rozovsky, I'd like to welcome you all here tonight. I feel like I should welcome you on behalf of Mayor Moreau Weinberg.
It says the University of Vermont, though, so it's not.
And I had to get this draft of Between the World and Me done.
There's a West Point writing program?
Help your fellows. The next fact's right, national correspondent. Maybe that's not the way that's not the way he would put it. It's fact number one. National correspondent at The Atlantic. His most recent best-selling book is about writing. So you talked a lot. I mean, one of the things for a long time that you've been consistent about in talking about writing is talking about it in terms of struggle, right, and difficulty. Failure is the word that starts, the most recent book. And when in that book, you turn to young writers. You have this moment where he turns to young writers, right, and he says something to the effect, "Your writer heroes, work of typing and revising and often agonized by it. Can you elaborate or give these young writers just some examples of what that's meant to you?
Yeah, it's funny. I teach a writing class down in New York, NYU, and one of the hardest things is to, well, let's back up. I just reread for the second time E.L. Dr. Rowe's Billy Bathgate. You guys read Dr. Rowe? You guys should all read Dr. Rowe. Oh, man. You can either read Ragtime, Billy Bathgate, all that stuff is good. Waterworks. Billy Bathgate is just exceptional. It's a gangster story, but it's the most literary, beautiful gangster story you ever want to read. And I had to reread it for something that I was writing. And great writing when it's achieving at a high level, or great art, great athletics.
That's all I can take. I'm sorry.
Federate, I can't remember, what the motto is exactly, but basically it's an argument against lying and what it meant, to have that there and have those grand historical lies. I mean, we had a really, really great interaction. I don't know that, I know everybody didn't agree with me. It would never occur to me, and I think it actually insults the dialogue to take that and say, Ta-Nehisi owns West Point cadets.
Do you really not recognize the kind of culture I'm talking about here? Like, really?
I'm sorry, say more. No, I mean, what do you mean?
I think there really was a move towards the sort of approach Clinton is offering here. I think we began to pull back. I really do.
But maybe it would help if you define the we.
I will define the we,
like,
right? Because I actually think this is a
help.
very hard thing about talking about political parties,
Right.
because they're diffuse,
Right.
right? It's a lot of people doing a lot of things all at once. But I think of the huge backlash to Bernie Sanders for going on Joe Rogan's show, because Rogan was transphobic, right? Such a big backlash that when I defended him, I became myself a Twitter trending topic.
Right.
To Elizabeth Warren for going on Bill Maher's show. Bill Maher's Islamophobic, right? There were protests at Netflix when they brought on Dave Chappelle, right? I think there was a
What'd I tell you? Crying about cancel culture. These people are like, liberals believe reactionary propaganda. Liberals believe reactionary propaganda. The question is, when do they feel comfortable enough to start promoting and advocating that propaganda as legitimate?
Politics of content moderation that took hold, that was more about enforcing boundaries of what, were and were not ideas we should be engaged with, than about engaging with them, again, even if opportunistically. And when I go back to something I was saying to you a minute ago, I am in a process right now of thinking we failed, right? We lost. The loss is having terrible consequences. What do we need to rethink? How do we become competitive again in places where we're not? And I think there is something in here. Do people feel like, even if they disagree with us on some things, that they have a place with us? And my experience going around the country talking to people, I've been on a lot of, right of center podcasts lately, is that, rightly or wrongly, like...
Mind you, he talked to Ben Shapiro. Right of center is crazy.
What they took, and something that really empowered Trump in the last election, was a sense that they didn't. And like, we were against them, and if so, they were going to be against us. And I think that's, in the end, doing politics badly.
So I think two things. I think about how much you argued that, like, Biden shouldn't run again. What if he doesn't earlier and you have a Democrat who wins the presidency? Like the other big explainers that I can see for it, you know what I mean? That don't feel so diffuse. The other thing is, and I know you don't want to talk historically, but,
He said, I know you're a fucking dumbass. I know you're afraid of fucking history. Holy fuck. Please understand that if I ever tell somebody this, I think I have no respect for this individual, intellectually especially. Oh, man. Can that be in the fucking soundboard? I know you don't want to talk historically. One more time. Jeez. Those are fucking fighting words, bro. Those are fucking fighting words.
Feel so diffuse. You know, the other thing is, and I know you don't want to talk historically, but
I know you don't want to talk historically. Is fucking wild. Yeah, the Hamon. Let's not talk using real events. Yeah. Wow. Yep, Taylor Lane. He said, I know you don't want to look at facts. Yep. Wow. That is hilarious. And you know what? I mean, that's what a lot of these debate bros do on here, especially the liberals, where they're like, they always come up with all these like, what's the word I'm looking for? Not examples of these thought experiments. It's just a shoot. Why am I blanking on the word? Not thought experiments. Not a metaphor. Not an analogy. Not an allegory. Not what is the thing? Come on, chat. Not an example. Shoot, what is the word I'm looking for? Ah, man, I can't think of it. Shoot, what the fuck? Yes, it's theoretical. Yes, it's a hypothetical. Thank you. Yes, the hypothetical. Yes, it's just a hypothetical, they say. But their hypothetical is not rooted in reality. But their hypothetical is not rooted in reality. Thank you, chat. Appreciate you. Guy, thank you so much. David Barnes, thank you. So, because they don't want to actually engage with what is real. One, a lot of them don't have the historical knowledge. Two, if they are aware of the historical, parallels or similarities, something that we actually root in reality, it doesn't benefit their side or their argument. So they avoid it. So they'd rather just deal in these hypotheticals that they could fabricate like nonsense. And the moment you say, I don't want to engage with that, let's engage with something real, they're like, oh, you're being bad faith. Oh, you're afraid to engage with a hypothetical? Are you incapable of engaging with a hypothetical? It's like, no, I would just like to root our conversation on reality because we're talking about reality. We're talking about real life events. Like, guess what? Our influence and usually started because of past real events. Isn't that fucking crazy how that works? How the past is connected to the present and how the present will be connected to the future? Like, wow. It's baffling to me. It's baffling to me. I'm not a debate bro, so these high mind concepts are beyond my reach. But I mean, that's what I hear. No, it's hypotheticals. Yeah, it's hypotheticals. They're big on the debate bros are big on hypotheticals. It's so fucking obnoxious. I mean, we saw it with Pisco and Prime, where he's like, hypothetically, if you only had two options, and Prime was like, no, there isn't only two options. Now, Prime was saying don't vote, which was the third option. I was saying, which would be my third option, is vote for a third party. Vote for a third party. And then the fourth option would be don't vote. And Pisco was like, well, no, but hypothetical. It's a hypothetical. Can't you engage with the hypothetical? It's a hypothetical. Just hypothetically. If there's only for what purpose? Or do you want me to engage with your hypothetical that is not rooted in reality? Oh, to score debate points. Cool. Go fuck yourself.
When you say fatalism, like I take that to mean that what's the point of fighting? But I think that misapprehends the philosophy here. It's not that you know what's going to happen. It's not that you know Donald Trump is going. It's that you don't underestimate what you are up against. It's actually kind of the opposite. I mean, man, you yourself wrote these articles about how high the level of racial resentment was. That this country, or some segment of it, was so, as the term was used at the time, racially resentful. I call it racist, but that it flooded down to Barack Obama's dog, Bo. Mm-hmm. That's not a...
Yeah, racially resentful is doing so much work for white supremacists. You are at that point watering down, just as Ta-Nehisi Coates' revolutionary DNA was watered down. You're watering down like a white supremacy in such a disgusting manner. Wow. So Ezra Klein's been doing this shit for a while. That's good to know.
Small amount of power. Like that's not a small force. And so, You know, just really quickly getting back to Charlie Kirk, like, I would watch those clips of him saying those things, man, and I would see how people would cheer and get charged by it. People get activated by hate.
It was a Klan fucking rally. It was a Klan fucking rally. Rally.
It's a very, very, very strong force. And so I don't think it requires you to feel that you will eventually lose. On the contrary, I think it requires you to feel that even if you do lose, you have this kind of steadfastness, you know what I mean, to keep going.
In today's super competitive business.
Some people say we got to listen to this part. I'll let it play, but I'll lower the volume. Here we go. Because otherwise, you're technically kind of stealing content. If the content has paid advertisement, you know, you don't want to be, we're not, it's kind of a weird spot, you know? But yes, chat, thank you for being active. How are we doing on time? Let's see. 97 viewers, 71 likes. Appreciate that. For those of you that haven't, load 122, just skip it. No, I mean, I get it, but you know, I do have heavy criticism on, especially Twitch is kind of more accepting of this, of people who just like take content and don't do anything with it other than like just like laugh or chuckle or make little snide comments or like have full on meals. Last time I said I was gonna eat tamales on stream, I have some fucking tamales de mole waiting for me. Fucking excited. I'm not the biggest fan of mole. I'm not the biggest fan of mole. You know, I used to know some people who would make mole from scratch and they would offer me, like when they would see me, like offer me a plate, and I would always take it out of courtesy and have like a bite or two because it was good, but it's just mole has never been my thing. And I don't know, the texture, something about it. And I would give it up, you know, to the people that would be around me, and they would, you know, fucking devour the mole. And then I went to this spot in Southern California. It's called Rocio's Kitchen. They're known for their mole. So I went there and fuck, man. I didn't know mole got down like that. I did not know the wide variety and range, because I don't like, my family's not from like a region of Mexico where they're heavy with the mole. And man, it is, yeah, they got some good ass fucking mole. 80 now. All right. Where we at?
The worse, from your perspective, my perspective, the other side gets, the more people want their reaction to sort of be, and their strategy to be emotionally consonant with how they're feeling about it. Because these people are so bad, there can be no quarter, right? I had somebody we both know, I'll say an eminent academic of one form or another, emailed me after these pieces. And just,
I fucking hate, you know, that's how you fucking know that these people are not like you and me. You and I, whatever the fuck. You know, prominent figure, academic, you know, privately. Fuck out of here, bro. Say names or shut the fuck up.
just say to me, like, we are not on the same side anymore, right? The what I was doing was too far, right? Like, we are just not on the same side, if I could say these things. I have a feeling right now that we are closer to genuine national rupture, certainly even in my lifetime, right? The idea that this experiment, that America could topple into something else, into something much worse, into some kind of new extended regime, feels very
into its true self. Okay.
Real to me, right? I remember when I was on the Why We're Polarized book tour.
I interviewed you for it.
You did, yeah. The end of that book is this recitation of what happened in the 1960s, the political assassinations, the violence in the streets, like what the state was doing.
Bro, it's so fucking pathetic how I don't know why, and I've seen this with Destiny, the pedo, the creep. I don't know why liberals act like if the 60s, the assassination, the CIA, the deep state, whatever the fuck you want to call it, the capitalists, the elites, self-regulating, putting the system back in their favor permanently. It always was in their favor, but like now, complete control. I don't understand why they act like the 60s was just like a blip. And after the 60s, like, oh, democracy came back. Yeah. The one from BK, he means back to factory setting. Yeah, that motherfucker. Exactly that. So these liberals act like if the state stomping out any potential for democracy, for true progress that the 60s gave us a glimpse of. Liberals act like the state saying, fuck that. We're gonna do everything within our power, including our monopoly over violence, to bring an end to that. Liberals act like suddenly when like the 60s ended, when the Cold War ended, all these things, the CIA, the FBI, the fucking state, they had like coming to Jesus moment. They suddenly grew conscious and they're like, oh, you know what? We're not going to do that again. You know what? In second hand, democracy. Go ahead. Yeah. Go earn your democracy. Go vote harder. Go organize for the Democratic Party if you really want true liberation. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? The people that made those calls, that approved those executions, those assassinations, those warnings, they stayed in fucking power. And guess what? They got to choose who replaced them for the most part. Because that's how the bureaucracy works. If not choosing absolutely trained, or the people that replaced them worked under them. I've seen it. That I'm telling you, the pedal destiny has basically acted like when the Cold War ended, you know, all these fucking feds just packed up all their fucking belongings, all their silencers, all their wiretapping, like COINTELPRO, they just, oh shit, we're not doing that again. Our bad. It was successful. Won't be doing that shit again. Why? What makes you think that the winners would abandon a winning strategy? Especially when we haven't made them pay the price.
What was happening? But on the book tour, what I would say is my nightmare scenario is that level of violence and fracture with these kinds of parties, where politics is not for all of its flaws, a calming force, because like the views are diffuse across the two parties, but an accelerant. And I think we're much more now in the world I was fearing. Okay, so I think it should make you think, okay, what is...
Motherfucker lives in a fantasy, bro. I'm telling you, white people live in another fucking reality. Wow. Wow. Politics as a calming force. Interesting. I mean, el cinto as a calming force. I mean, yeah, technically being sedated, calming your fucking ass down violently is calming in some sense. It's some weird distorted view of reality.
Some kind of de-escalation before you get to rupture look like. But the other is that there are a lot of people who live in places we used to win not that long ago. So I've been thinking about Obamacare. When Obamacare passes, there are Democratic senators in Arkansas, in Louisiana, in West Virginia, in Missouri, in Indiana, in North Carolina, in South Dakota, in North Dakota. And I've been thinking that I think for a lot of us,
I fucking hate when people do this. Like they think that they're like strengthening their argument by like, I'm gonna tell you the names of every fucking district or whatever the fuck. And it's like, bro, just get to your fucking point.
To twist the line about capitalism, it has become easier to imagine the end of the country than winning a Senate seat in Missouri.
Oh my gosh, bro. I proudly claim to have elevated capitalist realism. Weak ass little pamphlet. I proudly say I fucking took that shit and elevated it to settler realism. To settler fucking realism. I've had the privilege, the benefit of doing a lecture on it. A real life fucking lecture on it. I'll upload it one day. And people actually showed up, to their credit. I was surprised. And I'm grateful for y'all showing up. Thank you. But I've done that. I was like, no, let me actually engage with it and I will go back to it. I've been busy, but we'll get back to settler realism. I'll break that shit down. I'll write a fucking short fucking 150-page book on it. But the thing is, I will brag and say, no, I elevated Mark Fisher's work. Fuck that fool. Agabacho, I elevated his fucking work. It's easier for the colonizer to imagine the extermination of the indigenous population than for them to imagine the end, the destruction of the settler colonial project. So they cannot truly grasp decolonization as even a possibility, much less something that is unavoidable. But the extermination of the indigenous people, well, that's kind of the project. That's kind of the goal of the settler colonial project. So that's feasible. But don't worry, we'll do land acknowledgements. That'll fix everything. And don't worry, after we became the majority, we'll allow you to vote. That'll fix everything. Right? So I elevated that work in the process of putting it on paper, sure. Ezra Klein said, nah, Mark Fisher, I will dig deeper. I'm not talking dig deep like fight through it, rock. I'm talking like I will lower the fucking bar. This is fucking embarrassing. And he's so proud of himself. 26, what, 30? Let's do 2652 sign. No, 26.
Win not that long ago. So I've been thinking about Obamacare. When Obamacare passes, there are Democratic senators in Arkansas, in Louisiana, in West Virginia, in Missouri, in Indiana, in North Carolina, in South Dakota, in North Dakota. And I've been thinking that I think for a lot of us, to twist the line about capitalism, it has become easier to imagine the end of the country than winning a Senate seat.
It is easier for us to imagine the end of the country than to win a Senate seat. Fuck, man. So, I mean, this whole conversation is about how to water down any semblance of revolutionary or radical ideas, actions, notions, ideology, quotes. That's how desperate these fucking people are, liberals, to defang us in any aspect, in all aspects, really. We're talking about fucking Senate seats. Oh, imagine the possibilities of winning a fucking Senate seat. Oh, one day, my great-great-grandchildren might be able to win that Senate seat back. And then we'll have maybe the House. Maybe even the presidency. And then maybe Obama could pass. Oh, wait, no, he can't. Then maybe we got $15 minimum wage. Oh, no, we can't. Chingate, way. To limit your fucking imagination to a fucking Senate seat. How fucking pathetic are you? How fucking pathetic are you? These people are here to mislead us. These people are here to walk us directly into fucking fascism, having you focus on a fucking Senate seat. Use your imagination.
In Missouri or Arkansas. And I think that's a problem.
Yeah, so I think a couple things about that. First of all, I just want to bring in the historical perspective. Not that long ago, I can remember when Obama.
Whoa! Historical perspective. Ta-Nehisi coats. We said we're not doing that here. We said Obama, so maybe that's Ezra's sweet spot. I don't know this face, like I don't like doing the body language thing, but I felt like that that little scratch was kind of like a little palm to face moment. Maybe I'm overreading it. Maybe he doesn't deserve this type of charity.
To twist the line about capitalism, it has become easier to imagine the end of the country than winning a Senate seat in Missouri or Arkansas. And I think that's a problem.
Yeah, so I think a couple things about that. First of all, I just want to bring in the historical perspective. Not that long ago, I can remember when Obama won, and I believe you would remember this too. And there were all of these pieces about the end of conservatism and the end of the Republican Party.
Yeah,
you don't know how it's going to go. Nobody really. It doesn't mean
no. But here's the thing: that was very much a thing, and it should have been. It honestly should have been, but he failed to uphold essential promises. He saved Wall Street. He did so many things to screw over the quote unquote middle class, right? Who believe that the American dream was within their grasp. And I think Vice did a whole thing about the Heartland or the Appalachia, whatever the fuck. These white fucking racist working class people who voted for Obama. Despite being fucking racist, we're like, no, yeah, I believed in him. And then they got fucked over and they're like, well, fuck that. At least when I'm a racist, I feel good about myself. I don't feel, bamboozled. But yeah, absolutely, yes. YouTube, Obama is conservative. Yes, absolutely. But within the paradigm of Democrat and Republican, right? So, I just kind of like the Democratic Party still serves capital. And because they serve the capitalist class, they're always going to fuck us over at the end of the day. And being that people believe that it is strictly a two-party system, being that the Democratic Party and the Republican Party do everything to uphold, essentially that stranglehold on politics, if you're not offering people any concerns or any to alleviate their financial, their class concerns, then they're going to grasp onto the only thing they're being offered, which is race. I might be poor, but at least I'm not black. I might be poor, but at least I'm not an immigrant. I might be poor, yada, yada, right? There's somebody always below me because I'm not being uplifted. Now, does this mean that addressing class solely is going to resolve racism? Of course not. That's some class reductionist bullshit. And we don't do that around here. We don't have that privilege.
You shouldn't think about how it's going to go. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but no one really, again,
And in 2005, there were all these pieces about the end of the Democratic Party.
Yes, it was.
Right? Democrats had lost touch with the heartland.
Yeah.
Right? They were never going to get it back.
That's right. And so I think it's always like important to keep that in the background. Look, I have, just in terms of bridging gaps and everything, I have a basic level of respect that I accord to everybody. You know what I mean? I want to say what I have to say. I don't want to shrink back from it. You know what I mean? But I do think on a basic level.
I don't want to shrink back from it. Ask directly whether or not the settler colonial project, the Zionist settler colonial project, should exist. Ask directly what a Palestinian state should look like. Right.
There's a respect that has to be had for people that I.
Ooh, I love this, Red Sea. Obama was a Reagan Democrat. He could have crushed the Republicans if he wanted to. He didn't want to because he wanted to reach across the aisle. So you had me in the first half. No. It's not that he wanted to reach across the aisle. It's that the Democratic Party understands that they need the Republican Party. They need the Republican Party to keep up the fucking fugazi, the fucking work. You need to have that character, like, and I kind of don't, I'm not a big wrestling fan, so I can't use a lot of great examples. But I think there's just a valid reason why Chris Hedges talked about wrestling and the kind of the cultural significance of wrestling to the American psyche. But it really is like CM Punk in AEW doesn't really work, and he could not have worked because he didn't have that rival, that established history with somebody. Whereas CM Punk returning to the WWE, it works because he had all these characters, literally characters, that he had history with. Right? You had Rollins, you had Cena, you had even fucking the loudmouth, Paul Heyman. You had all these history with these characters. So that works. The Democratic Party needs their arch nemesis, their rival, the Republican Party. That's why Nancy Pelosi said they need a healthy Republican Party. Because of the competition, because of the illusion of choices, right? People get bored. People might want something different, something outside of the options you're offering them. If the Democratic Party would have crushed the Republican Party, what would have birthed out of that? What happens when you crush the party to your right? There's a possibility, there's a chance that you become the new face of the right. And people get inspired to create a party to your left. And they can't risk that. But I do love a Reagan Democrat is I mean, that's essentially what Bill Clinton was, right?
I disagree with, right? At the same time, I recognize that part of my audience And I would say an important part of my audience is people who have never enjoyed that respect. You know what I mean? People who, in fact, are subjects of the kind of hate that Charlie Kirk was harvesting. And I can't ever, A, contribute to making them feel like they've been abandoned. And B, I can't ever stand by and watch somebody do that. And in the name of unity or whatever, act like that's not happening because there are real consequences. And so it's like, when I read his words towards trans people, Jesus, when I read, you know what I mean, the language towards Haitians specifically, which was very, very, Haitians will become your masters if you don't elect Trump. I mean, this is very, very familiar to me. You know, it's this idea of Haitians coming into the country or immigrants raping your daughters. I mean,
the master thing is so fucking funny. It reminds me of like the whole, the meme about Martin Luther King's dream. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Meme. Technically junior, like white slaves. Is that what it is? Yeah, it reminds me of this fucking meme. Like, this was Charlie Kirk's political fucking propaganda message. Just had some extra fucking xenophobia in it. Which, by the way, the fools that did this are fucking idiots, bro. I don't know the context. I don't know the context of like, were they friends? Were they goofing around? I don't know what, because I know there's like a place where they were actually like doing this, where they're like not actually doing this, but like being like basically allowing white people to cosplay as slaves, which is just fucking gross. But they were doing this as a bit. But there's no way that this bit doesn't get used by, you know, white supremacists. But these are like, if these are friends, this is the dumb fucking shit guys do. This is just the dumb shit that we do. I don't know if I should even share this story. It literally just happened like a few days ago. I have a let's say I have a friend. He's first generation. I always mispronounce the country. Is it? Hold on. How do you? Eritrea? I always Eritrea. It's Eritrea, right? Is that how you pronounce it? How do you pronounce it? I always struggle with pronunciation. Like something about the way I say it just doesn't come out.
Eritrea.
Eritrea. Yeah. Okay. I was pretty close. First generation, families from Eritrea. It's still, I fucked it up.
Eritrea.
And I'm up front. I sent him a video. Apparently somewhere in the UK, I'm not gonna play it. Somewhere in the UK, these younger guys are pranking like older, older, you know, African folks, and pretending to cast Eritrea. Thank you, sister. Ashy Knuckles. They're pretending to cast curses on like older African folks, and it's one of those things where it's like you don't want to laugh, but it's I'm sorry, it's funny. But the only there's layers to it, but it's fucked up. I'm not a good person. And so I sent it to this fool, and he's like, I told him like, hey, you didn't. I run into him like, hey, you didn't respond to that. What the fuck? You know, I always want to check in. I don't want to insult anybody. And mind you, like we're always joking around, like pretty far out there. And he goes, oh no, I don't, because I sent it to him from Twitter. He goes, I don't have Twitter. And I told him like, oh yeah, it's the video. Before I could finish describing the video, he starts laughing. He goes, dude, I follow that guy. I watch all his shit, this and that. And so we're like laughing, cracking up, and whatever. The day goes on. Tell me why. I see him walking towards me, and I grab my phone ready to record, and like there was like a mob, like with the mob head and everything like within my reach. And so I'm grabbing my phone, I'm pulling up the camera, and I reach for the mop when I think he's not looking, and I realize that he was also about to reach for it as well, and I beat him to it, and I start chasing him with the mop, like, and we're both fucking dying, and people are just looking at us like, what the fuck are these idiots doing? All right. And he's all like, dude, fuck you. I was about to grab it and chase you down, this and that. I had my phone ready too. And these are these moments where, like, look, it's fucked up, it's racist. Dogwick, I've seen those videos, laugh my ass off. The Gen X black parents are very superstitious. Yeah. But I don't know, like joking around like that and being comfortable enough with me, which I appreciate. It's one of those things where it's just kind of like, I don't know, like that's the dumb shit that you do with people that you're cool with. And so seeing that photo kind of remind me of that, where it's like, I can only imagine the conversation that was had before this and like the laughs that were had. It's just unfortunate when shit like that is like weaponized and used by like actual fucking races, where it's kind of like, ah, bro, like that's not what we're doing here. Like we're being fucking stupid. I thought it was fucking hilarious that I thought I was plotting. He thought he was plotting. And then it was just, you know. Yes. Countess J, thank you. Oh man. I'm not gonna play the video. I'm not gonna play the video. You fuckers already know. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's exactly my sentiment, Taylor Lane. It takes a close friendship to make those kind of jokes, so I'm sure the group in the photo is probably decent friends. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Like you've also seen like those videos where like I wouldn't be able to find it, but when you have a diverse friend group and it's like you're all sitting down to have lunch and it's like they're all like stretching and getting ready, and they're like, when you're about to like say the most vile racist shit to each other imaginable. All right. There's worse examples that I cannot share that I've both done and have been done to me.
This was really, really, really dark stuff. It's at the core of this country. And so I feel like for Haitian immigrants that are in, Ohio, who are living under the weight of this, for trans kids who, are dealing with, being, I don't even want to use the term bullied, beaten up, attacked, threatened. You know what I mean? It's very, very important to me, given the post I have, to say, I see you, but also this dude was wrong. And I'm all for unifying, I'm all for bridging gaps, but not at the expense of my neighbor's humanity. I just can't.
I think the thing we go to there, right? Not at the expense of my...
Well, what pisses me off is how liberals like Ta-Nehisi Coates act as if like they buy into this whole white narrative that like, oh, speech isn't violence. That's essentially what he's saying. That speech is not violence. When no, that violent rhetoric motivates people, and if you want to be generous, propagandizes them, conditions them, socializes them into enacting that violence, into normalizing that violence, into viewing that violence as legitimate.
My neighbor's humanity. Because I've gotten a lot of that in email, right? Like, how am I supposed to talk to these people? How am I supposed to deal with these people who are denying my humanity?
I'm not against talking to him about it. I'll talk to you very clearly.
Yeah, sure.
I have no problem with that.
I guess the place where I'm not even...
My humanity, and this is why I say this. When we're talking about races, when we're talking about white supremacists who want to elevate themselves either as like superior or to say that the rest of us, the black and brown hordes, aren't actual fucking human beings, are a subspecies, are a lesser inferior species, right? Either they're claiming to be greater than the average person, or they're claiming to be the only true human beings and everybody else is inferior to them. Whatever the case, whether they're pushing themselves up or pushing us down, they want to be viewed as exceptional. They want to be viewed as more than human. So by dehumanizing us, they have lost their humanity. So why should we pretend or treat them as actual human beings? That's not what they want. That's not what they want. Also, they don't want to be seen as human beings. They want to see as greater than, or they view us as less than human beings. And in that case, how the fuck can we sympathize if we're not human beings? How can we sympathize with humans if we're a subspecies or we're not legitimate? You get what I'm saying? I know I'm kind of going circular, but it's because it's nonsense. It's nonsense. Let me see something, because I don't know why this keeps doing it, and it's frustrating me, but I want to make sure that it's not on my end. It looks like I keep getting booted from Twitch, and I'm not viewing or doing anything that would justify that. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm not. Doesn't Twitch want you to be streaming like 24/7 too? Yeah, it's like the second time it does it. I'm not a huge fan of Twitch to begin with, so I'm not like brokenhearted over it. Daka Dune, my apologies. If you're seeing this, let me know what's going on if you're still in the chat. But yeah, it's like the second time that Twitch does that to me. But I got 2 live viewers on there, so I don't know what the fuck's going on there. I try to give Twitch some love, but they don't make it easy to love them. All right.
I'm not 100% sure if we disagree, if you just like sort of see your role differently, right? I think that in losing as badly as we have imperiled.
Yeah, sweeter than anything. Violent as hell to force trans people to withdraw from public life. Yep. And that's literally the whole, don't put it in my face. Don't put it on my face. Stop throwing it at us. So don't exist. Cool. Don't exist in public spaces. Awesome. Good to know. Whereas gay people, especially white gay people, could just avoid, holding hands or avoid public displays of affection, and they might have some safety. And that's if they're dressing and conforming to the standards of how women and men should dress, right? Most trans people don't have that luxury, especially if they are brave enough to start transitioning publicly. So what they're saying is like, oh, transition in your home, but when you're outside, then none of that. And it makes sense why, like cis gay people, especially white cis gay people, were so willing and to embrace the selling out of trans people. It's self-preservation. They're like, fuck it. We could keep that shit clamped down. We can kiss behind closed doors. They're more compromising in that sense. It's pathetic. It's sad. It's a sad embrace of life. But what happens, and again, this is why, race is like unavoidable. What happens when you can't pass? What happens when you can't pass? What happens when you can't pass? Then you're allowed to be targeted. Then you're allowed to be excluded from society. Then it's justified because we're not doing enough. Do I gotta fucking buy bleach lighting fucking cream? Oh, but then my features might be non-Eurocentric. So then I gotta get reconstructive surgery, right? To appear more white. That's how ridiculous it is to expect trans people to either hide in their homes or be better at passing. As if that shit is so readily available. As if we have, gender conforming, just medical care in general. It's so fucking frustrating because it's so like conform or fucking die. That's what it is. Conform to white supremacy or fucking die. Because if you're forced to stay in your home, if you're forced to isolate yourself from society, that shit will fucking kill you. Gender forming. What did I say? I'm so sorry, Taylor. What the fuck did I say? I'm over here fucking rambling. I said some dumb shit, didn't I? wanted to play that back. Thank you, Taylor Lane, but I don't know what I said.
Trans people terribly.
Yes.
Politics is for power.
Joe Biden did that.
Gender conforming. Oh, okay. I hope you know why, because I was saying you had to conform or die. Yes. Gender affirming. Thank you so much, Taylor.
Politics is for power. And so I think that the question
Lana. I might be reading too much into this with that. I'm reading that with judgment, and I see 2 exclamation points. So a little passive aggressive, Lana. A little passive. Shout out to the mod, Lana. Thank you so much.
I am just genuinely struggling with isn't how to have like a great kumbaya moment. But I think it is taking seriously that something we're doing is not working. I mean, I had Sarah McBride, who's the first trans member of Congress on the show. And, you know, we were talking about every single survey you can offer on like trans rights has gone in the wrong direction the past couple of years, right? We've just begun to lose that argument terribly. And that has put people in real danger. So I take your point when you say, look, I want people to feel seen in my writing. And I want people to feel seen in my writing and my podcasting. But I think the place I'm trying to push towards is I think that there is a diminishment of the political coalition building that we now need to do, because we have come to the view that a pretty wide variety of people are in some ways kind of deplorables. I think it's weakened a bit in the last couple of years.
I would never use that language. Jesus Christ.
But
like that's not.
Oh
so
my God. So he confirms it. He confirms it. When he was asked point blank, do you agree with this? That statement by Hillary Clinton, which again, she was hedging, but she was overall correct. He refused to answer it directly. He said, I wouldn't say that. Ezra brings it back up almost an hour later. It feels not even an hour. We've been fucking lingering for an hour, but what, 15 minutes later? And brings it back up. And immediately Ta-Nehisi goes, I wouldn't use that language. I wouldn't use that radical language that Hillary fucking Clinton was using. This is fucking pathetic. I know we're not going to have time, but I know that this motherfucker is being praised and glorified the same way he was for his weak ass criticism of Zionism. Prodigy. The same way he was being glorified for his weak ass criticism of the Zionist entity and solely focusing on apartheid. Man, like it's just the bar is in fucking like just it's embarrassing. But this is what happens when all the radicals, and specifically if we're being honest, black radicals, are targeted by the state, either assassinated or imprisoned or forced into exile. They love Ta-Nehisi Coates. Because he's just spicy enough. He's just spicy enough for the white people to think that they're getting something authentic. You know what I mean? Cuando sales, what's the first thing you do when you go to a Mexican restaurant? You grab that fucking chip and you test the salsa. You want to see how runny, how thick it is, how chunky it is? And you're like, the texture says so much about who the restaurant is trying to appeal to. You know what I mean? You put a little bit on your la manita and you try it. And if you don't go, whew, if your saliva glands don't start fucking running to try and save your tongue, if that shit doesn't start kicking in, then you know you're at some weak ass spot meant to appeal to white people. Doesn't mean the salsa is bad. It could be, the salsa could be good. It could be some mild, good salsa. That's fine for the chiquitines right there. That's fine for the fucking the Rugrats. That's how you fucking train them, you know? But it's like you know, you want that fucking thick salsa. You want that chunky ass salsa. You get pique from the first fucking bite, from the first taste, to build you up. But the white folks are gonna go and they're gonna be cool with the runny ass salsa. They're gonna be cool with the mild fucking salsa. They're gonna be fine with it. They're like, oh my gosh, gracias. You know? Ta-Nehisi Coates is a salsa for los güeros, los gabachos, los gringos. And he's being passed as the real fucking thing. Pero no pica el güey. No tiene... so fucking frustrating.
I think about that Hillary Clinton. That's what, like, I would never say it like that.
That's great. I think it's good that you wouldn't say it like that, but I'm not saying...
I don't even think that, by the way. Like, right. I don't even focus on people. That, look, I am at war.
Prodigy, that's a great fucking answer. You better... I hope you're pointing them to the right one. Michael Martinez, Trader Joe's ass salsa. Somebody's swearing by that salsa.
With certain ideologies and ideas. And I want them expunged. I want to turn them into phrenology. That's what I want. But I don't want the people, you know what I mean, out. Like when you start talking about who people are and their bones, like that.
So in a way, I'm not sure. I mean, in a way, I think we're saying something not too dissimilar here.
Mm-hmm. Again, is Ta-Nehisi Coates like Christian? What is this kind of his belief in the redemption of people, or like? I get it from Dr. West, I really do, and I respect it in the sense of like, I went through my hardcore anti-Christian phase, and then slowly started respecting and appreciating liberation theology and the sacrifice that a lot of true good like Catholic and Christian, I don't even know what to call them, but other than revolutionaries in their own sense, they laid their life down for su pueblo, for their people, for justice. I mean, how is that not revolutionary? Within the confines of Christianity, sure. But they still sacrifice more than many of us have. And I learned how to respect that. But if you're not, like, how do you explain, what is his rationale for thinking that these fucking colonizers, these white supremacists, can be saved? What have they, I mean, historically, talking about Ezra Klein, I was bound to do it sometime in the stream. Talking about Ezra Klein's, like, phobia for history. What historical examples, contexts, events can you demonstrate that these people are salvageable? That they're not deplorables, including Hillary Clinton? I mean, John Brown, is that... We got one, his family, that we got a handful.
I guess.
But in that sense, with Ta-Nehisi Coates, much like Dr. West, renounce. Well, that was Nat Turner specifically, but do we include John Brown in that?
The place where I felt a lot of...
Are we being serious that we think John Brown would have been like tickling, would have been like broing out with Charlie Kirk? Do we think that they would have been like butting up? Do you think they would have been having respectful debate? You think John Brown would have had the same sentiment that Ben Burgess had about Charlie Kirk? Get the fuck out of here. I refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe that.
Pushback, and maybe this was not your pushback, right? Was, the first piece I can just sort of, like, I accept that there's a disagreement on like what to do in the 24 hours after a death. Like, you feel like I was whitewashing the guy, and I felt like I was sort of...
do.
Yeah, I know you do. I know you do.
It's very upsetting.
I know you do. The second piece I did, which I think you saw, was more about this question of, what are we going to do living here in sort of two types of disagreement? Right, one with a right that where Charlie Kirk has become sort of the center of it, right? He's not unusual for the MAGA coalition. He's a sort of uniting force within it, and the kind of things he believed and the way he did his politics. And then two, what are we going to do? Like, how are we going to be here with people who are like halfway there, right? What does it mean to be in this political community together? What do you think about that question?
About how to live together?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I think it's a truth.
Motherfucker said, why can't we all just get along? Motherfucker said, why can't we all just get along? Which, by the way, I always felt like Rodney King was almost forced to say for his life, for his own safety. I remember seeing that documentary about him a couple years back, and then he passed away around that time. I can't imagine the weight, the burden.
You know what I mean? I think it's like it's a foregone, like we are. I really, really believe that, there's no real choice about this. I'm not renouncing my American citizenship. They're not renouncing their American citizenship. So this then, as far as I'm concerned, is a contest of ideas and narratives. Again, all I can go to is my role as a writer. And my role as a writer is to state things as clearly as I possibly can, to make them in such a way that they haunt, to state truths, and to reinforce probably the animating notion of my politics. And that is that all humanity is equal and is worthy of that, And I actually think all of the sort of political and policy positions are, that I probably find myself in sympathy with, are attempting to affect that, in the real world. And again, I'm putting aside your piece, but I'm just thinking about the moment we're in. When I hear or see people who are honored and commemorated in such a way so that they almost become a national religious figure, and then I see their content, and I see that their content is actively destructive to humanity, I have to draw a line there. Like, I think, like, for me, like, the bigger question is, where are the lines? You know what I mean? And I think there's no problem with saying, listen, you can't hurl epithets at people. You're out if you do that. I'm sorry. Look, you want to have a debate about whether we should have affirmative action, in colleges? I'm here for it. You want to have a debate?
What does it mean to be on the other side of the line?
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
What is it? So once somebody's on the other side of the line,
right?
What does that mean for you?
For instance, once you...
Okay, hold on. Because this word is one that, like, appetites, right? Not appetites. How do you even spell that word, appetites? Let's see, appetites. Is this one? No, not appears. How do you spell? You guys are gonna see how fucking illiterate I really am. Oh, I know what the fuck to do. Is that how you spell it? Get the fuck out of here. I hate this fucking language. You know what's funny? I recently realized that my Spanish is getting, like, really rusty again. It's always rusty, but, like, really rusty. So I downloaded some speeches by Fidel Castro, and I was, like, reading it at work and stuff, and just, reading out loud, just like quietly, to not freak people out, or maybe whispering it is more freaky. And one of my coworkers, friends, passes by, and then he looks at me and goes, he's like, "You're lucky that, like, it's not the 50s, or I would have reported your ass for reading that shit." Which, the love and support I get. And I'm like, I tell him, like, "Oh, bro, I started reading Spanish because I've realized that it's getting bad again." And I go, "Here, like read this, obviously out loud." And so he starts reading it out loud. And he did that thing. I forgot who called me out about rolling my R's too hard. And Pedro Campos had some good speeches on. Let me pull that up right now. And so he rolled his R's a little too hard, and but he, like, read a sentence out loud in Spanish, and he's like, like, in my head that was more fluid than what it sounded when I read it out loud. And I'm like, no, I feel that. And I told him about how I got called out by the chat that I rolled my R's a little too, like, heavy. But I asked him, like, how long has it been since you read in Spanish? He goes, fuck, bro, I can't even remember. So I'm just trying. But what made me laugh is I'm reading in Spanish, and I'm like, holy fuck, do I read better in Spanish? Like, once I get into the groove of it. And that was, like, low-key a little embarrassing, but also funny. It kind of makes sense. I think Spanish is easier than English. Like epithet. Epithets, which means what? An adjective or descriptive phrase expressing a quality characteristic of a person or thing mentioned. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your patience and understanding here. Who are the nerds? Let me see the nerds. Taylor Lane, been knowing you're a nerd. Countess J, nerd. Prodigy Lawyer, nerd. The most potato, love that. I think this is the first time seeing you in the chat, nerd. I manifesto, no. Okay. All right, just making sure whose lunch money we're taking, whose homework we're copying off of. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Now, Chief. Oh, what? There's 2 versions. It's like Coke Classic. We love our nerds. That we do, David Barnes. Epitaph.
Epitaph.
Epitaph. I think this is maybe what I was thinking. Oh, it's almost like a little eulogy, huh? Taylor said, I didn't choose this life. It chose me. Yeah, you got to earn it. I manifesto. You got to earn it.
You think it's okay? For
No.
instance, to go-
Yeah.
You immediately adopted the nerd. I was born in it.
I'm trying to make this concrete.
Yeah, no, I am too.
Yes.
Once, for whatever the definition of the line is.
Right.
What does it mean for you for somebody to be on the other side of it? Right? Not
Makes sense. Relock makes sense.
somebody who just died.
Right.
You know what's funny? It makes me feel like, and I know that's not the case because, you know, English predates the U.S. settler colony, but it does like kind of reminds me of like modern Hebrew, right? Or whatever this abomination is today.
But somebody still living.
Right. If you think it is okay to dehumanize people, then conversation between you and I is probably not possible.
And so what do you do with the fact that so many people think that is okay?
I think what you try to do is...
Wait up. I missed this weak ass explanation. Hold on. But thank you, chat.
To dehumanize people.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Maybe. Maybe he put something into the microwave.
Side of it, right? Not somebody who just died.
Right.
But somebody still living.
Right. If you think it is okay to dehumanize people, then conversation between you and I is probably not possible.
And so what do you do with the fact that so many people think that is okay?
To dehumanize or to have conversations with people that dehumanize? C. Mills, did you see Bro Diallo got called a capitalist because he asked for donations? You know what it is? It's just Diallo fucking, you know, like he's heavy with it. So I can see that his community is a little bit more like they're not playing around like that. I can see that. I almost, because of, I love putting, well, I don't want to take that taken out of context. In Spanish we say metí la pata, which is like basically equivalent to like put my foot in my mouth. Of talking so much shit about you know, people doing their whole spiel about, you know, Patreon donations, subscribe, this and that, becoming members, and then quickly I'm like, dude, I'm fucking work here for fucking 5 hours and 30 minutes. I'm like, okay, I changed my fucking work schedule to make more time for this while still working the same amount of hours. So like I'm making moves. So I'm like, all right, I gotta eat crow and be like, yeah, like I appreciate any support. Anything that I eventually paywall will almost immediately be made public because I'm not trying to fucking hide anything unless it's sort of some copyright issue, which I think we'll save for Patreon. Like I do want to watch like movies and break them down. That'll have to be paywall because of copyright. But anything that isn't a copyright issue will be eventually at some point, most likely from the start, public. But if you don't immediately let that be known, then you are gonna have people that are gonna call you a fucking sellout, that are gonna call you a capitalist, which is fucking idiotic, right? Because it's like, that's not what a capitalist is. What, you know? Exactly. Yes. Yes. I manifesto. I mean, I do that all the time, but in this sense, people throwing the word around capitalist is like, what capital do you fucking own? You know? Lana, that's right, Lana. Hirotsu, thank you so much for the super chat. Why is Klein pretending that he didn't take sides with Kirk? This conversation makes no sense. Why is Coates on the defensive? On the defense, Coates isn't a smart guy. I love that. I love that. I love it all over the place within the topic and helping us refocus. Shout out to Diallo though. I know that he either started a new show or appeared on something. It looks interesting. It looks clean. Horatsu, thank you again for the super chat. Yeah, you know, it's just these white liberals will always side with whiteness. The conversation doesn't make sense though, but that's why I called it like liberal versus liberal, because it's there's no, it's not going to make sense. It's going to be liberal nonsense spewed both ways, and that's why it's comical to watch other rad libs glorify Ta-Nehisi Coates, like they did a couple months ago about his light criticism of the apartheid of the settler Zionist colony. I mean, Hassan Piker, I'm sure, was praising this the same way that he praised Ta-Nehisi Coates. He literally said, I have Bernie Sanders, AOC, and Ta-Nehisi Coates on my side when talking about his beef with Ethan Klein. And it's like, those are not names that you should be associated with if you're actually supporting the liberation and decolonization of Palestine. So we're watching, and I said this from the jump, we're watching a performance. That is the title of this fucking stream, right? The Ezra Klein, Ta-Nehisi Coates performance. This is fucking, we're watching wrestling. It's theater. Somebody, the Japanese version of it, I'm blanking on the word right now. But I also, now I'm thinking about the beef between Joey Badass and the whole West Coast. Ray Vaughn's crazy ass fucking line in GoldenEye, which is like, it's a dope ass track, but it kind of loses its impact the more times you listen to it. Kabuki, yes. Op versus op, sure. Yeah, Countess J. Hassan actually had Coates on a stream. Yes, I believe he, like, it was over, like, it was online, it was virtual, right? The reason, like, if you have conversations with people and you're not challenging each other to some extent, what is the point? What is the point? And challenging each other doesn't necessarily mean I disagree with your position. It could, challenging in the way of like, oh fuck, I didn't view it that way. Like, you're helping me like challenge my preconceived notions or my own like limitations. Hey, look, everybody started not spamming, but commenting Kabuki. And I think it's because you rightfully all want to be called nerds. So who are we going with? Chief, you're a nerd. No, not even a nerd. You're a weeboo. Chief, you're a weeboo. Harotsu, correct me if I'm wrong. You might just me being racist. Your name, you might just get a pass. The one from BK, you're a weeboo. Young Base World, you're a weeboo. Hamon, we've known you're a weeboo. Eblem Fate, weeboo. Is it pronounced weeboo or weeaboo? I don't know. All I know is that Wolverine is like the main. Is it weeaboo? How do you pronounce it?
Weeboo.
Weeboo. I don't think that's. Harotu, I can't. I wish I could translate it, but I can't. Let's see. No, it doesn't let me translate. That's funny. Harotu just all call the slurs individually. We abu. Yeah. Okay.
think what you try to do is, again, this is the difference, right? Like, I don't necessarily have the crystal ball to say that in this time, I'm going to be able to convince a majority of people that, for instance, let's just take the thing that's hot right now. Trans folks are human beings and deserve humanity. Although I think most people know that you shouldn't say what he said. Like, that shit is rude. It's just rude to talk to people like that. And I think most people know that. So as I'm thinking my way through the question, I actually think that's not a hard line to draw. I think not calling people out of their name, I think that's actually a basic value that most people have. And I think people who think it's not, who are pushing that, are actually themselves on the other side of the line.
It's such a weak, like, it's such a basic fucking, like, position to have that it's almost like not even worth commenting. But it is funny that quoting Charlie Kirk has negative consequences to the person quoting him. That's where we're at. That's where we're at. That's what Ezra Klein was essentially supporting by not quoting him. Whites protecting whites.
But so I want to hold on this for a minute, because I do think this is like a very
and that's
core
different
question.
from policy, Ezra.
Yeah, I understand it's different than policy.
That's different than policy.
I think that one just reality is the president of the United States is a person who, in his comportment as a human being.
Sorry. Horotsu, I hear you. That's hilarious. Taylor Lane saying, I stayed out of this time. If I'm going to be a mid-GNC jock, I got to pick my battles of typing corrections in the YouTube stream chat. Look, don't be scared, homie. It's all right. Whatever you get branded or labeled as can switch from one chat to the next. I was going to say, though, I don't know if I mentioned it. It kind of slipped my mind, but I've always jokingly said that Wolverine is the greatest weeaboo or weeboo that there's ever been. I think I've mentioned one of my favorite Wolverine cards before. Wolverine. I love this card here. Or is it? I pulled it up before. What's his this is where I'm lacking knowledge. His wife's name? I don't know if it's officially his wife, lover. I'm blanking out on her name right now. But I love that card. It looks so fucking cool. But he's such a fucking poser. He's like where is it? It's something close to this. Shoot, I can't remember her name. It's not gonna pop up. Maybe a wife. Yes, here it is. Here it is. I love this fucking card. Look how fucking badass he looks. He should be, well, his hair is making him taller than, I guess. Kiriko, that's what it is, yes. Love this fucking card. I have it. It's not in great condition. I've kept it from when I was a kid. I have a couple of these old cards that are probably not worth anything because of their condition. But, man, love this. But it always makes me laugh because I think I'm like, this guy's such a fucking poser. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Like, stop. You're trying way too hard. Put on the Canadian tuxedo. Yeah, so fucking cool. Dawkins, no, that's his son. That's his son. David Barnes, please don't trauma dump. David, I've been branding a white for a while. LOL, it's all fun here. Just tears. No, guys, we're all having good fun.
On the public stage, I would have said in 08, in 12, in 16, should be on the other side of the line.
Yeah.
I think he's a person who does not act with any sense of public or even personal decency.
Hold on, I'm gonna go back right now. But Taylor, is there such thing as a as a non-nerd they them? Because I have not met one. Love y'all, but I have not met a single person with they them pronouns that is not a fucking nerd, which I love. I love that shit. But it seems to be like a prerequisite. All right, let's go back. Let's go back a little bit. I'd say we're halfway there.
But so I want to hold on this for a minute because I do think this is like a very
and that's
core
different
question.
from policy, Ezra.
Yeah, I understand
Like,
it's different than policy.
That's different than policy.
I think that one just reality is the president of the United States is a person who in his comportment as a human being on the public stage, I would have said in 08, in 12, in 16, should be on the other side of the line.
Yeah.
I think he's a person who does not act with any sense of public or even personal decency.
Right.
And then he won in 16, lost sort of narrowly in 20 and then won in 2024. And I think the thing that has led to for me is recognizing that I don't get to draw the line. Now, it doesn't mean I don't have one in my own heart.
What a fucking coward. What a fucking coward. I just don't get to draw the line. Oh, but this doesn't mean I don't have a personal line. What an absolute fucking coward. I cannot stand this motherfucker. All right, hold on. Let me pull this back up because you guys are making me laugh in the chat. Because had to say it's good to know that I'm not completely misrepresenting her out of it, but y'all are making me laugh about the rite of passage over here. Some of the dopest conversations I've had have been exactly because of that. Love it. All right, let me play this. I'll be right back. Here is some by Emma Vigeland. Here is some better news from the New York Times. Kamala Harris reportedly met with the co-founders of Uncommitted before the rally and indicated that she was open to an arms embargo towards Israel. Then introduced those activists to members of her staff. These need to turn into commitment. But you're already applauding her. You're already applauding her for just meeting with Palestinians. How brave of her. And then she indicated that she was open to an arms embargo. As if she's not running for president. As if she hasn't been the vice president for the last 10, 11 months now. And has been silent until allowed to speak on an immediate ceasefire, asterisk 6-week pause. Do you not see the game that she's playing? Of course you do. But you're a liberal and your comfort comes first. So you will lie time and time again to your audience so that you appear to be on the right side of history. Well, literally, in this case, for all these liberal pundits, profiteering off the oppression and literal genocide of Palestinians. Look at a channel like Bad Hasbara. Did not exist prior to October 7th and is just raking in money. The David Mattei guy and Who's the other fucking idiot from Bad Hasbro? The main guy? Jesus. I generally do not know his name. I do not know his name. I was gonna say, is it Matt Lieb? It's not Matt Lieb though. What a bummer. Oh, it's a Matt Lieb. I don't know what the fuck I was saying, but I'm sure it has nothing but praise for Emma Vigeland.
But I think that is the thing that
I think we said we're gonna go back a little bit. Let's go to 35.
But so I want to hold on this for a minute because I do think this is like a very like
and that's
core
different
question.
from policy, Ezra.
Yeah, I understand it's
that-
different than policy.
That's different than policy.
I think that one just reality is the president of the United States is a person who in his comportment as a human being on the public stage, I would have said in 08, in 12, in 16, should be on the other side of the line.
Yeah.
I think he's a person who does not act with any sense of public or even personal decency.
Right.
And
do you have no decency, man? It's so fucking performative. It's so fucking performative. It's all about like respectability politics. Talking about phrases or words I can't say. Ah, man. I feel like Obama when he didn't. Do you think that was legit? Remember when Obama RSPECT? I don't know what this is. But.
Heat Dan Quayle took for how he spelled potato, or the linguistic and grammatical trouble that 43 got himself into, then you may want to see this from last night. President Obama paying tribute to the great Aretha Franklin at the White House. One song, though, in particular.
When Aretha first told us what RSPECT meant to her,
President just decided to go with it in keeping with the spirit of the evening, which was a raucous.
I kept saying "respect" for a long time. Because, so Portuguese, well, when Brazilians, they don't pronounce the R like a R, they pronounce it like an H. So whenever you would have these like beefs between Brazilian fighters and literally non-Brazilian fighters, but they would say, especially about Chael Sonnen, like instead of saying he doesn't respect, it's like they would say he no, respect, like respect instead of respect, respect. So I kept saying respect like for the longest time. Don't know Portuguese, understand it a tiny bit though because of that.
Then he won in 16. Lost sort of narrowly in 20 and then won in 2024. And I think the thing that has led to for me is recognizing that I don't get to draw the line. Now, it doesn't mean I don't have one in my own heart, but I think that is the thing that I am struggling with, which is not only is he clearly for most people, or a lot of people, plurality of the voters in the last election, not somehow way over the line, but like, that means it's a lot of people who are willing to accept things that I thought we would have found unacceptable. Like if you had told me, like I would have thought that the way he acts in public is unacceptable, and it's not. And so,
you know what the problem is? He's funny. I know that's kind of simplistic, but a lot of people don't take his behavior seriously because they're like, he's just joking around. He's just an idiot. That's what the alt-right, that's what like white supremacists online started doing by becoming these trolls, or by, being edgelords, being super ironic. All these things should not be taken seriously is done to diminish the perceived threat that you truly are, to dismiss you. Like, they're just online. They're just goofing off, or they're just trying to get a rise out of you. They're trying to get a reaction out of you. But their purpose and their goal is still to uphold and maintain and to expand white supremacy. But because they're being clowns, because they're being foolish, because they're fucking lame, we dismiss it, we diminish it. And because Trump is funny in general, but also like especially to his base, because he's saying or making fun of the things that they like making fun of, it just becomes more disarming. That's why I think that like a Stephen Miller type, who was trying so hard to sound like a great man, right? One of the great men of history. It's a little kind of like, it's even for the right wing, it's fine every now and then for them to like consume that type of performance. But I don't think in the long run they'll embrace it, because they need to be constantly entertained. Donald Trump is an entertainer. He is entertaining. Their leadership kind of struggled with that for a little bit, right? Obama was entertaining. So we need entertainers now. George W. Bush was entertaining. He was a fucking goofball while like committing war crimes left and right. You know, you have to have a certain charisma with it, which is, I think, is like a big reason why people like John McCain didn't win. I think it's Mitt Romney not winning, Al Gore not winning. They don't have that charisma, because what people are seeking here. Well, Al Gore was a little different, right? But they still accepted his loss. His loss. Nobody really argued or complained, because they're like, well, it's Al Gore, right? So they need that entertainer, because at the end of the day, that's all we're taught and conditioned to want, to need, amusing ourselves to death, right? And Postman talks about it. So I think that's a big factor in the loss of a lot of these people, is they don't have that personality trait. Hillary didn't have it. Kamala didn't have it. Kamala had it in like a funny, like suburban wine mom kind of, but it's such a niche that it doesn't have a broad appeal, right? So I think, I usually kind of emphasize on like, hey, like, let's be honest about a lot of the biggest names that we know are attractive figures. They're tall, like there's certain physical characteristics, but the charisma aspect too, we have to acknowledge that like you have to be likable. The whole cliche of like, who do you want to have a beer with, is maybe not the appropriate example anymore. I think now it would be like, instead of who do you want to have a beer with, the more appropriate one is like, who would you follow on social media? All right. That would be the bigger one. That would be the more appropriate context of who do you have a beer with, especially now with, what is it, Gen Z and younger don't really drink alcohol. So Prodigy Lawyer saying, I mean, sorry, I think I missed something before that, but you said there are usually men. Yeah, we find men more charismatic than women, right? It's a bigger battle for women to be. You can't be too attractive, because then you're intimidating. You can't be like too unattractive, because then you'll be dismissed. All right, so you're gonna need a kind of a sweet spot, which I think. I don't want to get into the sexist aspect of it. Emblem Fate, she was too mass manufactured to be truly funny, and she feels like a product. I'm assuming you're talking about Kamala Harris. If Al Gore ran with the man bear pig, he would have won by a landslide. Yeah. You got to show that you're funny. So, for example, if you watch Al Gore's that documentary, Inconvenient Truth, he opens up with saying, "Hi, I'm Al Gore, and I should have been your president," right? Or something like that. And that got a great laugh. I'm like, where the what? I mean, I was so young, but for his presidential campaign, but I'm like, That's the type of energy you should have had, motherfucker. Self-deprecating humor, just slight self-deprecating. You don't want to push it, is very appealing. Dakadoon, keeping the Twitch chat alive. I'm glad. Let me know. Has it been weird? Have I been getting booted out? Because on my end, it looks like I have. All right, let's get back to it.
I think for me, and this goes back to maybe the culture that you feel didn't exist, but I feel did, that there was a view that we could sort of work with politics with drawing these lines, that there are people going to be inside them and outside them, and we could work that way. And I think that I am like working with the question of what happens if you don't believe that, if you don't control the line. What I see is any line that existed at all collapsing. So I'm watching like Holocaust revisionism on like the biggest right-wing podcasts, right? I'm watching Tucker Carlson like, turn into, you know, what I would describe as a white nationalist and become an absolute dominant force on the right, like bigger than he ever was.
Turn into is fucking hilarious. Turn into a white nationalist is fucking hilarious. He always was a white nationalist. He was just performing more acceptable to your line, Ezra, but he was always a white nationalist. But if we would have called him a white nationalist when he was still within the proximity of what you found acceptable, personally, you would have been doing the same shit that you're doing now and complaining that we're too quick to fucking cancel people. We're too quick to not allow them to redeem themselves. It was like, no, we're right. He's a fucking threat to us. Not to you, but to us, he's a fucking threat. So it might seem like we're quick to pull the... maybe not the best thing when talking about Charlie Kirk or Tucker or anyone at this point, but we're too quick to make the call. No, because they're a direct threat to our existence and to our well-being and to our safety. But he hasn't made himself a perceived threat to you enough, or to your people, to the people around you enough, to where you could dismiss his white supremacy, his Christian nationalism. But he's always been that. He's always been that. What else did he mention? that threw me off. Tucker, but he said somebody else right now. He said somebody else right now that kind of annoyed me. Why would you go to the beginning, bro?
In his...
Let me go back a little. 38, let's say 3820.
Like turn into, you know, what I would describe as a white nationalist and be...
No, before that, 38.
What I see is any line that existed at all collapsing. So I'm watching like Holocaust revisionism on like the biggest right-wing podcasts.
You were, I mean, Ezra Klein was denying the genocide. Proactively denying the genocide while it was occurring. And he's complaining about Holocaust revisionism. These people have no fucking shame. No fucking shame whatsoever. Shameless fucking people. Let me be shameless for a second alongside with them. If you're new here and you're sick and tired of rad lips, white rad lips especially, glorifying people like Ta-Nehisi Coates that are meant to be the furthest left you can go, glorifying them for their weak ass criticism of the Zionist entity, solely focusing on apartheid, glorifying him for dunking or calling out Ezra Klein when they revealed immediately off the top that they were already planning this fucking show behind the scenes. Kabuki theater, we're calling it, right? But we've seen how Hassan Piker, Majority Report, they're all glorifying him for this, not realizing, or maybe they do know, they probably do know, that this is all just a performance. It's just for show. To limit what the left can do, the criticism that they can promote, they push individuals like Ta-Nehisi Coates, who are still invited to the synagogue or whatever the fuck he said. Because he's only critical of the apartheid state, not of settler colonialism. What I'm getting at is, if you're sick and tired of that weak ass shit, go ahead and subscribe. You're in the right fucking place. Get busy in the chat. Don't be scared, homies. It's okay. We joke around, but we're nice. You know, the goal is to be funnier than Yipper. Right now, the Countess is on top. Hit the like if you haven't already. Subscribe. Hit the notification bell when you know, so you know when we go live. You'll be here tomorrow. We'll be here Wednesday, Thursdays, and Fridays. Now 6 hours. Embarrassing, but we're here. Super chats are turned on. Help support the channel any way you can. We're all working class over here. We're all struggling. So no hay pedo if you can't. Support the channel any way you can. Getting busy in the chat, hitting the like, leaving a comment. Easiest way to do that. Dogwick. I get scared to comment. I lurk a lot. It's all good. It's all good, homie. Don't be scared. Dakadoon, I just got back to the stream. Oh, okay, yeah. Apparently the stream was like just getting kicked off on Twitch. Appreciate you though. Let's continue with this a little bit more.
Right. I'm watching Tucker Carlson like turn into, what I would describe as a white nationalist and become an absolute dominant force on the right, like bigger than he ever was in his, smarmy libertarian phase. And this stuff is real appeal, like as you said, right? That's not a surprise.
Like libertarians can't be white nationalists. Okay. I mean, that's all the Libertarian Party is. Pedo white nationalists.
On some level, it's just something you have to deal with. And so that's where this question of the line drawing, like I have lines what I think should and should not be acceptable, but those lines clearly have no relationship to my country, the politics. And I think I've been asking the question without really having an answer. I want to be honest about this. Of what follows from that?
I think you do have a line. I think
I'm sure I do.
I think there are things, for instance, that I could say that would make you say it's no point in Ta-Nehisi coming up on and being on this podcast. And likewise, there are things you could say. Obviously, I would say it's no point in me talking to Ezra.
Yeah. I'm saying what happens if
that's it's wild that we're not already there. It's wild that we're not already there. How are you not already there? I mean, Ezra Klein is a Zionist. How are we not already there?
35% of the country, 40% of the country, the dominant political force in the country is inside that. Does that change anything? Or no, like the line just holds?
No, I mean, welcome to Black America. That's our history. The line we have drawn in general has not been majoritarian politics, unfortunately. That's just been what it is, And at the times that it's been majoritarian politics, people have done things and, fiddled with the government or done, extremely violent things to make it not so,
How do you deal in that answer? Like, how do you deal with Trump really substantially increasing his share of the black vote?
Actually, I think where he is about where actually Republicans tended to be before Barack Obama. So I'm a little less. I mean, there's a conservative portion of our community that's always voted Republican. And I think, obviously, I think sexism is a very, very real force. I don't think it's completely explanatory, but the idea that there is, say, 20% of black men who are fundamentally conservative, that doesn't really surprise me too much.
But I guess let's take, because I think this is a hard.
It's such a fucking minority, though. Emphasize that it's such 20% out of fucking, that's 80 that aren't. God damn, bro.
A hard case. I think from your perspective and from my perspective, we probably don't believe hugely different things. Mm-hmm. A huge amount of the country, right? A majority of the country believes things about trans people, about what policy should be towards trans people, about what language is acceptable to trans people, that we would see as fundamentally and morally wrong.
Right.
And what politically, not in a column or something, but politically, should our relationship with those people be? Do we win them over? Do we compromise with them? This feels like a very salient question. The Republican Party is going to make sure.
Prodigy lawyer, thank you so much for pointing that out. And that's of who voted, not all of black men. Exactly. 20% of black men that voted, that are still engaged in the political system. Exactly right. The Hamon, can we blame black men even though statistically it doesn't make sense? Ezra Klein. Dogwig, I thought the black male MAGA vote was 15%. Let's find out. Let's see what percentage black men voted for Trump. Let's go to political because I'm not trying to look at statistics. Here's a quick answer. 2026. Can I just get a fucking number here? 15%. Trump won 15% of black voters, but what about men specifically? Hmm. Hispanic. Hispanic. Okay, but break it down further. Hmm. Where are we at? Where are we at? I think we've been over this before too, right after the election, if I'm not mistaken. Age cohorts, education. I'm losing interest, chat. Losing interest. Maybe I skipped it. Not the Catholics. Raise someone's naturalized citizens is crazy. Hmm. But is there okay? I say black man not available. All right, let's go back.
Sure. This is a relentlessly salient question.
Right.
So
I agree with that.
Where does the approach leave us, right? Where do we go on that?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question. Look, I think a couple things. I think, again, look, my tradition is the only thing I have a reference point for, so I'm sorry to keep going back to this. But when I look at the times that we have lost, if I think specifically about the Black tradition, for instance, it's hard for me to say politically they did something wrong. You know what I mean? Like, Reconstruction falls. What was the thing that should have been done? On the contrary, I see, a kind of courage that I wish we had today in a lot of people. You know what I mean? I see people willing to die.
That's crazy, bro. That is fucking crazy coming from this liberal. He's like,
take bullets.
He's like, I see courage back then. No. There's courage now. There's courage now. You're just part of the reason why it gets so watered down. You're just part of the reason why that gets stigmatized and targeted and easier to repress. Just saying.
All the time. You know what I mean? What more could Ida B. Wells have done, to get the anti-lynching bill passed? I mean, here is somebody that, was banished from Tennessee on threat of being killed after she saw her friends, murdered and lynched. And one of the things I will say is when I look back at that long tradition, and I look back in the times that people have won and the places they've won, it's often not been their heroism that was the decisive factor ultimately. It's often not been their strategy that was the decisive factor. Folks look back at the civil rights movement, for instance, and they talk about how brilliant it was to do the sit-ins and, use mass media in the way that Martin Luther King used mass media, the appearance. All of that's true. But if we don't have World War II, you know what I mean? And the planet does not get a view of how horrific it can be when you decide you're going to eliminate people based on their traits. Civil rights movement happened? I don't know. I think windows open and close. And so I think...
Oh my God, bro. Am I stupid? Am I stupid that I'm struggling to see this connection here? It's almost assuming that the US got involved to save the victims of the Holocaust, because it wasn't just Jewish people, which the US did not get involved because of that. They didn't give a fuck about the victims of the Holocaust during and after the Holocaust. So how would that translate? How does that connect? Because I can see the angle of Black veterans that served in World War II coming back and wanting their cut, right? I could see that. But that's not what he's saying, or at least because he's hinting at almost like the US growing a conscience and be like, oh, look what we just saw with dehumanization and where it leads to. Mind you, what was done to Africans just on the voyage, the kidnapping here alone was worse. But, you know, white suffering carries extra weight. Yeah, can y'all help me with that? Wow. It's just such a weird fucking proclamation, and it's such a glorification and making the Holocaust an exceptional like act or moment only because it happened to white people. How did that translate to sympathy towards black people in the US? That is wild. Yeah. Tayshawn, the same tradition he's referencing predates World War II. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, what the fuck? I've never heard anybody make that, even suggest that. That if not for World War II, we don't have the civil rights movement. Damn, that's a stretch, but hey, I mean, yeah. That's true though. Martinez, he's never specific about what he means, too much room for interpretation.
Some of this is up to the decisions that politicians make. I think some of it is also up to what is happening in the broader mass culture at the time. I think all this kind of, works together. I'm not against, this kind of strategizing. I think that has to happen. But I think you also have to recognize like how broad the world is when you say politics.
In today's super competitive.
All right. With that being said, thank y'all for, staying for 6 hours, but we made it 45 minutes into an hour. I mean, that's not bad. Appreciate y'all. Hit the like on your way out. Leave a comment in the chat or in the comment section. If you're watching this after the fact. Super chats are turned on. Thank you for all the support. Truly appreciate it. We did like 6 hours and 16 minutes. Went by quick because y'all were fucking hilarious in the chat, and I appreciate that. Thank you for distracting me. Thank you for going along with my distractions. We'll be here back tomorrow, presumably at 8 a.m. seems to be the sweet spot. I'm trying for 7, but it gets difficult. I'm not sure we're going to be doing 6 hours daily, but it is a lot of fun. Tomorrow, definitely a lot more reading than today. There is that debate with Bisco conversation. Maybe that's just 4 hours. I mean, that would require another 6 hour stream. So we'll see how that goes. Maybe we'll save that for Friday. We'll see. We'll see. Everything's we'll see. But for now, thank you so much for the support. As Glenn Ford said, organize with eyes wide open. Ya estuvo.